What if creating the perfect presentation didn't take hours? You would just have to enter a prompt and someone else will build it out for you. Introducing Vivid, an AI-powered presentation builder that will do everything from creating layouts to content and even images for your presentation. And today, you are going to learn how to build this powerful application from start to finish. What's up, Prodigies? How's it going? Just really quick before we look at the demo, I am building my first ever premium course. And quite frankly speaking, I am both nervous and excited at the same time because I have never put my heart and soul into a project like this ever, because it's so big and it is everything you guys ever wanted. But I'm gonna need some feedback from you guys. And so for that reason, I will be sharing insights on my Twitter page, okay? I didn't even know I had a Twitter account, first of all. Apparently I opened an account in 2023 and I never actually engaged with it. But in this Twitter account, I'm going to share insights and we're going to exchange feedback. And that way, I know exactly what you guys want to see in this course. And so I'm going to build the best course on the internet. Okay, like take a look at it. This is one of the biggest courses I have ever created, and it has some amazing features. I can't show everything, of course. Okay, there's a lot of stuff already. I'm just super excited about it. So that's why I just want to give you guys a sneak peek. Please don't forget to follow my Twitter because I'm going to post updates on this project. And that way we get some feedback going and I can build the best project or the best course ever. And that way, when you give me feedback, I can tweak the product. I can tweak everything around to make it exactly what you guys want. We can also accommodate for people who are not in America and maybe they can't use Stripe Connect. We're going to need to put different variations of a technology inside this project. So for example, instead of using, Clerk authentication, we can use Nextjs, or, that's what I'm looking for. And so I need your help. And yeah, guys, thank you so much. We have come so far. We are so close to 100,000 subscribers. Would really appreciate it if you smash that subscribe button for me. That way you will get such amazing projects on your feed so that you can be the first person to watch those videos. Our application will use Google authentication. And when the user logs in, their projects will load with a beautiful, seamless animation. Users with a free tier cannot create a project until they upgrade to a paid plan. The first component that we will focus on is the sidebar, and the sidebar is completely responsive. You can toggle the sidebar by clicking on the icon or by using the keyboard shortcuts. The next feature is the recycle bin. Users can recover projects from the recycle bin, delete them, and send them back to the trash can. Well, they can also clear their trash if they don't want to delete them individually. All recently opened projects will show up in the recently opened section. Next, let's take a look at the info bar. Our application is light and dark mode compatible. But notice how the new project button is deactivated. The reason is because the user needs to have a paid plan in order to create presentations. So in this project, you will learn how to restrict features based on their subscription. Now, one of the reasons why this project is so unique is because we are not using Stripe for payments like our other projects. This time, we will be using LemonSqueezy. When the user clicks on upgrade, they are sent into the LemonSqueezy checkout page where they can enter their details and purchase a subscription. Once that's done, a confirmation message shows up, and when the user clicks on the continue button, it redirects them back into their dashboard. Now the user can create a presentation. Now there are three ways the user can do this. One is using creative AI, and they can also create one from scratch. So first, let's choose the third option and see what it looks like to create a presentation from scratch. The user is given the option to create an outline. This is where they can set the titles for each of their slides. So as you can see, you can create a new slide by clicking on the add card. You can edit the card as well by double clicking on it. You can also click out to save. You can add an extra card in between by hovering in between, and you can also delete cards. These outlines can also be shuffled by dragging them over each other. The next step is to pick a theme. The user is given some themes to pick from, and they can also preview what those themes would look like on a bunch of slides. Then click Generate Theme, and our slides are ready to go. Now, these slides work with a layout and column structure. So slides are basically layouts. By dragging and dropping a layout, you create a slide. Next, you can also shrink and grow each column by moving the handle. You can edit paragraphs, edit the title, and choose from a bunch of elements that are already created for you, including titles, paragraphs, tables, and so much more. You can also upload custom images in the image blocks. You can also reshuffle cards by dragging them over each other or even moving them from the sidebar. You can also change your theme directly from the editor in case you don't like the theme that you just selected. You can also share presentation preview links with your friends, and they can circle through the slides by clicking on the right icon or using the keyboard. And of course, you can also present directly from the editor. Now, let's go back to our dashboard and let's create a presentation using Creative AI. Now, the first thing you'll notice is those beautiful animations that are consistent throughout our application. It's subtle, it's not too strong, it's just enough to give your users a unique experience. Now, the first thing is you need a prompt. Then click on Generate Outline, and the AI will create the outlines for your slides. You can shuffle these around if you want. You can also edit them by double-clicking. You can save them by clicking outside. You can delete, and you can add new slide sections in between them. Now, here's an awesome feature. Even if I refresh the client-side states, our application will still remember everything because we are using Zustand in local storage. That means we can also use past prompts because we're storing that in local storage as well, which optimizes your credit usage. Next, you pick a theme, you generate your slides, and check this out. Every slide is generated in real time. That means we are going to learn how to stream responses from OpenAI. This also includes the images, the content, the layouts, and everything you see on the page. Now, there are two versions to this. The real-time streaming feature will be offered only to those who purchase the codebase from the description down below. It's already done for you. You can just spin it up and you're good to go. But don't worry, regardless, in this project, I will still show you how to render the slides, but we will just not do them in real time. We will do them all at once and then render it out onto the editor. Now, inside our application, users can also sell their presentations as templates and can make money through the template store. Now, typically for a feature like this, we would need to use something like Stripe Connect. And the reason why we need that is to have a user connect their Stripe account into the app so we can send them their money and also make charges on behalf of them. But you guys said you can't use Stripe Connect in your region. And so for that reason, for the first time ever on YouTube, we are going to show you how to create Stripe Connect-like features within LemonSqueezy. But again, yep, there is a limitation. You can't actually do this natively because it's a limitation of LemonSqueezy. It's just built on top of Stripe. And so what LemonSqueezy is meant for is only for e-commerce products and SaaS subscriptions. And there's no way to connect a user's account into your app. So you basically can't sell templates with their native solutions. But we found a workaround. We have a solution, okay? And yes, this allows you to have features very similar to Stripe Connect, so you can make payments for your users and you can also send them money, they can sell templates and all that kind of fun stuff. So the first thing they have to do to convert a presentation into a template is enter their API keys. And once they do, they have to place the variant ID, and that's it. That's all they have to do. And now they can sell their products inside the template store. Now, I've logged in with a different account to show you what that looks like. Now, once I click on the templates, I can actually purchase that user's template. And I'm going to go ahead, put in my credit card details. And now once that's done, click on confirm, and that's going to redirect me to my dashboard. And now you'll see it doesn't give me the option to buy it again, but I can access it from my projects. And now I can edit this project as my own. You can also add the LemonSqueezy API keys in the settings tab. Now, the templates feature is a premium feature that is offered only when you purchase the code base from the description down below. Now, even in the video, I will still show you how to do it. I will give you hints and I will guide you guys in the right direction. That way you have a little bit of a challenge left at the end. And so by purchasing the code base, not only are you going to get the templates page feature, you'll also get the LemonSqueezy Stripe Connect-like features with webhooks. You can also share links and share those presentations with your friends. And we also improved the upload process. So now inside the premium code base, we get the image from AI and we don't just cache it. We actually take that and upload it in real time to our database. And so that way we can store it there and host it from our database. Okay. And then we also have some code comments, so it makes it easier for you to read. And we also have the real-time streaming feature for your presentation slides. The other awesome bonus for those who purchase this code base today, you will also get a free commercial license, which we used to charge $100 for, and you will get that for free. So you can also monetize this project if you want in the future, okay? But this is only a bonus for a limited time. And not just that, I am running a launch discount of 50% for a limited time only. And so if you are someone who is not too confident when you code, or you just need a reference, or you need another code base that works, and you just want to look into how we write code the right way, and you need some code comments, and at the same time, you just feel more comfortable when you have something done for you, right? And the most important part is you don't want to watch a 10+ hour video and you don't want to waste any time, because this project is probably going to take you the next 4 or 5 weeks to build. And so if you want to grab the code base, I think this is the best opportunity. It's going to also support us and at the same time save you a bunch of time. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it, and let's jump straight right into the video. All right, prodigies, let's get started. And I'm going to leave a link in the description that's going to give you access to the entire code base. Now, if you don't want to do that, you don't want to get the code base and you want to watch this entire video and build it with us from start to finish, that's completely fine as well, because that's exactly what we're going to be doing in today's video. Okay, but I highly recommend you grab the code base, so that way you can just copy paste if you need to, and even if you face any bugs, well, you have the running code base ready to go, so you can debug accordingly. Okay, so let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project, just a folder anywhere you want, and I'm going to call it Vivid-Web Prodigies. Please name it the same way as well. Then go ahead and drag and drop it into your Visual Studio Code. And then once you're done, you want to say bunx create dash next, like this, create dash next dash app at 15.0.3. Okay. And then once that's done, put a space and put a period sign and hit enter. And then it's going to ask you type script, hit yes, yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind, yes for source, yes for app router, yes for TurboPack, yes for no for that, sorry. So you want no for the custom import alias, and then just like that, your app should be installed. All right, now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my git ignore. I'm going to scroll down here, and okay, we see .environment. Awesome. I think this came with the update, so that's great. And so I'm going to create another file in here and call it .env. Okay, and then this should also get grayed out. Let's just make sure. .env like this. That should actually grayed out. Not sure why it's not doing that, but it should be fine for now. Okay, let's just proceed and let's see if we need to do something to get that to gray out a little bit more. Okay, so the next thing is I'm going to go into my code base and I'm going to get some variables. So please pause the screen and just paste this. This is your environment variables. We don't need it right now, but eventually we're going to need it. Okay, but I would suggest you just pause the screen and type this. And I'm sure in the Discord, we'll also put this for you. I don't want you sitting and typing all of this. So I'll put this in the description or inside the Discord. Okay. What's up, guys? If you own a SaaS company or you're looking to start, run, and grow a profitable SaaS online, then we have opened up 5 spots to join Prodigies University. Now, I must let you know, this is an intensive program, and so it may not be for everyone. And so if you don't have the next 6 months to 1 year to dedicate towards your growth and your business career, then I unfortunately don't think this is the right opportunity for you right now. Next, to qualify to enter our program, you need to have a stable web development job, or you need to be a web developer who has at least $2,000 to $5,000 in ad spend saved up to invest into your business. Next, if your goal is just to learn how to code or build web applications, then unfortunately this opportunity is not for you as well. This space is only for entrepreneurs who are looking to make money with their web development skills. Now, to make sure that you qualify and you are a fit to enter this program, I'm going to leave a link to a qualification form in the description down below. And to limit this opportunity to only speak to people who are serious in their journey, there's going to be a $5 application fee. Finally, the most important part. Our goal here is we want to help as many entrepreneurs as possible around the world. And so if you qualify to enter our program and you do choose to book your onboarding call with my team, please keep in mind that they have limited availability. You are essentially taking away the opportunity that we have to help somebody else who is in need of our help. And so if you are not serious with moving forward in your SaaS journey, then please do not book this call on our calendar. My representatives have very little availability. That way we can give your spot to someone else who needs our help. Now, once you book your onboarding call, you'll be given a couple instructions to follow to prepare for our conversation. And that's pretty much it. I hope to help you in your SaaS journey, and all the best. All right, now the next thing we're going to need is Shadcn UI. So I'm just going to go to their website. I'm going to go into docs and I'm going to click inside installation and then click on the Nextjs app. And then I also want to copy this right here. and I want to actually copy the bun command. You can use npm if you want, but I'm going to use bun, and then I'm going to paste that in my terminal and hit enter. Awesome. It's going to ask you some questions. Make sure you select New York for this. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see clearly. And then go ahead and click on neutral. And then for variables, click on yes, and that should do it. Awesome. And now you should see a config.typescript file. So if you open your folder structure, you should see something in here. Okay. If you don't see this, something went wrong. So go ahead and do that once more. All right. Now the next thing is just to kind of spin this up, I'm going to add a button. So let's copy this again, the same bun command. I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to paste this in here. And let's go ahead and hit enter. Okay, and it looks like it created the components folder for us as well. Awesome. Now, the next one I want to do is just to speed up this process. Okay, I'm going to say bun shatcn at latest add, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to tell me which. It's going to ask me which one I want. I'm going to click on A to select all, and I'm going to hit enter. Now, this is going to help us drastically speed up our development process, but it's going to need some more dependencies. That's totally fine. But let's just give this a second, and then we'll get started. So if you see this question, the reason is because we installed the button. So go ahead and click on Y, and that's going to overwrite our button file. And just like that, now inside your components UI folder, you should have every single component already installed for you. Great job. Now, the next thing I want to do is just give this a little more folder structure right now. So I'm going to go into my source folder. I'm going to create an actions folder. And then inside the source, I'll create another folder called provider. Okay, and then I'll create one more called store and one more called icons. Okay, awesome. Now inside the components, we're also going to create another folder called global like this, because some components are going to be global across our app, right? And I'm not talking about these components because you can think about this kind of like an atomic structure, right? So these are tiny little components, but we want this, which is these are our app level components, okay? And that's pretty much it for now. The next thing we're going to need from shatcn is theming. So go ahead and click on theming, and you're going to find something in here. Let's see. Okay, it's dark mode right here. Click on Nextjs, and then click on this command, and then go ahead and paste it in the terminal and hit enter. Okay, and once that's done, they literally tell you exactly what to do. Okay, so just copy this. Awesome. And now open up your folder structure, and I'm going to go into provider, and I'm going to create a file inside here. Why is it not letting me create the file in here? Let's see. Okay, there we go. We're going to call it theme-provider.tsx, and then I'm going to paste exactly what they gave me in here. Okay, awesome. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to wrap our application inside this provider. Okay, and so to do that, the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to shrink the terminal, and I'm going to go into app. I'm going to go into layout.tsx, and I'm going to scroll down here until you find this section right here. Okay, now please follow through with me. Don't make these errors. So first thing is we need to say suppress hydration warning. Okay, and once that's done, now if you don't know why we're doing this, the reason why we're doing this is because of Clerk, or I think it's because of Clerk authentication, and Clerk will cause some hydration warnings inside Nextjs 15, okay? It's totally fine because in production it does not show, it only shows during development, okay? So just suppress the hydration error in here, and that way anything inside the body tag will be suppressed, okay? Then the next thing is let's go ahead and bring in the theme provider from Next, sorry, not from Next Themes. This is from our provider folder. And inside that, we're going to pass in first the attribute. So I'm going to say attribute equal class like this. And then default theme equaled dark. And then after that, enable system color. So whatever the user chooses as a system theme. And then we also want to disable transition on change. Okay. That's what they're literally telling us to do. Okay. But I just changed these because I want dark to be the default. Then the next thing I'm going to do is move the children component inside this. Okay, awesome. Now, usually in our application, we're also going to need toasts, right? If you don't know what a toaster is, it's kind of like a little pop-up, right? And so to do that, we're going to need to first import that provider in here. So scroll down here, and I'm going to say toaster, like this toaster comes from components UI toaster. Okay. And so that's going to give you access to actually, yeah, this should be fine. So import the toaster in here, and this is sort of like a provider. And so globally, we have set the toaster, and now we can access it when we fire off a hook. Next, let's go up here to the metadata, and I'm going to change this to vivid-AI, and I'm going to say PPT generator. Okay, something like this. And then down here, I'm going to change this to generated. This is the description, so I'll say build AI powered presentations. Okay, this is great. All right, that's pretty much it for our layout page right now. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure everything is working. So go into your terminal and say run dev, and then let's shrink the terminal and let's open up localhost, and then let's hit enter like this, and then let's make sure we see everything here. Okay, awesome. There we go. Great job. Okay, so we saw that hydration warning, and the reason is because we didn't put that on the HTML tag as well. So down here, hit enter and say suppress hydration warning, and now when you refresh the browser, you should no longer see that error. Okay, great job. Now inside our Vivid Figma project, we have all of the variables put into primitives and tokens done professionally like an industry standard project. So we have put all of the light mode and dark mode stuff in here, and all we need to do is copy this into our project. So just to show you the power of primitives and tokens, you can click on this, for example, and you can click on appearance, and you can change this to light mode. So when I'm developing the project, I can literally see exactly what the color should look like. And the best part is this entire project is built using Shatsian UI themes and colors. Okay, so I don't even have to think. I don't have to check the color theme. I just have to check this, and this will automatically swap to light and dark mode based on what the user has set. Okay, so I'll also leave a link in the description if you want to get the Figma project as well. All right, and the Figma project is super cool. It has everything in great detail, and it's also prototype, so you can see some prototyping settings, and we have the components built out inside. First, we start with the mood board. We show examples of what we think the application should look like. Here's kind of like an example we got from another competitor website, and then that's how we came up with the designs. And we also have custom components, so you can see every single thing in great detail, because this is built with atomic structure. Okay, awesome. Now, we have already spent forever to convert all of these colors into these different systems. So all I need you to do is pause the screen and type this. Now, if you don't want to do this, that's totally fine. You can go into Shatsian UI and you can go into their themes, and you can just copy any type of theme you want from here. Okay, I'm just using the standard grayscale, but I have custom colors set. Like I said, in our Figma designs, we have so many custom colors, right? And so in order to convert those, it took us some time. So if you had the code base, you can just copy paste these colors and you can go your way. If not, just please pause the screen and type as I show you every single thing on this page. And this is going to go into Shatsian. So now you can, customize all your components based on these custom colors. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm also going to do that as well. Give me 1 second. All right, awesome. And the other additional color I have to add in here is the creative AI gradient right here. Okay, this is under the root right here. And this is going to have a linear gradient of the following. Okay, so go ahead and type that in as well. And then after that, at the bottom, after the dark mode, we're going to have another custom class called text vivid, which is going to have background set to a linear gradient as well with these colors, and then background clip of text, WebKit background clip text, and text fill color transparent. All right, guys, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to need to set up authentication. So go to the description down below, and under the important links, you're going to get all of the links that you need to go directly to the pages that we need, okay? So first click on Clerk, and that's going to take you to this page, and then go ahead and sign in, and once you're done, let's continue from there. Now, Clerk is one of my favorite user management platforms, okay? So it's not just authentication, it's giving the user the ability to manage their profile information like security, other things like changing their email, their profile picture, every single thing. And you can use a bunch of third-party authentication as well, like Google Auth, GitHub authentication, a bunch of stuff, okay? And the best part is they take care of everything. and it's completely free to get started. And I think you get up to 10,000 free monthly active users. You can take a look at the pricing, etc. But this is one of my favorite tools, and that's why I will be using Clerk in this project. Now, Clerk is also the sponsor of today's video, so thank you so much to Clerk for making this possible. So first thing is I'm going to go into my dashboard, and once you're done with that, you can click into your projects if you haven't already. Or if you don't have the projects, that probably means you don't have an organization. So please make sure you create an organization first. Okay. Once you're done, then create a project. I'm going to create one right here, and I'm going to call this Vivid Web Prodigies, same naming convention. And I'm going to turn off email, and I'm going to keep only Google authentication. Okay. As you can see, there's so many right here. I didn't even know they have Notion. It's really cool. All right. So go ahead and click on Create Application. Okay. And just like that, it's going to give you the exact next steps you need to get your app all wired up with Clerk. Okay. So since we're using Next in this project, I'm going to click on Nextjs right here. And it's going to give you all of the instructions. Now, we are using Bun, of course. So copy this right here. Open up your terminal. Let's also quit the terminal. And I'm going to clear this so you can see clearly. And then I'm going to say bun I or bun add. I think bun add is the right one. And you're going to paste this and hit enter. Okay, awesome. Then they're also giving you the public key and the secret key. So let's copy this and let's go into our environment variables. And down here, you're going to find the Clerk environment variable right here. Okay, only replace these two. We need these two, so don't remove these, just keep this one. Okay, sorry, keep these and remove this. So replace those two. Okay, so Clerk public and the secret key. All right, now what is this one? This is a redirect URL. That means once the user is done signing in or signing up, we force the user to redirect to our callback route. Okay, now we don't have all of this set up, of course, but I'm just giving you information so you know what this value is right here. Okay, so this way you can send the user to another page and you can do a bunch of stuff like adding them in the database, saving them somewhere else, and you may be doing some onboarding steps. Okay. Awesome. So once that's done, the next step is they tell you to go into their middleware file. So let's go ahead and open up your folder structure, and you're going to notice we're not going to have a middleware file in here, right? And so inside your source, right in here, you're going to create a middleware.typescript file. So I'm going to say middleware.typescript like this. And now inside this file, you're going to copy whatever they give you in here, and you're going to paste it inside this file. Okay? Awesome. Now, this part right here is just the configuration for the matcher, right? So what we need to do now is create a route matcher for pages that are public, okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to say const is public route equal to create route matcher, and we're going to import that, and we're going to invoke it as well, okay? And inside this, we're going to pass in an array of strings. And the first one is /sign-in. And we're also going to put a star right here. So everything inside this. And this is a route we're going to create for the user to sign into our application. So all we're doing right here is we're telling them that this is a public route. Okay. And then the next one is the sign up route. So I'm going to do the same thing as well. Okay. Awesome. Same thing right here. So I said sign up and everything after that. Okay. Now, next thing I want to do is instead of exporting this here, I'm going to go to the bottom of this page and I'm going to say export default this function, but this is also going to give us an arrow function in here. So I'm going to invoke that, and this is going to be an async function, which is going to give us the authentication and the request. Okay. And now inside this, I'm going to say if is public route, right? So if this is true, and we're going to, if this is not true, so we're going to pass this in here, which is the request. Then we're going to await auth.protect. Okay, so if it's not a public route, then we're going to protect that route. That's basically what we're doing here. Okay, very straightforward. So once we're done with this, we are pretty much done with our setup. So let's go back, and now it tells us that we need to wire up Clerk by wrapping our entire application inside this provider. So let's go into our layout.tsx file right in here. And Now inside this, we're also going to need to hit enter here so we can add this component. And then we're going to say clerk provider. Okay, so it looks like we need to import that. So it's not giving me the import. So I'm going to go up top and I'm going to say import clerk provider. And this is a not a default export. So I'm going to say clerk provider from at clerk-nextjs like this. And now I can go down here and I can import this. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of this code inside this provider. So let's drag all of the stuff inside this clerk provider. And next I'm going to say the appearance is going to be the base theme, and the base theme is going to need to be dark. Now dark right here is a different variable. I'm sorry, it's a different package that we need. So let's go ahead and grab this as well. So we also installed Clerk themes, remember, right? So let's go ahead and grab that from here. So I'm going to say import dark from at clerk-themes, okay? Like this. Okay, and now to get these Clerk themes, we're actually going to need to import the package, of course, so let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay, so in your terminal, go ahead and say bun add Clerk themes at 2.2.2 because that's the exact version I want, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on enter. All right, guys, now there's a really important thing that I want to announce so you don't make this error, okay? So sometimes packages will update, okay? And so as a result, when you're following this course or any of my courses, you want to make sure you're using the exact same package, because if you're not, you're going to have different updated, cooler things, cooler features, and as a result, our code and your code is going to be different. And so it just makes sense for your code not to work. And so the best way is to copy this right here or just type the versions next to the package you're installing. Okay, now if you've already downloaded the entire code base, you can simply just copy this entire package.json file. Okay, and you can go to your package.json right here, and you can replace everything in here, paste whatever you have, just change the name to Vivid Web Prodigies, of course, and then once you're done pasting this, quit the terminal and say bun add or bun I, okay? Again, we're not going to do that, but I'm just saying that's how you can speed up your process, okay? So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep it as is because I just put it into the terminal directly in here, right? So I'm going to copy, paste, or type it so you guys can also follow, those who haven't gotten the code base as well, okay? So now once this is done, let's go ahead and close this. And now let's say bun run dev, and let's see what we have. Okay, awesome. As you can see, now it takes me to a sign-in page, but it takes me to the Clerk page itself, okay? So now we need to create these pages in our application so we have a sign-in and sign-up route. So go ahead and open up your folder structure, and inside app, you want to create another folder, and you want to call this auth. Now inside the auth folder, you're going to create another folder in here, and this one is going to have sign-in like this. And then inside this, you're going to create another sign-up. All right. And now this sign-in right here is going to have another folder. Okay. And in here, we're going to say sign-in like this. And I'm just going to copy this right here so I can do it for the sign-up as well. And I'm going to change this one down here to sign-up. Okay. Just like that. Now inside this sign-in, I'm going to create a page.tsx, and I'm going to return a component, and I'm going to call this sign-in. Now, if you don't know how I did that, we are using snippets, and so we can speed up our process of typing code. Okay, so you can get that from the extensions. Make sure you install that. All right, great. Now, the best part of using Clerk is everything is already done for you. The sign-in components, etc., they're all built for you, right? And so all we have to do is come in here. I'm going to remove the props because we don't even need these props. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to return the sign-in component that comes from Clerk. That's it. That's all you have to do, and your sign-in component is done. Okay? Then the other thing you want to do here is the same for sign-up. So I'm going to say page.tsx, and inside sign-up, I'm going to go ahead and say the following, which is sign-up component. Okay, and now let's also refresh, and let's try to go to localhost 3000/sign in, and let's see what we see. Okay, awesome. Now you can see the dark mode sign-in component ready, done for you. This is why I love Clerk so much, because they take all of the heavy lifting and you don't have to do any of that. They have a dedicated team to manage your authentication, user management, and stuff like that. Okay, so now that we have this done, of course, the design looks really weird. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So shrink the sign-in and sign-up route right here. And inside the root of the sign-in folder, which is, sorry, the root of the authentication folder, you're going to create a layout.tsx. Okay, looks like I made a spelling error. Okay, and now let's go ahead and return a layout component like this. Okay, awesome. And now inside this, first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab children, which is react.react node. Okay, and then down here, we're going to also destructure and grab the children from our props. Nice. Now, to center all of these, as you can see, now we're seeing this because we're not returning any of the children elements, right? So let's go ahead and return a div. And this div is going to have the following class name with full minimum height of screen. And we're going to say flex, justify, center, item center. And inside this, we're just going to return all of the children items. Okay, great. So something happened here. Let me just fix this real quick. It was a spelling error. This one is items center. Okay, awesome. There we go. The next thing we're going to need in our application is Prisma. So I'm going to copy this right here. You don't have to because you can type it with me. And I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to say bun add at Prisma client, but I'm going to need a specific version number, which is 5.22.0, okay? Because I want to stick to what I used in the project. So I'm going to say the following, and I'm going to hit enter. And just like that, Prisma client is now installed, okay? If you don't know what Prisma client is, you probably need to read a lot of documentation, but it's basically an ORM, so you can get type IntelliSense. There's a lot of other things that Prisma offers. You can read the documentation so you learn more about it, okay? So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my libs folder and I'm going to create a prisma.typescript file. And inside this, first thing is I'm going to declare global like this. And inside this, I'm going to say var Prisma is going to be Prisma client, which we're going to import. And this Prisma client comes from whatever we just installed, right? Prisma client. So import Prisma client from at Prisma client like this. And we're going to put that down below here. Now, this is going to throw an error. And so you're going to need to disable ESLint like this. Okay. Now, and if you don't know how to do this, I think if you just do at, let's see, /at, okay. Yeah, you can do TypeScript ignore or ESLint disable next line. That's fine as well. Okay. Then after that, we're going to say export const clients equal to global dot this dot Prisma, okay, or new Prisma clients, and you're going to invoke this, okay? So this way in development, we're not always creating a new instance of this client, okay? And then after that, down here, we're going to say the following: if the environment is not equal to production, then global this.prisma equal to client right here. Okay, now we can use this client to communicate with our database. Now, of course, we don't have that set up yet, but we need Prisma first to move on to the next stage. The next thing you want to do is open up your terminal, and you want to type the following command, which is bunx prisma init, and hit enter. And okay, so it looks like, okay, so I already did that, and that's why it's not showing me that error. But once you do that, you won't see the error, and you're going to see a Prisma folder in here. And inside that, you will find a schema file. The next thing we're going to need is a database so we can store user information. Now, typically speaking, you would probably want to have something locally so you can test it locally and then push it to a real database. But I want to use a production grade database that's ready to go, that offers scaling features and branching, that is super fast, and at the same time is free to get started. And that's why Neon is one of my favorite tools to use when developing my projects. Now, the main reason why I love Neon is because of the auto scaling feature, because they will scale your application based on the load it receives, okay? And it also scales to 0, so you save money as well, okay? And guys, we need to support them because they are offering 10 free projects no other Postgres platform offers free tiers. They are one of the only platforms that gives developers an opportunity to, practice, train, learn how their tool works, and at the same time, just hopefully make money in the long term as well. Okay, so thank you, Neon, so much for sponsoring this channel, and let's go ahead and jump straight right into it. So go ahead and scroll to the description. You're going to find a link here for Neon. Go ahead and click on that, and it's going to take you to this exact page. Then go ahead and log in, and then let's move on. Another thing I want to point out is if you already have a Postgres database and you want to migrate to Neon, you can do that as well right now, okay? So you can migrate your current database in here. But I'm going to create a new project, so let's click on New Project, and I'm going to call this Vivid-Web Prodigies, and you can set this to whatever it already has. That's totally fine. And go ahead and click on Create Project. And just like that, it's going to give you the link that you need. Okay, so since we're using Postgres, actually we're using Prisma here. Okay, this is fine. Let's go ahead and grab the link. So go ahead and copy this and go into your .environment file, and you're going to find database URL. Remove this from here and paste the new link that we just copied. Now I'm just going to go into my terminal and say bunx prisma generate and hit enter. Okay, so it says you need a basic model. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go into my schema, and I'm just going to paste this in here so I can test it out to see if everything's working. And let's go ahead and do that once more. Okay, awesome. And then next we want to say bun x prisma db push. Okay, awesome. And now our database is in sync with your Prisma schema. Great job. If you would like to verify, you can click on tables, and you can see now we have a user table in here. Great job. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to update my schema. So let's go into our Prisma schema file. And in here, I'm going to remove all of this. Okay. And I'm going to type something new. So first I'm going to say ID is going to be string, and this is going to be ID and default. Okay. And the default is going to be DB generated, and we're going to say gen underscore random underscore UUID. Okay. And let's invoke this. Guys, I highly recommend you get the code base so you can just copy paste and not waste any time, okay? Because if you make any spelling errors, it's going to be very difficult to debug right here. And same for me. I'm going to make sure I don't make any spelling errors as well. So the next thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say this is UUID, like this. Next, we need the Clerk ID. So I'm going to say Clerk ID like this. And this is going to be a string, which is unique, okay? Next, we need the name. So I'm going to say this is also a string. Email, which is a string, which is going to be unique, of course. Profile image. So for profile image, I'm actually going to copy this so I don't make any spelling errors, and say string, which is, of course, optional. And then we're going to have something called subscription. And subscription is going to be a Boolean value. And I'm going to say default is false. Okay. And then we're also going to have a created at and updated at, just like this. And for created at, I'm going to set the default value to now. Okay. And updated at is going to have the updated at value in here. Okay. Then in our application, we are not going to be using Stripe for payments this time. We're going to be using LemonSqueezy. And the coolest thing is in this project, you will learn something that you will not find on YouTube about LemonSqueezy, which is how to use LemonSqueezy to get other people's accounts connected into your application. Very similar to Stripe Connect. Now, LemonSqueezy does not have a way you can do this, but we found a workaround. And so you're going to learn a ton in this course, okay? Super fun project. So let's go ahead and say LemonSqueezy API key, and we're going to set that to a string. This is going to help us connect the user's account. I'm going to show you how we can strategically ask the user and prompt them to give us this information, okay? Next, we're going to have the store ID, and we're also going to have a webhook secret, okay? So I'm going to say webhook secret in here. Awesome. And now, why do we need the store ID? Now, users can also sell templates of other presentations inside our application, okay? And so that's why we need the store ID. Now, what's next? The other thing we're going to need is another relationship, another model down here called projects, okay? So I'm going to say projects model project like this, and inside this I'm going to say ID, which is going to be a string, and there's an error here because this has to be an ID, so I'm going to say not UUID, CUID like this, and then the title is going to be a string as well. So this is for each project, right? And then we're going to have created at and the updated at, the exact same thing that I'm just going to copy it from here. Sorry, that's not the one. This one right here. Okay. And after that, I'm going to have all the slides, and our slides are going to be stored as a JSON format. Okay. Next, we need the user ID. So I'm going to put that in here so we know which project belongs to which user. And then we're also going to need outlines. Okay, these are basically the structure of the slides. Think about it that way. Okay, and then after the outlines, we're also going to have an is deleted because we can have a trash section where we can move things to the trash. And then we're also going to have an is sellable. That means can the user sell this product? And if the user has set it as sellable, it will be available in the store. Okay. Next, we're going to need a variant ID. So I'm going to bring that in as well. And we're going to need a thumbnail. So they can have a user thumbnail and a specific theme name. And the theme name we're going to create later on, which gives the user different ways to create themes for the application. For their presentations. And we can set that in here. So we can set that for on the project as well. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create the relationships between this. So after this, I'm going to say projects. This is going to be type of project, but an array of them. And the relation is going to be owned projects. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this here. Awesome. And then the next one is we're going to have something called purchased projects. Okay, so let's go ahead and say purchased projects like this. Awesome. And that's going to be, again, project, an array of them. And the relationship is called purchased projects. Now let's go down here and we have to set the relationship right here as well, right? So this is related to a user this way. So user is of type user model, and the relation, actually, let's redo this. I want a different format. So I'm going to say user is type user, and the relation is going to be owned projects like this. And I'm going to say fields, and the fields are going to be set to the following. So user ID, and it references our ID field like this. It references that ID field. So what seems to be the issue here? Okay, we don't need this. Or something is wrong, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, the reason is because we need to create the second relation, right? So I'm going to say purchasers or customers. That's fine. I'm just going to call purchasers. And we're going to say user like this at relation. And in here, I'm going to say purchased projects. Okay, nice. And that's it. That's the entire project. I know usually our schemas are super, super complex, but this time it's very simple because this project is so simple to host and so simple to run, and it's fun at the same time. I mean, I use this a lot as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And now let's move on to the next stage. All right, guys, now open up your terminal, and I'm going to just clear this real quick, and I'm going to say bunx Prisma generate, and this is going to generate all our schemas so that we can push it to our database. Okay, and once that's done, the next command is bunx Prisma db push. And now if everything is good to go, we should see our tables populate inside our database as well. Okay, so it looks like there might be a data loss, and that's because we had our user table, our user model right here, and that had an ID, but now since we're changing that to a different format, it's telling us that, hey, if you change this, because it depends on your, all of the data inside your table, it's going to actually remove all of that data. And so it's fine because we don't have anything right now. And so go ahead and click on Y. That will say yes. And then inside the database, let's refresh. And there you go. Now we see everything in here. Great job. Now go ahead and say bun run dev. And then let's also refresh the browser because now what we're going to be working on is our sign-in process, because now we have a database to store our user. So once the user is done signing in, we can now redirect them to a callback route that can pretty much onboard them and do a bunch of stuff that we need. So go ahead, open up your folder structure. You want to go into auth, and then inside this, you want to create a callback route just like this. And inside that, you need a page.tsx. And I'm also going to create a loading.tsx. Okay, I just want to show you how to use that file so you can create loading animations. All right. Now, first thing is let's go into our page, and then I'm just going to return a component in here and set this to auth callback page. Okay, just like this. Nice. And then in here, we're not going to need any props, so let's remove all of this. Okay, and this is going to be an async component. And next, in here, we're going to say const auth equal to await on authenticate user, which is, of course, a server action that we need to create. So go ahead and copy this. You're going to open up your folder structure and you're going to go into your actions folder. And inside this, you're going to create a file called user.typescript. And then in here, you're going to say the following. So export const on user authenticate, on authenticate user. And this is equal to an arrow function. Okay, so I'm going to say like this. And of course, this is going to be async as well. And in here, we're going to have a try-catch block. And inside the try-catch block, I'm going to say const user equal await current user, which comes from, I think this comes from Clerk actually. Okay, right here. And let's import this. And so now we can get the current user's information. Now, if there's no user, so something went wrong, then we're going to return a status of 403. Okay? Then down here, we also have if an error took place, right? And if an error took place first, I'm going to console. Actually, I want to use an emoji, so I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say console.log error, okay, with the red emoji. And I'm just going to put this error message in here so I can read it. And then after that, I'm going to return status of 500. Okay, nice. Now let's go back up top right here after the if statement. And now down here, all we're going to do is we're going to first see if the user exists in the database. So const user exist equal to await client.user.find unique. We're going to invoke this. And inside this, we're going to say where clerk ID is user.id. Okay, so user.id like this. And then we also want to get some information from that as well. So if the user does exist, then I also want to include this in the response, which is I want to see their purchased projects, and I also want to select them by ID and set that to true. Okay, so this is what I'm going to get as a response. You can hover over this and take a look at it. Now down here, I'm going to say if the user exists, then we're going to return status of 200. And I'm also going to set the user to the user exists. Okay, just like this. Nice. And after this down here, if the user does not exist, so that means we have to create the user, right? So now I'm going to say const new user equal to await client.user.create. We're going to invoke this, and inside this, I'm going to say data, and I'm going to basically paste the following data. So I'm going to say clerk ID is going to be user ID. So basically all the information that's needed to create this user, right? So I'll just say user ID, and then the other thing is email is going to be user.email addresses at 0.email address, not linked to, sorry, email address like this. Then the name is going to be user.firstname plus, please follow these spaces as well, okay? Put a space in here, put these and put a space inside that, and then you want to say user.lastname, not last active, last name. There we go. Okay, nice. And then after that, profile image is going to be the user.image URL. Nice. So now we have all of the user info. So the user is created, and we can say if this information was returned, that means something was returned from this. Well, what can be returned? Well, the new user, right? And if the new user exists, then we're going to return a status of 201, and we're going to say user is new user, just like that. Okay, awesome. Now, let's quickly save this file, and let's go back. Or one more thing, guys. So after all of this, if nothing happened, then down here, we also want to return another status. I'm just going to say 400 right here, okay? Not 404, in case none of these were successful. So now let's go back, and now we can import this server action, okay? There we go. And the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to see if it's a success or something happened wrong, right? If we have a 404, 400, 403, what happened, right? So that's what we're going to do. And based on that, we're going to redirect the user to the right page. That's it. Okay, so I'm going to say if auth.status equal to 200 or auth.status is equal to 201, then in here we're going to say redirect the user. This redirect comes from Next navigation, all right? So redirect, and you want to send them to a page called dashboard page, okay? Now, if this is wrong, I'm going to say, if this is not correct, then we need an else if condition. So I'm going to bring that in as well. just going to copy this so it's easier. So if auth.status is equal to 403, or auth.status is equal to 400, or auth status is equal to 500. So if we had some sort of error, then we need to send the user back to the sign-in page. Okay, so I'm going to say this and say sign-in just like this. Okay, awesome. So let me just make sure this is correct. Else if, okay, this looks good. There we go. And now we don't need this return anymore. You can remove this return and you can remove this React right here as well. Nice, great job. Next, I want to show you how to create a loading page. So you can take all the time you want and make it look as pretty as you want. You can create skeletons and stuff like that using the loading page, okay? So let's go into our loading page first and let's return a component in here. And then I also want to rename this, so I'm just going to change it to loading. Okay, there we go. And then we don't need any props, so let's remove all the props from here. And in here, inside this div, I'm going to set a class name of flex height of screen with full items dash center and justify center. Justify, why is it not coming? There we go. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to have a loader component, and we're going to also give this a class name and set this to animate spin. Okay, there we go. And this component has to be exported from here. I don't know why I didn't export it. So export default loading. Okay, like this. And maybe I'm going to change this to auth loading so it's better. Okay, there we go. So now this component is going to show when we are, saving info or searching for information. That's pretty much it. So this loading.tsx, guys, you don't have to render the component. That means you don't have to show auth loading in case if you are making an API request. And the reason is because this works under the hood in Nextjs. Now, if you don't know how this works, that probably means you have to learn more about Nextjs. But if you don't, I mean, that's fine. Honestly, anybody can code. You just have to watch this project and you'll have a full ready-to-go SaaS so you can start making money online, right? But I'm just saying, if some of you guys want to understand how that works, what Nextjs is going to do is when the fetch API is called or some sort of API request is being made, that time it's going to load this page. So it's going to look through the tree structure and search for this loading page, and it's going to render that component. Okay? It does that under the hood. That's how it's wired. And if nothing is being made or the API request is successful, then it's going to show the page.tsx itself. So it's going to render out this page. Okay, so that's how this pretty much works. So now let's go ahead and let's move on to the next part. The next stage is when the user signs in, they're going to be sent to the dashboard page, right? So we don't have that set up right now. So let's go ahead and create a folder inside our app folder. And this one is going to be called protected, okay, protected routes like this. And this is a route group. This is not a route itself, okay? And if you don't know what that means, just open up Nextjs documentation and look up route groups Nextjs, and you can learn about all this stuff, okay? So inside this route group, I'm going to create another route in here called pages like this. And inside this, we can have all of our dashboard pages. And so you can create another route group for this as well, okay? Dashboard pages like this. And inside this, we can now have our dashboard routes. So let's remove this. There we go. And page.tsx, just like that. Nice. Now, the next thing we want to do is in here, I'm also going to return something. So, I can pretty much see the component. So I'm just going to say dashboard page. Okay. And let's remove the props. We don't need anything right now. And down here, I'm just going to render out dashboard page. This is good to go. So the next thing you're going to do is open up the terminal and quit the terminal first. Okay, this is really important. And then make sure you refresh the browser as well, so you lose all of that, cache state. And now the reason why we're doing this is because for some reason, Clerk will throw not a hydration error. It's some sort of a first paint error. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's an error that you will see when you first spin up everything. Okay, and usually clearing the terminal and starting all over again works, okay? Or you can delete the node modules and spin this up again. And so if you did see an error, you would see something like expected an object but received null or something like that, okay? And that's something to do on Clerk's end, but all you have to do is just spin this up and you should be good to go, okay? Or it might just be my server, it might not even be Clerk, it might just be my cache, but this is how to fix that error. So I'm gonna fix it right here, and I'm also going to open up another terminal and say bunx Prisma Studio and hit enter. And that's going to open up Prisma Studio for me so I can see what's in my database. And just to show you that this works, I'm going to delete everything I have in here. And I'm going to also go into my Clerk dashboard. This is not my Clerk dashboard, this one right here. And I'm also going to delete all of the users that I have in here. Okay, so delete everything inside Clerk. Okay, there we go. Deleting everything so you have no user. Perfect. Now let's go back to our browser and let's refresh this. And of course, right now, I am logged in. So if you refresh that, it's going to kick you out. Okay, so let's go to localhost sign-in. Okay, and hit enter, and that's going to take you to our sign-in page. Awesome. And now let's try to log in again. Okay, and there we go. Now I don't see that error, and I am redirected to the dashboard page. This is exactly what we expected to see, and if you're not seeing this, then I highly recommend you pause, go ahead and take a look at what happened before. Just skim across the video so you know exactly what's happening, okay? All right, guys, now you're gonna need to be a little quicker, so please follow through with me and type exactly as I type as fast as possible, okay? So if you need, watch this video on 2x speed or 1.5x, whatever. That way you speed up your process as well, okay? So first thing we're gonna do in here is we're gonna need to get all of the projects. This is the dashboard page, okay? Because we're gonna need to render out all of the stuff. So right here, as you can see, right? The projects page is gonna be the root page, so that's the dashboard. And so we're gonna need to show all of these projects. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say const all projects, okay? So I don't wanna make a spelling error here. So all projects equal to await get all projects like this. And this is going to be another server action that we need to create. So I'm going to copy this. And because this will also need to become an async component, but copy this and do it the same way that I'm doing. Okay, copy this first, then go into your actions folder. And inside this, create another page called projects.typescript or project.typescript. This is better. And then in here, you want to say export const get all projects equal to an arrow function. That's why it's easier to copy and paste it here, okay? And now the other thing we forgot to do is we need to change this to a use server component, okay? And this is going to make this a server action file. And we have to do, sorry guys, not component, file, okay? And this also needs to change to a use server file as well. So make sure you do that. And once you're done, we can move on to this part. So inside the get all projects, all we have to do is first make sure the user is authenticated, and then we want to go into our database and get all of the projects. That's pretty much it, okay? So first thing is create a try catch. And now the next thing is we need to fire the unauthenticated user server action. So I'm going to say const check user equal to await unauthenticated user, and I'm going to invoke this, okay? And now since this is using await, we need async in here as well. And now we're going to get access to the user. So first we're going to check. So if check user.status is not equal to 200, or check users.user does not exist, then what are we going to do? Well, we're going to return status of 400 or status of 403, sorry. So return status 403, and the error is going to be set to user not authenticated, okay? So if you're trying to access the dashboard and you don't have the authority or you don't have the permissions to access, then we're going to show this message. Now, if all of this exists, then again, guys, the premium code base, once you grab it from the description, will have a lot of code comments. So that can help you here. It can help you understand more, okay? So now we're going to fetch all of the projects from the user. So how do we do that? Const projects equal await client dot project dot find many, and we're going to invoke this. We're going to say where like this, and we're going to say the user ID is equal to check user dot user ID, and after that we want to say is deleted is set to false, okay? Because if it is deleted, then we're going to send that into the trash. All right. Now, of course, it's saying this is not defined, so let's go back and let's invoke this. So where is that file? Right here. So let's import this, sorry. So now we have all of the projects, and let's refresh. There we go, no more errors. And now let's go back to our code, and then after this down here, I'm going to say order by, updated at set to descending order. Okay. And the reason is because we want to sort by the most recently updated one. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then next, I'm going to say if the projects.length is equal to 0, then down here, we're going to say return status 404, and error is set to no projects found. Okay, awesome. Now down here, if everything was successful and we did have, there is length inside this, then we can say status 200 and return all the projects, okay? Now down here, if there's an error, same thing as before, okay? I'm gonna go into this server action and I'm gonna copy this error message here and the 500, and I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna paste it in here, okay? So please do the same thing every time in here. Don't type this, don't waste your time. And now after this, I'm also going to set a custom error message. I think that would be helpful as well. I'm going to say internal server error. Okay, so you can copy this now. I think this is more updated. So I'm going to copy this, go back here, and replace this one. Okay, nice. Now that we have the server action done, let's go back to our dashboard page. And down here, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to set the following styles. So this is going to have width full. We're going to have flex, flex column, gap 6 relative. And inside this, we're going to have another div. Okay, so I'm going to create a div like this, and I'm going to set the class name to flex, flex column reverse, item start with full, gap 6. From small devices, we're going to say flex row, justify center, and item center. Okay, and you can look at what we're trying to build. We're basically trying to build these projects right here, okay? We're trying to show this section right here, this top part. So we're going to say projects, all of your work, and we also want to do the all recent and shared, okay? Okay, actually, we don't need to do this, guys. Yeah, we don't need to do this part. We're just going to build this part, okay? This is more than enough. Now, for these filters, you can just use the updated at. That should be fine because we already have a shared page right here, so we don't need that, okay? So let's go back here, and inside this, I'm going to create another div, and I'm going to give it flex, flex dash column, items dash start. Okay. And inside this div, I'm going to create an h1 tag with the following class names: text to Excel. Actually, let me copy so I don't make any spelling errors. So text to Excel, font, semi-bold, dark, text primary, background blur, and large. I think you guys can read. So from now, I'm not going to read the class names. You can type it. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to say projects like this. And now, as you can see, it shows all the way up here. And then inside, after the h1 tag down here, I'm going to create a paragraph tag with the class name set to the following. So I'm going to say text base, font normal, dark text secondary. And then inside this, I'm going to say all of your work in one place, just to show that it's a dashboard. That's it. Okay, awesome. So now we have this set. Now down here, after this div, okay, you want to hit enter. And in here, we're essentially going to return all of the projects. I'm just going to say projects like this, and then we can come back to this, okay? The first thing I want to build is the layout for the page and the sidebar. So the reason why I built this is so I can show you the layouts, okay? So go ahead and open up your folder structure, and you want to shrink everything, and you want to open up source, app, protected routes. And I see some error here. That's because we're not using this for now. That's why it's showing that, but that's totally fine. Let's do this once more. So source, app, protected. And inside this protected, we're going to essentially create another page called layout.tsx. Now, this page is slightly different, okay? Because what we're going to do in here is we're going to check the user's authentication, and we're also going to use force dynamic to refresh this every time, okay? Now, I'm not sure if we need to, because I know Nextjs 15 always does it, but I'm going to do it just in case, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do in here is, of course, return a component and just call this layout like this. And then the next thing is on top of the file, all the way up top, you want to say export const dynamic equal to force dash, sorry, I think it's force dash dynamic. So force dash dynamic. Okay, awesome. And then after that, down here, now we can import whatever we need. So the props are going to be children right here because this is a layout. So I'm going to say children. This is going to be react.react node. Okay. And then after that, down here, I'm going to say props or this is fine as well. This is okay. And down here, I'm going to say const auth equal await on authenticated user, and we're going to invoke that. And this has to be an async component. And then after that, we're going to say if auth.user, then redirect the user from next navigation to sign in. Okay. And so let's just quickly look at this once more. Why do we need to dynamically refresh this? Well, the reason is because this authentication will not fire. Okay, that's why. So if you have read Nextjs docs and you understand how Nextjs works, layout pages will actually not refresh, okay, unless you tell it to. So I think that's why I put this here in the beginning, which is the force dynamic. So it's going to force this to always re-render because the layout doesn't really mean anything. It's not too complicated, right? It's just to see if the user is authenticated. So that way we refresh, we know the user is authenticated, and that way we can show them the page. Okay, cool. Now, down here, we're going to return something else. We're going to return some designs in here, okay? So I'm going to say class name with a full min height screen like this. And inside this, I'm going to say props.children, just like this. Okay, nice. So now everything is being rendered. Awesome. Now go ahead, open up your folder structure, and you want to open up the pages route. And inside the pages route, you're going to create another page in here called layout.tsx, okay? And make sure this is in the pages route. And now inside this page, right, inside the layout, I'm gonna return a component and just name it layout like this. And then now I'm gonna need the children from here. So you already did this before, so I'm hoping you know how to do this. So because we're getting children, we have to say children is react.react node, okay? Awesome. And then in here, I'm also gonna destructure and grab children. And then first thing we need to do is we need to get the recent projects of the user, and we also have to authenticate the user again, okay? So first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say const recent projects equal to await get recent projects, okay? And I'm going to invoke this. And for now, I'm just going to hide it because we don't have any data. And then later, after this, we're going to say check user equal to await on authenticate user. And this is going to need to be async, okay? And then if the user does not exist, we're just going to redirect them to the sign-in page, just like this. So if no check user.user, redirect to sign-in. Now, what are we going to do down here? Down here, we want to essentially return children, okay? Like this. And so now you can see all of our components. Now, the problem here is if you have our sidebar inside all of the components, so inside the dashboard and then inside, all the pages, because we have so many pages here. And if you're trying to render the sidebar and all the pages, it's going to be really expensive. I mean, it's not just, it doesn't feel right, right? The best way to do it is to wrap everything inside the layout. And that's why we need this layout page. So in this layout, we're going to wrap our entire application with the sidebar and the info bar, which is this section right here. This is info bar. This is sidebar. That way we can have a layout for our entire app, okay? So first thing we're gonna do in here is I'm going to remove this for now. We're not gonna see anything, but we are going to need a component from Shadcn UI, which is the sidebar component, okay? So they have something called the sidebar provider. So that's something we need to import. So go ahead and say sidebar provider like this. And then inside this, we're gonna have two parts. The first one is gonna be our sidebar, and then the next one is going to be the info bar. So first, let's go ahead and create the sidebar. So this one is called app sidebar. So I'm going to say app sidebar like this, okay? And now I'm going to open up my folder structure, and I'm going to go into the components global folder, and I'm going to create a folder in here called app-sidebar, okay? Oops, sorry guys. Sidebar like this, and inside that a page index.tsx. Now in here we're going to export actually let's just use tsrafce, and let's change that to app sidebar, okay? And now in here all we need is a bunch of props. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say this needs recent projects, and we also have the user, so we need these two. And what is the type for this? First, let's set the type. So recent projects is going to be an array of projects. I'm going to say project from Prisma client and an array of it. And I also want user. So the user like this is going to be, actually, we can do that separately. We don't have to do it this way. So down here, I'm going to say user, and this is going to be type of user from Prisma client as well. Okay, and now we can destructure and grab these values. Now inside this, we're going to need to also, okay, I think we shouldn't do it this way because I know Shatsian UI sidebar has a bunch of props as well. So I think I have a better way of doing it, guys. Let's remove this here and let's remove this as well. Okay, just please follow through with me. We're going to change this up just a little bit more. Okay, so let's remove this and let's just have this section. So first thing I'm going to say is create an object here because we're destructuring it. And I'm going to say recent projects, user, and everything else inside props because their Shatsian UI sidebar is going to have some custom props as well. So we need that. Okay. What is this? Nope, I don't want to do that. So once we have this, we have to give this a type. So the type here is going to be recent projects. So copy this, paste it here. And this is going to be of type project, which is an array. And then after this, we're going to need to expand on this. So right here, I'm going to say and user is of type user and react.component props like this. And we're going to pass in the type of for the sidebar. Okay. And this one comes from components UI sidebar. So now our components are going to have all of that stuff in here. And what's the error in here? Okay, it's just declared but never used. That's totally fine. But this is how we can create the props and also get access to sidebar props. Nice. Now, next thing is I'm going to go to Shatsian UI. You don't have to do this because, actually, go ahead, do it with me, no problem. So let's go down here and I'm going to find the sidebar. Where is that? Oh, this is slider. Let me look for it. Just give me 1 second. Okay, and I'm just going to copy all of this stuff because I need all of these. So copy it. And I'm going to replace this with whatever I just copied and what seems to be the issue. Okay, it's just not used. That's fine. And I'm also going to copy all of the sidebar stuff and I'm going to replace this with that. Okay, so it's easier for me to develop. Now, inside this sidebar, I'm going to pass in some properties. So I'm going to say collapsible equal to icon. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in all of the props that comes in from right here. And then after that, I want to also pass in a class name. So the class name here is going to be the following. So I'm going to say this right here. So please pause and type. And then after that, for the sidebar header, I'm going to set the following class names as well. So I'm going to say padding top, X, and bottom. Okay. And then inside, this has got to be the header. So for this header, I'm going to change this from a closed component. You see this one's a closed component, right? We're going to change that to this one and hit enter. And inside this, now I can pass in all of the elements. So inside our sidebar header, we're going to have this logo and text. Okay, so let's go back. All right. And in here, I'm going to say sidebar menu item, menu button. That's better. Okay. And this is going to have size set to large like this. And then we're also going to have a class name. Okay. And this is just to change the open state. So in here, I'm going to say the following data state open is going to have this color. Next, inside this, I'm going to create a div like this, and I'm going to give it the following class names. So for this, I'm going to say this. So please pause and type this as well. And so this is basically the top section. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to also need an avatar icon. So this is also from Shatsian. So I'm going to say avatar and import the avatar from components UI avatar, the avatar image, and the avatar fallback. Okay. And so let's just break this down real quick, right? So we have the avatar here with the following class. So please put this style. And then after that, we have the avatar image, which is going to be from our source. And we'll get that in just a second. And for alt as well, just pass in something in here. And then the fallback, we're just going to say VI like this. And that should be it. All right, guys. So hopefully you got the code base as well. So you will have the image that comes with this, which is the logo for the company. Again, this comes completely free. You'll get the free license with the code base. Okay. If not, you're going to have to create something. Just open up Figma and create your own logo and just export it to PNG. Okay. Because this is our logo for Vivid. So now once I import that, this will work accordingly. Okay. Because it's going to look into the public file and it will pull out this image. Now, the other thing I need to do is I have to pass in this text Vivid, okay? So after the div right here, I'm going to say span, and I'm going to give it the following class name. So I'm going to say truncate text primary, text 3XL and bold, and I'm just going to say vivid like this. Okay, and let's just take a look and see what this looks like. Let's go back to our code. Okay, so app sidebar, of course, is not imported, so we need to grab that, right? So let's go back and import that component. So I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to import the app sidebar. All right, there we go. Looks amazing, okay? And again, you can expand this, do whatever you want, but I'm just going to make it simple and easy to use for now. Now, the other thing inside this is we need to pass in some props, and that's why it's giving this, but that's totally fine because we don't need it right now. We'll get to that in just a second. So let's scroll down inside our sidebar component, and after the span, we're going to need to create an, after the header component, inside our content, we're going to need to create some stuff in here, okay? So I'm going to create another component called nav menu. So in here, I'm going to remove this group, okay? And I'm just going to have this content. And so this is also going to have a class name. So let's first give this a class name, px of 3, margin top of 10, gap of y of 6, like this. And inside this component, I'm going to create the nav menu, nav main component, okay? And so this one is going to be a closing tag, like this, okay? And this is also going to need some data that we're going to need to pass in. But for now, let's go ahead and create this component. So open up your folder structure, and inside the add sidebar, I made a mistake here, guys. This is not add sidebar. This is app sidebar. And hopefully that changes the update. Okay, there we go. And inside this, we're going to create another file called nav-main.tsx. And inside this, I'm going to return the component, and I'm going to change the name. Now, this is going to have the following style. So let's, the following props. So let's go down, and I'm going to change this. So please do this with me, okay? We're going to destructure, and we're going to grab items directly from here. And in here, I'm going to change this to the following. So I'm going to say items is going to be an object, and this is going to have title in URL, which is a string, like this. And then after that, we're also going to need the icon, and the icon is going to be this specific type, which is react.functional component. And just pause and type this out, okay? The next one is active is going to need to be a Boolean, so that's optional. So let's grab that as well. And then we also have items, which is again an object, an array of this object, which is title and URL. Okay, so make sure you bring that in as well. Now this in here, this is items, right? So this items is not an object, it's an array of objects. So let's pass in that array in here as well. Now down here, I'm going to remove this, and we can return the sidebar group items in here. But before that, let's also import our nav main component. Now down here, I'm going to remove this div, and I'm going to say sidebar group like this, okay? And I'm going to say class name padding of 0 like this. And inside this, we're going to say sidebar menu. And the sidebar menu items is essentially the sidebar menu item. And this component is going to have a key, but for now, we don't need that because you only need the key when you're looping over stuff, right? But I just want to show you what this would potentially look like, and then we can update this. And next, we need to have a sidebar menu button, okay? Not badge, guys, sorry. It's a menu button like this. And this component is going to have as child, and the tooltip for now is going to be test like this. And then we're going to say class name is going to be the following. So $, path name dot includes, oh, sorry guys. So, okay, we need to get the path name. I forgot to do that. So let's go up here and first change this to a use client component. So use client up top here. And now we need the path name. So let's scroll down. And inside this component, I'm going to say const path name equal use path name. And we're going to invoke that. And then down here, I'm going to say path name dot includes like this. What seems to be the error here? Let me take a look. Okay, something is wrong, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, it's because I need to put backticks in here. Okay, so you want to put backticks and then $path name dot includes, and we want to include the item which we're going to get from here. So for now, I'm just going to say something test like this. Okay, and then if this is true, then we're going to say bg dash background dash 80. Okay, like this. All right, awesome. And now inside this element, we're going to hit enter. And I'm going to create a link component, which comes from next link. And this is going to have an href, which I'm just going to set to testing for now. And then we're going to need a class name. And this class name is going to be as follows. So please pause and type this. So we're going to say if, so we're basically going to say text large, but if the path name includes whatever we're testing right here, right? So whatever the path name is that we're looping over, then we're going to show a bold text, okay? That means we are currently active on it. That means we clicked on it like this. That's pretty much it. And in here, I'm going to first render out the icon that's needed, but we don't have that right now. So I'm just going to say, put a clock icon for now, and I'm going to say class name, and this is going to be text-large. And then we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have the text inside it. So I'm just going to say test sidebar item. Okay, there you go. Now you can see everything. And if you click on it, it's going to take us there. But of course, 404, or it's just not going to work, right? So let's go back and let's fix this issue. So all we did here is we created the sidebar menu item. And all we have to do is loop over all of the items that we have. And we have to return a sidebar menu item for each of those. That's pretty much it. That's all we need to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And now to do that, we're going to need to create like an object, okay, like a constant. And that constant is going to hold all of that value. Okay, it's going to hold all of the sidebar items. So open up your folder structure, go into libs. You want to create a constants.typescript like this. And in here, I'm going to say export const data equal to an object. And this is actually, yeah, you can say object. And we first need the user. So I'm going to say user like this. And for now test, I'm just going to say something like name, shadcn, right? And then for email, I'm just going to have an email in here. And then after that, I'm going to have avatar. And I'm going to set it to avatar like this, okay? And then after that, we're going to have the nav main items. So down here, I'm going to say nav main is an array. And for this, we're going to have the following. So first, we need the title, which is, of course, this has to be an object, sorry. So title, which is going to be home, because that's the first one. And the other properties are the icon and the URL href. So I'm going to say title, then I'm going to say URL/dashboard, and then I'm going to have the icon. And now where does this home icon come from? Well, we have created a custom icon set, okay? This is completely customized, and that's how this, stands out, and it's not the same thing that you have in ShadCN. Now, feel free to go and grab your own free pack that you can find online. Just go to the Figma community, and you can find like millions of different type of icons, all right? So just pick anything you want, or you can just use whatever ShadCN already has. So you can use a home icon like this, okay? So if you wanted to use ShadCN, just say Lucid React like this, and you're done. But I have already built custom icons. So if you have the code base, you'll get all of this stuff for free, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the code base and I'm going to grab that. Okay, awesome. I just copied and pasted everything in here. And now I can access all of the custom icons, okay? They're all SVG files, and they also change based on the theme. How cool is that, right? So for this, I'm going to say home right here. And let's see how I can import this, because I'm not going to find it right now. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say import home from home. And the other icons that we're going to need is also the template, the trash icon, shared, and the settings icon, right? So I'm going to import those as well. So I'm going to go up top. I'm going to say import template like this, import trash icon, and settings icon. You can do one more thing, guys. You can have one file and you can import everything into that file from your icons folder. And you can also export everything from there, so you can just get some type IntelliSense, so it's easier to grab everything. That way you don't have to do all of this. You can just have it in one line, okay? Or you can have all the icons in one file. And I don't like that. I love having individual files, but if you want to have everything in one file and have exports like this, that's fine as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say home icon like this. Awesome. And now the next thing we need is the second menu item. So let's go ahead and duplicate this. And this one, I'm going to rename it to templates. And the URL is also templates with lowercase. And this is template. Okay, so go ahead and pause this video and do this for all of the following, which is trash and the settings icon as well. Okay, awesome. There we go. I did it for trash and for settings. So if for some reason you don't know how to do it or you faced a bug, then this is exactly how you should do it. Okay, now that we have this, let's close this and let's go back to our component, which is our app sidebar, not the nav menu item, this one right here. And now we have to pass in all of those elements into our nav main. So I'm going to say items equal to data. Now, where is this data coming from? It's coming from constants. Okay, so let's bring that in, and we want the nav main to pass in that component in here. Okay, so I see an error here. Let's refresh and see what's the issue. Okay, so this component has to be a client component. It's telling you because of this problem, you cannot pass that object. So let's scroll up top, and we're going to say use client like this, and that should solve that problem. Okay, nice. So now we're passing in all of the data. And the other thing we need to do is go into nav main, and we need to get all of this and use this value. Okay, use all of these values. So down here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, the menu item, and now I'm going to loop over the items. So I'm going to say items.map, and for each of them, I'm going to return the following, which is whatever I just copied. I'm just going to paste it in there for now. And this is going to give me the item and the index. Okay. Then inside the sidebar item, I'm going to say key equal to the item dot the title. Okay. Never use the index. It's not good. And then down here inside the button, let's just make all of the changes. So the tooltip is now going to be the item dot title. And one more change, guys. This is not items. This would be item because it's singular. Okay. And then down here includes, we need to change this as well. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to change this and I'm going to say items.url. Okay. Awesome. And then after that, down here, I'm also going to change this. So href should be items.url. Okay. So you can already see everything is looping and it's rendering perfectly. And then down here, we have this one more test here. So I'm going to change this. And we're going to say if path name is equal to this, so it includes this. And that's pretty much it. And now we need to change the icon and change the text. So I'm going to say dot title in here. So now we can see everything. And you see it's also hovered, it's also bolded right here, right? And the next thing I need to do here is I also want to render out the item we have, the icon we have. So item.icon, and the class name is going to be text-large. Okay, so let's zoom in here as well so you can see clearly. Okay, and there we go. Looks awesome. So if you hover over it, you'll see this. And now if you click into it, it's going to show you background. Something else is wrong here. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so instead of BG background 80, I just changed this to BG muted, and there you go. It shows that this one is selected right now. Okay, this is exactly what we wanted to see, so great job so far. Now let's go ahead and let's fix this error here. We don't need index, so let's remove that. And now I'm going to remove the items we're not using, the components we're not using. And let's go back to our index page because we have to do some couple more things here. The next one is I want to have a recent open component. So let's go ahead and bring that in. And if you want to know what we're building, this is what we're building right here. Okay. And so as you can see, this is a global component. So it's all built really nicely. And this way it's easier for the developer to understand what needs to go into its own component. Okay. So this one right here is going to be a separate component. So down here, I'm going to say recent open like this. And now we can go ahead and create this component. So copy this name, open up your folder structure. You want to go in here. And inside the same folder, app sidebar, you're going to create a new one called new component called recent-open.tsx. And in here, I'm going to return a component and rename this component as well. Okay, awesome. Now, inside this component, let's remove. Actually, I want to try the other one, guys. So instead of tsrafce, let's see what else we have. So TypeScript, React class component, React functional component. Okay, this one might be better, or, okay, that's fine. I'm going to do it this way, and then I'll change it later. I thought it would automatically use the capital letter. So recent open like this, and we need to export default recent open. Okay, now in here, we're going to need some props. So this one is going to be recent projects like this. And this is going to be an array of projects. I'm going to say array of projects like this. And this one comes from Prisma clients. And now we're also going to go ahead and destructure it from here. Now inside this component, we also need to make sure to import this component. So go back here and let's import the recent open component. Okay, awesome. And in here, I'm going to remove this thing. So remove this component right here. Okay, and now we can return a sidebar group. So first thing I'm going to say down here is sidebar group like this. And inside this, we're going to have a sidebar group label. So I'm going to say sidebar group label like this. And that's going to have recently opened. So it looks very similar to this. Okay, awesome. Now after this, inside, after the sidebar label, I'm going to have the sidebar menu. Okay, and this menu is going to have all of the projects. So I'm going to say anything that's recently open, we're going to map over that and render it. But for now, we want to see what this looks like, right? So I'm just going to say sidebar menu item, menu action. Let me see what's the problem here. So sidebar menu. Okay, I don't know why it was not giving that. Oh, it did give it to me. Sidebar menu item. There we go. Okay, that's what I want. And for this, I'm going to pass in a key, but for now, I'm just going to pass in something. And then after this, or let's remove it so it catches the error. And then in here, I'm also going to need to pass in the sidebar menu button component. And in the button, I'm going to say as child, I'm going to say tooltip equal to, and for now, I'm just going to say testing. Okay, like this. And then after this, I also have a class name. So I'm going to say when you hover over this, show the following. So let me go ahead and grab the style. I'm going to say class name hover bg primary 80. Okay, and now inside this, I'm going to say button, which comes from components UI. This button is going to have a variant set to link. Okay, and then after that, we're going to have an on click, but we'll get to in just a second. And then we're also going to have a class name. So I'm going to put the class name in there, and then I'm going to say on click like this, and I'm just going to put this behind like that. Okay. Now inside this button, I'm going to have the following. So I'm going to create a span, and this is going to say testing like this. So let's see what that looks like. All right, there we go. Nice. Now, all we have to do is render out the menu item if we have any projects, recent projects, okay? So first thing is recent projects.length. So if this is greater than 0, then we're going to do something here. If not, we'll do something in here, okay? So if it is greater than 0, then we'll return this. But right now, of course, it's it's less than 0 because we have nothing. But okay, I see, because we're not passing anything, right? So that's why it's not going to render anything. So I'm just going to go back here, and I'm going to pass in some data, okay? So the recent projects, let's scroll up top, is coming from our props, which is going to be of type like this. And so I need to provide that in here. So now we can go in here to our layout.tsx, and we can pass in that value. So to get the recent projects, we're going to need the server action. So let's go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to copy this, and I made an error here. So this is recent projects, and let's copy this server action. And we're going to need to go into our actions project file. And at the bottom, I'm going to say export const get recent projects. And in here, we're going to have try catch like this. And first thing we're going to do is we're going to authenticate the user. I think you get the, you know how to do this already. So I'm going to copy paste this. So first get the user, and then change this to an async function. And then after this, we're going to need to say if status is 200, the same thing we did above, right? If it's not equal to 200 or there's no user, return an error, okay? And now if everything is good, now we're going to find that project from the user. So I'm going to say const projects equal to await client dot project dot find many, where like this user ID is check user, not clerk user, check user dot user dot ID. Okay, and then after that down here is deleted is set to false. Okay, then we're going to order by. Why is that not returning for me? Order by like that, and update it at. is going to be set to December. Sorry, not December, descending, all right? Then the next thing is we're going to take the first 5 projects. So that's another thing we need as well. So I'm going to pass that in. Now, if the projects.length is equal to 0, then I'm going to return an error, okay? I'm going to say status is 404, and error is set to no recent projects found, okay? Or available, something like this. Okay, then down here, I'm going to say, so this is successful. All right, that's fine. I don't know why I put it in the next line. And then here, I'm going to return status of 200 data and projects like this. Okay, so we can return that back. And you guys know the deal. I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here if there's an error. That's it. Now let's go back and let's import our get recent projects. Okay, awesome. And you're going to see this error because we're not using this, right? And so now we can use it. We can go down here and we can say recent projects equal to recent projects dot data or an empty array. Okay, just in case. And then the other prop that's needed in here is the following. So I need to say user equal to check user dot user. Okay? Awesome. And this can be a closed component. So I'm just going to do this. All right. That's pretty much it. Now I'm seeing this error here. What seems to be the problem? You cannot read length of undefined. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this error. Okay, so the problem is down here in recent open, we're not passing in those recent projects. I'm going to say recent projects equal to recent projects like this, and that should solve that problem. Okay, I'm also going to remove this component because I'm not using it. All right, looks good so far. And now we can go into the recent open component and just verify if everything is good to go. Okay, awesome. Everything is good. We just need to quickly update this because right here, we're checking if length is greater than 0, then we're going to need to render them out, right? So let's copy all of this. Okay, so you're going to copy these components right here to a sidebar menu item. And the thing that you're going to return here is you're going to say return recent projects.map. And for this, you're going to return the component. So just paste that in there. And then here, you're going to get access to the item. So let's say item and index. Sorry, guys, this is not an object. It's item and index like this. So I'm going to go in here now. And now I can pass in the key for this, which is going to be the item dot the ID. And we actually don't need the index. That's fine. We can remove that. Okay, so now we're rendering this out, and we also have to finish the onClick. Let's not forget about that. And we have to populate all of the values. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this so I can easily paste it. And tooltip is now going to be .title. Okay, and then down here for the class name, or sorry, for the span in here, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return item.title as well. Okay, so instead of showing nothing in here, if nothing exists, we don't even need to show this, right, guys? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this if statement right in here, okay? And I'm going to put that in here as well. So I'm going to say if recent open like this, do something here or do something in here. And now we can actually copy all of this. So let's remove this as well. And can I not shrink this? Okay, it looks like I can't. So I'm going to copy the entire sidebar group, and I'm going to paste that sidebar group in here. Okay, and now let's quickly fix this to make sure everything is good. All right, so only if we have recent projects will we show them. Okay, you can, guys, if you already purchased the code base, you might need to make this change. Just please go ahead and make that change as well. Should be very small, so I'd expect you to make changes like this anyway. So, all right. Okay, so once this is done, now we should see the the recent open render out down here. Great job. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to have a handle click. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to say on click, and up here I'm going to create my handler. So I'm going to say handle recent open, or handle click is fine too. So handle click equal to a function like this. And this is going to say const handle click like this, sorry. And this is going to be an arrow function. And this is going to have the project ID, which is going to be a string. And it also needs all of the slides, which is going to be JSON value. Okay, so let's get that as well. All right, nice. And then now I can copy this click handler and I can paste it down here. Okay, so the reason why this is screaming is because I have to say this way and then say handle click, invoke that, and now I have to pass in the item ID. So I'm going to say item.id and item.slides like this. Okay, so now you shouldn't have any errors. What seems to be the problem? Okay, it's because we're not using it in here. So let's go ahead and grab that as well. So inside this handler, first we're going to say if there's no project ID or there is no slides, then do the following. Okay, so I'm going to say toast, and I'm going to use Sonar right here. We're going to invoke this, and I'm going to say title. Why is it doing it this way? Title, okay. So the title is going to be project not found, okay. And then I'm going to have a description and a variant as well. So let's have that in here. And it looks like something is wrong with the title. What seems to be the issue? Okay, so this has a different structure actually. It says message and something else. So I want to actually remove this and I want to put that right here. So project not found. Let's just see this. I'm going to remove this and put it in the root of this component. And let's just see what it does. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to use toast. Okay, because I think I might be using this incorrectly. So, all right, guys, so this is what you got to do. You can use Sonar, or maybe let me just read the documentation real quick. Okay, so the first thing is I'm going to go into my root layout page, and I'm going to remove this toaster here, okay? And I'm going to import the one from Sonar. I want that one in here, okay? So, because this one looks so much better, like take a look at this. That looks really nice, very sleek, right? So once that's done, now we can go into this component and see how to use it. So it says use it this way and fire the toast. So I'm going to import toast from Sonar like this, and then I'm going to fire it. So just scroll down here and say toast. Okay. And now let's go back into the component. And also, if I remove this, can I see this? Okay, there you go. You can see it render. So now you have an idea of what that looks like. So what else can I pass in here? So I have the data. Okay, so I'm looking at the code here. I hate how that sometimes they don't give you any documentation. Look at this. There's no documentation here, but you have to hit the secret button right here, okay? And now you can see the code. So I'm going to put an object in here, and then we're going to say description, and this is no longer event has been created. It is project not found. So I'm going to say project not found like this. And then, oh, sorry guys, this is the title. Project not found is the title. And then description, I'm just going to say, please try again or something like this. And then variant, let me see if I have a variant option. Okay, I think I do have a variant option. So let's refresh this and see what it looks like. Okay, there is no variation. What else do we have? Okay, so I'm taking a look at the designs and documentation. It looks like they don't have a variation for Sonar, okay? But what they do have is something called toast.error. And if you click on it, it just shows something like this right here, okay? So you would have to set a style like this, and you would have to set the background to red or something. I'm just guessing, something like this, and only then would it work, because I'm looking at the documentation, and from what I found another source in here. You see, it shows you can say something called style. Okay, let's try this. So style, background color, red, for example, right? And then if you click on this, oh, that looks horrifying, but I think you get the point, okay? But I'm good for now on this. It just keeps it minimal and doesn't look really annoying, so I'm happy with this, okay? And so the reason why I have this here is because I was testing it and I just put this button. So let me go ahead and remove that. Okay, like this. Great job. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this toast and I'm going to say, if there's no project or if there's no slides, show the toast and then return. Okay, but if all of this is successful, then we're going to do the following. Now in this project, we're going to be using Zustand. If you don't know what Zustand is it's sort of like a client data management tool, just like, you know, Redux and React Context API, all of this stuff, okay? And Zustand is really, really simple and easy to use, but I've never seen it in a production environment. I really don't know why. It is very straightforward and simple, but they don't use it. But I will use it gladly because it is very simple, straightforward. You don't need crazy providers and stuff like that, okay? So go down here, and what we're going to do is we're going to say the following. So this is set slides, okay? And this is going to need to, we're going to need to pass in all the data. So right now we can just do it. So json.parse, and we need to pass in json.stringify. And in here, I'm going to pass in all the slides. And then after this, down here, I'm going to say router. So we need router as well. And to get router, let's go up here and say const router equal use router. And let's invoke this. And now down here, I'm going to say router dot push the user to presentation. Okay, this is another route. We don't have it right now, so don't worry about it. And let's change this to backticks actually. So backticks like this, $ project ID. Okay, nice. Now, how do we get this? So we need to create this store. We need to create the slide store. And in order to do this, I'm going to open up my folder structure. Let's shrink everything. And inside source, we're going to go down to, actually at the bottom, it should do that anyway. So create a folder. We're going to call it store. Okay. And looks like I already have it. So inside this, I'll now create the use slide store.tsx. So use.tsx like this. Okay. And now in here, we can do whatever we want. So I'm going to say export const use slide store. So use slide store equal to create. And where does this create come from? Well, this create comes from Zustand, so we need to import and install Zustand. So let's go ahead and do that. So open up your folder, open up your terminal, and I'm going to say bun add. I'm going to say Zustand. So looks like an error here. So bun add Zustand at 5.0.2. Okay, now let's go ahead and hit enter. So now in here, we can say create and we can invoke this. Now inside this function, we're going to pass in something called a reducer. Okay, it looks like a reducer, feels like a reducer, so I'm going to call it a reducer. Now, what is this? If you don't know what it is, it probably means not a developer, and that's totally fine. Okay, because in our last projects, I showed you how to build a full reducer from scratch with no library like Zustand or Redux. We built the entire state management tool from scratch, okay? So if you watch Plura or if you watch any of the clones or any of the projects I've built in the past, that will show you how to build it and will also explain how that works under the hood, okay? But for you, I don't think you want to waste any time, so you probably want the no fluff, what the hell is this answer? And this is what the hell it is, okay? So think about it as, first, for Zustand to work, we're going to have some states, okay? In these states, we're going to store states, basically. Like, right now, what is the state of this variable? That's a state, okay? So we're going to store the state in here. Now, to change these states, we can't directly say states equal to a new object with name set to parent. We can't change it and mutate it directly. We have to use a function, which is a mutation function to mutate the state. And that's called a setter. Okay, so we're going to call that set states. So essentially to change the state, you need a setter function right here. Okay, so this is basically how it works. And now, how do you tell what to do with the state? So for example, the set state right here, of course, tells us that, yeah, it mutates the state, but what does it do? What is the mutation itself? And that mutation is explained inside the function. That's it. So it's just a function that changes the state to something else and returns a new state that gets stored inside this state. That's it. Okay. Don't overcomplicate it. So in here, we can tell stuff like create a new variable, right? We can create a new variable. Then we can say remove this value x from states. So it'll remove it. And then we can say set the new state to this new response, something like this. So I hope you get the idea. That's what this is. Okay. So in order to do that, there's a bunch of boilerplate code. So let's go ahead and set that up as well. All right. So the first thing we need is something called a middleware from Zustand called persist. So I'm going to say import persist from Zustand middleware. And in here, I can now say persist like this, and I'm going to invoke it. okay? And inside this, I'm going to essentially pass in that object that tells it what's, sorry, this is not an object, guys. This is an arrow function. And inside this arrow function, we're essentially going to return, so right here, we're going to return an object, okay? And inside this object, we're going to tell it different states. So same thing, states. And then, for example, if this is null, and then what we want to do to it. So set states like this, okay? But of course, we're not going to type it this way because no one's going to understand what this means. What is the state itself? It doesn't make any sense, right? What if it's a name? It doesn't make any sense. So we're not going to understand by looking at these variables. And so we're going to create better naming conventions. That's pretty much it. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to create a type here, okay? And I'm going to call this interface slide state, okay? And for the slide state, what we need right now is set slides. That's the first thing that I need, okay? So I'm going to say this is a function that's going to be an arrow function. It's a setter, okay? And the state is called slides, okay? Which is going to be of state of type slide itself. So slide like this and an array. Of course, we don't have this right now, and we'll create it in just a second, but this is how we set that. And then after that, we're going to have an arrow function to change the state, to mutate this state, okay? But this is going to return void because we don't return anything from here, okay? And so in here, we're going to pass in some values to set the state with. And that's basically going to be called slides, which is again going to be of a specific type that we'll create in just a second, which is slide, but an array of them, okay? So now let's go ahead and create this type. So I'm going to open up my folder structure. I'm going to go into my lib folder and create a file called types, okay? If you don't have this, that's fine. I was just messing around with stuff. In fact, I'll just delete it so you don't come after me, okay? So types.typescript, and in here, I'm going to say export interface slide, which is going to have an ID string, slide name string, type string, content is going to be content item, which is another type. We're going to have slide order and class name. Okay, now what is content item? Now this is a really big type. Okay, so please just bear with me. If you have the, if you have the code base, just copy paste it. Don't waste any time and don't think about it for now. But essentially, what this is on the slide. What can you have? You can have the name of the slide, placeholders, things like the rows, columns, content, language, code, links, background color, all this kind of stuff. So that's what a content item is. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save myself million hours and I'm going to paste this in here. Okay. So like I said, all the variables, or all the things that a content item can have. Okay. So please pause the screen and type this with me, or you can copy paste it from the code base down below. All right. Now, what is this type here? This is another thing called content type. Now, a content item can be of a couple types that you can have on a presentation. For example, a column or a text field, or it can be something like heading, right? Or block quote, all this kind of stuff. And so for that reason, we need to create another type so we can identify what that is. And again, I'm going to save myself another 4 million hours and I'm going to paste this in here. Please pause the screen and type this without making any spelling errors, okay? It's very crucial. You do not make any spelling errors here or you're going to have a lot of annoying bugs and that's going to piss you off, I promise you, okay? So please copy paste this if possible. Ask some friend. It's totally fine. I don't care. Just make sure you get this, okay? Now, this content type right here is all of the following that we can potentially have in our application, all right? Now let's go back real quick and let's import this slide state that we created. So slide type, sorry. So let's import that. Awesome. So now we're not seeing any errors here. And this is saying it needs an argument. Of course, we don't have that. That's totally fine. We're going to pass it in just a second. Now, to make life easier, because we have this awesome interface right here, we can pass that in here. So when we want to call it in other components, we know what states we have and we know what setter functions we have. So I'm going to say slide state in here. Awesome. Very easy. Okay. Now this does something, this gives you an arrow function, but this also gives you something called get and set. It's fine. You don't have to worry about that for now, but in here is the main part. Okay. So first I'm going to have something called set slides. Or first, let me just get slides itself. So what is slides? Well, slides is going to be an empty array. That's the initial state. Okay, so I'm going to set that in there. And then the next thing to have in here is set slides. So set slides is going to be an arrow function that, of course, does not return anything. So I got to keep that in mind. So let's change this to like that. And this is going to have the slides itself, which is going to be of type slide and an array of them. Okay, what seems to be the issue here? Okay, it's just not used. And now inside this function, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to say set. Okay, and now this set is from here. So this is the helper that comes from this. So now this makes sense. Okay, so this is just like sugar. That's it. It's just syntactical sugar that makes it look nicer. So right here, I'm going to call this set now, and I can invoke it, and I can pass in the slides. So these slides right here. Okay, and that's going to update these slides with whatever's in here. That's pretty much it. Now, after this arrow function, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit enter here, so it's easier for me to identify what this is, or it's not letting me do that. Okay, that should be fine. I'm going to create, put a comma here after this, right here, after this arrow function. Okay, and I'm going to create another object. I'm going to call it name, and we're going to call it slides. Please don't make any errors here, okay? Slides dash storage, okay? Storage just like this, and that should solve that error. Now we don't need get for now, so we can remove it, but that's all you need to do to set the slides. So now in your application, in the future, if you want to create other states, you can come into this slide store because it's only for slides, and you can create some states in here. So let's say if your slide has some sort of a custom name, well, what would you do? You'll say name is going to be a string, and by default, you're going to set it here. So you're going to say name, and you can set it to an empty string, something like that. Okay, awesome. But for now, I don't need this. Eventually, we'll get to all that stuff. Now let's go back here, okay, to our component, and let's import this set slides. How do we get this? Now, first, we need to import that hook. So I'm going to say const equal to use slide store, and we're going to invoke this, and this will give us our set slides. How awesome is that, right? Nice. So now down here, after this part right here, when we're setting the slides, we can pass in all of the slide information as JSON content. Great job. Now, because we're using router and a hook in here, of course, this has to become a client component. So I'm going to say use client up top, and let's also spin up the browser, refresh everything, whatever you got to do. And it's saying next router was not mounted. So let's see what the issue is right here. Okay, it's because we're importing from next router. We actually want this from next navigation. Okay, so let's import that once more from next navigation. And just like that, everything should work as expected. Okay, great job. So now our slide content, or sorry, not slide content, our recent projects or recent open is completed. So let's move on to the next part. I also see, okay, so let's go into index.tsx, and now let's complete this part. Okay, so if you scroll down here all the way to the bottom, we have an avatar. Okay, that's cool. All right, everything's looking good here, but we're going to have this footer component, right? So I'm going to open up this footer component, and in here, I'm going to say nav footer. Okay, and this is another component that we need to create. So let's go ahead and build this out as well. So open up your folder structure, and in here, I'm going to say nav-footer.tsx, and I'm going to return a component and rename this to nav footer. And in here, I'm going to say Prisma user, like this. And this is going to be of type. So Prisma user is going to be of type user from our Prisma client. Okay. You don't need this, so you can remove that. And now down here, what we're going to do is first, I'm going to change this to a use client component. Okay, just like that. And this is going to have the following in here. So what we're showing in here is something like this. Okay, we want to show this footer component and also just some way to show the name and email. You don't even need this caret icon, that's fine, but maybe we'll create it, we'll see, but we just need something at the bottom. Okay, so let's go back here. And now, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const is loaded, because we need some states, so please type these states with me, and is signed in, and then we need user, and this is equal to a hook called use user from Clerk. Okay, and this will give you everything that you need. Okay, now down here, I'm going to hit enter, and next we need a loading state. So I'm going to say const, this is an array, loading, and set loading equal to use state, and let's invoke that and pass in false. And then we also need toast, but actually I don't want to use this toast, I want to use sonar. But by the way, guys, if you're using the code base in the description, that may not have sonar. So if you need to, update the toast to sonar, just please make sure you do that, okay? I'll try my best to see if I can update that. All right, so now in here, I'm going to say const router equal to use router from next navigation, and let's import that as well. And then if is loaded or if is signed in, and none of this is true, we're going to return null, okay? Or you can even return the user redirect the user to the landing page if you want, okay? Awesome. Now, let's go all the way to the bottom right here. We're going to remove this, and we're going to create a sidebar menu item. So I'm going to say sidebar menu, and I'm going to say sidebar menu item like this, and div, and I'm going to say class name, and this is going to have the following styles. Please pause and type with me. So once you're done with this, inside this div, we're going to basically say if no Prisma user dot subscription. So if they don't have a current active subscription, then we're going to need to do the following. So I'm going to return a div like this, okay? And it's not creating a closing tag for me. There we go. And inside this div, I'm going to give it the following class names as well, okay? So in here, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say the following style. So please pause and type. And then after this, I'm going to have a div inside this with the following styles as well. So what seems to be the issue here? Okay, not sure why it's not creating the closing tags. Okay, and this is also going to have some styling inside. And now I'm going to have a paragraph and a span. Okay, so that's basically this stuff right here. Get creative AI and all this stuff. Okay, so I'm going to say paragraph with this class name, get with a span that says text vivid, which is a custom color we created. I'm going to say creative AI. Now, of course, we haven't imported this component. I totally forgot about that. So let's go ahead and import nav footer. And now we're not going to have any data because we haven't passed in the Prisma user. So I'm going to say Prisma user equal to user like this, and that should solve that problem. Okay, awesome. And as you can see, we can see creative AI at the bottom. Great job. Okay, now let's go back into our nav footer. And after this, I'm going to create a span that says unlock all features, including AI and more. Okay. Now after this, guys, right here, after the span, you're going to see a paragraph tag. Actually, let's put this span outside this paragraph. Sorry about that. And down here, you're going to have a div. You want to hit enter. Okay. And then in here, we're going to create another div. And this div is going to have the following class name. So I'm going to say class name with this styling. And inside that, I'm going to have a button that says upgrade. That's it. So I'm going to say button component from components UI. I'm going to have the following class name in here as well. And then I'm going to have variant set to default, size large, and an on-click handler, which I'm going to create in just a second. But in here, I'm going to say if it's loading right now, then show upgrading, okay? And if not, just show upgrade, okay? So let's scroll up top and let's create this handler. Or maybe for now, let's just hide this, guys, and let's see what this looks like, and then we'll create that. Okay, there we go. Looks awesome. All right, guys, so I made a big error here. Probably should have done this a very long time ago. You want to go down into your TypeScript config, Tailwind config file, which should be right here, tailwind.config. And remember, we created new styles, but we forgot to actually update this file here. Okay, because we have to add the new gradients, the background, all that kind of stuff. This one came from the custom class, but there's other things that are needed to be wired up in here, right? So just for simplicity, I'm going to copy and paste this code in here. And this piece of code is from the GitHub. Now, if you don't want to copy that, if you don't have the GitHub, that's totally fine. I'll paste this completely for free inside the Discord, okay? So if you join the Discord, you'll get access to this. And I'll also paste the other thing, which is the package JSON, in case you don't want to, don't get stuck with the versions and stuff like that. Okay, awesome. Okay, great. So now all the colors are, the correct colors. So great job. I see an error here. We're actually supposed to have a rounded border here. just like this. So let me fix that. Okay, so down here where I say background of 80, I'm just going to say rounded XL. This looks nice, or I mean, you can click on it and see what it has. Okay, it has 12, so it's probably, I mean, we also have classes there. Probably should have done that too. Yeah, okay, there we go. So it's XL, so let's use XL. All right, awesome. Cool. Now let's scroll down here. And now after this, guys, after the bracket, you want to hit enter and you want to say signed in. This comes from Clerk. So you want to open this. And in here, you want to say sidebar menu item like this. And this is going to have the following properties. So I'm going to say size like this. Why is it not giving that to me? Size equal. Okay, something is wrong. This is not a menu item. This is a sidebar menu button. Okay, so let's import that. And I want to say size like this. And I'm going to say LG. And then after that, I'm going to have the following styles. So following class name. So I'm going to put that in here as well. All right, awesome. And then inside this, I'm going to have the user button. And this user button component comes from Clerk Nextjs. So let's go ahead and import that. And that will show my image, okay, the icon. All right. And then after this, we're going to need to create a div because we want to encapsulate the name and the email address. So what I'm going to do in here now is I'm going to create a div with the following styles. Okay, so just like this, please pause this and type. Okay, and then inside this div, we're going to have two spans. So I'm going to say span here and then span here as well. And the first span is going to have the user's full name. So I'm going to say truncate font semi-bold user.fullname. And in here, I'm going to have the user's email address. So I'm going to copy the same thing here, paste it here, and I'm going to say user.email addresses add 0.if this exist.email address, just like this. Okay, there we go. Great job. Maybe we can remove the semi-bold. Yep, that's slightly better, I guess, right? Okay, cool. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change this span's text color to text secondary, so it's a little darker here. Okay, awesome. Now you can click on this and you can sign out, you can manage the account, you can do a bunch of really cool stuff because we are using Clerk authentication. Now I'm going to go back and exit the nav footer because we are finally done with the navigation bar. So let's go all the way back to this component, which is the not recent open. I think it's layouts inside pages, layout.tsx right in here. Now that we're done with the sidebar, we need to create the info bar, which is this beautiful component up here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that as well. So after we say sidebar right here, I'm going to hit enter. And the first thing we need to do is we need to create this inset. Now, the cool thing about the Shatsy and sidebar is they give you something called sidebar inset. Okay, so we can bring that in and this will automatically push anything inward. Okay, you see, it's doing that, right? So that's what we want. And then after that, we're going to create another component, which is our info bar component. Okay, so I'm going to call it upper info bar like this. And inside this, we're going to need to pass in our props. So right now, I'm just going to say children like this. Okay, and now let's copy this name. Let's open up our folder structure. We're going to, let me just open this a little bit more so we can see. And then let's scroll down to components. Inside global, I'm going to create upper dash, I can't spell, okay, upper dash info dash bar, and inside that an index.tsx, okay? And I'm going to import use a snippet, and we're going to create a component in here, all right? Now, we need a user, so I'm going to say user is of type user from Prisma clients, and then let's also destructure this and grab the user from here. Okay, and now inside this, we're going to first remove this and change this to a header component. So I'm going to say header like this, and then we can do something in here. But first, let's go ahead and import our upper info bar component. It's going to scream at us because it needs the props. And so what we're going to do in here is let's just pass this prop right now. So I'm going to say user is equal to check user dot user. Okay, so we can pass in the user right away. And what seems to be the problem? Okay, something is wrong here. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, it's because we're not passing in children, right? So we need children as well. So I'm going to say children. Why is it not? Is react node. Okay, like this. And now that should no longer throw that error. Okay, nice. Now, inside this component, first we're going to have a header like I mentioned with the following styles. So go ahead and pause and type these styles with me. And then inside this, we're going to first have the sidebar trigger element. So I'm going to say sidebar trigger, and I'm going to import this, and that's going to give you this component. So you can shrink and grow the sidebar by clicking on this. All right, guys, so the first problem I see is when you shrink this, it kind of shows a little bit outward, right? So I'm going to reduce the px3 to px2 on sidebar content inside app sidebar index.tsx. And up here, we also have one more here, so I'm going to change that as well. Okay, you can keep that if you want, that's fine. But now it looks slightly better. Okay, great job. Now, after the sidebar trigger, I'm going to have a separator. So I'm going to say separator like this, and we're going to import this separator from components UI separator. We're going to say orientation vertical, and class is going to be as follows. Okay. All right, guys. So I actually don't like the border bottom, so I'm just going to remove this border here. Okay, and that should remove that. And I also don't have that right here as well. So I'm just going to remove that. And now let me just bring this back here. Okay, awesome. And now after this, we're going to create a div with the following class names. And this is going to be the search wrapper and stuff like that. Okay, so I'm going to paste these styles. Please pause and type. And then after that, we're going to have a component in here called a search bar component. Okay, now I've done this a million times, so we're not going to build a search bar again. But in one of the previous videos, we have built an optimized search bar. Okay, so in the most recent one, which is the previous Loom clone, you can watch that video. And in the Loom video, we showed you how to build an optimized search bar with throttling and all that kind of cool stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to say search bar like this. Okay, and then let's copy this name. Let's open up our folder structure, and in here I'm going to say upper dash info dot infobar, right? I think that's what it is. So infobar dot, or maybe search would be better. Let me think, guys. Give me a second. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to say upper dash info dash search bar.tsx, okay? And in here, I'm going to return a component and just rename that real quick. And then this is going to also need to be imported first. So let's go back and import that component. Awesome. And then down here, this div is going to have the following class names. So let me go ahead and put these class names in here. Okay. And then in here, we're going to first have a button. So this button is going to have a search and the word search as well, the search icon and the word search. So this one right here. So I'm going to say button like this and import the button component. We're going to say type submit, small, ghost variant with the following styles. And then we're going to have a search component. Now this search component comes from Lucid React. Okay. So let's go ahead and import that component. Okay. Awesome. And there we go. Now I'm seeing some errors, and let me see if I can fix this. Just give me a second. Okay. So all we need, I think, is an input field. So let me say input like this from components UI. And this input component is going to have first the type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be search by title. Okay. And then after placeholder, I'm going to say class name. And this class name is going to be the following styles, just like that. Okay. There we go. So it just pans onto the next line. If you want, you can keep it onto the same line. It's completely up to you. But I think this is fine, right? That seems okay to me because we have some items on the right side as well. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and close this now. This is good to go. And now we have our search bar. So if you want to add that search functionality, you can do that. It should be very straightforward. You just need to basically throttle the response. So when the user stops typing, only then you should make the request and then show all the responses, okay? Again, watch the previous video, watch the Loom clone. That will teach you exactly how to do that. Now, I'm going to have a theme switcher component, okay? So I'm going to say theme switcher like this, and this is a custom component. So let's go into global, and I'm going to create something called mode-toggle, and inside this an index.tsx. Let's return a component here, and let's rename that component real quick. Now, this is going to need to be a use client component, so I'm going to change that. And then up here in theme switcher, we're not going to need any props. So I'm going to remove these props as well. Okay. And now I need two states here. One is if it's mounted, and if and to keep track of the theme. So first one is mounted and set mounted. I'm going to say use state. Second one is a hook called use theme that comes from next theme. So you can look at the theme from here. And now I'm seeing this error because I need to import it. So I'm just going to go ahead and import this component. Okay. And let's go back in here. And then once this is done, now we can proceed. So let's go ahead and grab that use theme hook. So theme equal use theme like this. And now we can get the theme and set the theme as well. Okay. So we only want to run this when the client is mounted, when everything is mounted and we're good to go on the client side. And so for that, we're going to need to create a use effect. We're going to invoke this, and we need to pass in an empty dependency array. And inside this, we're going to say set mounted to true. Okay, awesome. And then once this is done, we can have the switch component. And the reason why we're doing this is because switch components are really, really annoying. And for some reason, you're going to see a lot of hydration errors. Okay, so only once it is mounted, you should use these switch components. Even modal sometimes has a problem as well. Okay, so yep, once we're done setting it, we're going to check if it's not mounted, then return null. All right, but if it is mounted, then in here we're going to have a div, and inside this we're going to have a switch component, which comes from not Radix UI. Let's import that once more. I'm not able to grab the component. Let me take a quick look. Okay, I'm just going to manually import it up here. Okay, so switch from components UI. All right, and now I'm going to say switch like this. Awesome. Next, how to know if it's checked? Well, it's checked if the theme is equal to light. All right, if not, we'll show dark mode. That's why. Now, what is the styling for this? Well, I'm going to say class name and set it to the following styles, which is height 10 with 20. Padding left of 1, data checked, set to this specific color. Okay, and then now we're going to have an area label that says toggle. So toggle dark mode. Okay, awesome. And then we can also close this. We don't need to show this anymore. And there we go. Okay, so if you're not seeing the switch component, guys, the reason is because you just need to refresh your server. Remember, I told you switch components are just really weird. So refresh the server, and then you should be all set. Okay. So now I'm able to see it, and now if I even toggle between it, everything works accordingly. Great job. Next in here, I'm going to have something called onCheckChange. So if it didn't work for you, that's probably because I didn't show you this. But basically, we just need to invoke set theme, and we're going to say theme equal dark. If it's true, make it light. If not, make it dark. That's it. Okay. All right, guys. So I spent a lot of time to make my switcher component look just like this one here. There you go. As you can see, works just as expected. And I put that inside the switch component itself. So if you go into the Shatsian UI, components, UI, switch, you will have that in here if you grab the code base from the description. Okay, so it's already good to go, so you don't have to do anything. But if you did not grab the code base, that's fine as well. Take it up as a challenge and try to build this out. Okay, you don't need it because it already works. You just need the switcher to work. That's pretty much it. But if you grab the code base, it's already done for you. Okay, now what I recommend is you create another file inside the global folder and call that mode toggle, right? Just like this, and have that component inside there. Okay, and this switch component should be exactly what Shatsian gave you, and you don't want to change it. I just put it in here so it's easier for me to code just for now, but just want to put that note in front so you can make that change as well. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it just took me a while, so great. Hope you enjoy. All right, now let's go back here. I'm going to go back to the previous page, which is upper info bar component, and then down here, we're going to need to create a couple buttons. Now, there are two buttons here. One which is a challenge for you, which is import, which we'll come to later on, not now. And the other one is new project. Okay, so the import button is basically, it's very simple. You just need to copy whatever the user is importing as probably some sort of JSON structure, right? That's what the slides are, and just import it into the database. That's it. That's all you have to do. But I want to leave it to you as a challenge. Okay, I'm going to leave it up to you as a challenge. Let's do the new project right now to show you how you can do it. And it's the same logic for import button as well. Okay, so let's go in here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have the following class names. Okay, so I'm going to put these styles in here. And then inside this, I'm going to create a button. So I'm going to say button like this. And I'm going to say size set to, actually, no need. This is fine. This can just be regular size. And inside this, I'm also going to have a couple more styles. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to set it to the following. Okay. And this one is going to have the upload icon from Lucid React, just like that. And I'm going to say import. Okay, nice. There we go. And then after that, down here, after this button, I'm going to create another component called new project button. Okay, and this one is going to be just like this. And what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to copy this name. I'm going to open up my folder structure, and in here, I'm going to create another component, another file called new dash project dash button.tsx, and I'm going to return a component and rename that. Okay. And now this component is first going to have const router equal use router. Let's import that. Okay. And I'm going to change this to use client as well. And then down here, I'm going to return the button itself. So I'm going to say button. Sorry, guys, this is the wrong button. Okay. I'm going to say new project, and I want to put the plus icon, which comes from Lucid React. Okay, nice. And now I'm going to also set some styles on this. So let's go back and first import this component so we don't see any errors anymore. Okay, and next router was imported from the wrong folder, from the wrong place. I'm going to do next navigation. That should solve that error. Okay, there we go. And now let's go ahead and fix this. So we're saying new project, awesome, but I'm going to change this to have the following props. So I'm going to say size, large, class name as follows. And then for disabled, we're going to need to see if the user has a subscription or not. Okay, because if user does not have a subscription, we're not going to let them create a project. Okay, so what I'm going to do here first is I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to say user and set this to an object. Say user is of type user. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say disabled is equal to no user dot subscription. Okay, next we're going to need to have an on click, and this on click is going to allow us to pretty much move the user to the create page. Now we don't have to worry about this for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this, and I'm going to have a work in progress flag up here, and I'm going to call this probably, let's see what I can say. Okay, so push handle click needs completion. Okay, something like this, something like that. All right. Okay, cool. So now I know what I need to do here. Awesome. And now I have the button set up. What's going on here? It's because I haven't passed in user. So let's go back and say user equal the user. Okay, let's see if that fixes that. There we go. Now, because the user does not have, a subscription, I can't create it. Okay, and I'm also going to remove this large from here. I don't like that. There we go. All right, nice. Okay, cool. Now, the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back. All right, let's go back one more step, and let's just make sure everything is resolved. What's the error on this page? On dashboard, oh, there were no errors. Okay, now let's go back into dashboard, page.tsx, and now we need to complete all the projects. Okay, so for each project, we're going to render out a project down here. Okay, now first thing I want to do is I want to create a not found component. Okay, and that not found component is going to show if there's no projects already created and stored in the database. So first thing is open up your folder structure. We're going to go into global down here, and we're going to create one called not found, and inside this an index.tsx, and then I'm going to return a component and change the name. Okay, now this is just do whatever you want. You don't have to waste time. Okay, save yourself some time, but I'm just going to do this real quick. I'm just going to have a div in here, and this div is going to have a component. Okay, and this component is called stroke earth. This is the icon, the custom icon that we created. So let me go ahead and import this up top here. So I'm going to say import this from icons folder. Okay, awesome. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div, and the div is going to have a paragraph and another paragraph in here that says nothing to see. Okay, very, very simple component. And now let's go back and let's import that component here so we can see what it looks like if we don't have any projects. So not found, there we go. And let's refresh this, and let's see where this is. Okay, now the reason why we don't see this here is because they were probably not rendering it out inside layout. That's the only possible explanation. So let's see if that's correct. Okay, so I see something called upper info bar, and we are rendering the children inside that, but of course this component may not be returning the the children elements. Let's take a look. Okay, so I think we don't need to render the children elements in here, guys. Really sorry about that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to change this to a closing component. And after this, I'm going to put the children. There we go. Okay, this is exactly what we want to see. Great job. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do in here is inside the dashboard page, I'm going to add padding 4 to this, because if you don't, it's going to take up full width, and that looks really odd. So this should fix that problem. All right, there we go. So now everything is better aligned on the page. Okay, great job. Or actually, I kind of like it when it's towards this side, guys, because if you look at this on the mobile device, I want it this way, but on the desktop, it's better if it's towards the left, or else it's going to be too much indented. It just looks a little weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say MD padding 0 and padding 4. All right, so now that we have the not found completed, let's copy this, okay? And then right here, we're going to first check if all projects, if this exists, dot data, and if this is true, then all projects dot data dot length is greater than 0. If this is true, then do something here. If not, do something here. So if not, we're just going to return the not found component that we created. And as you can see, now it's going to show not found. Awesome. Now, in here, what we're going to return is a component called projects, which is, of course, a new component. So I'm going to copy this name, and I'm going to open up my folder structure, and we're going to go into global, and we're going to create projects like this, and inside that an index.tsx, okay? And inside this, we're just going to render out a project card component, which is another custom component. So let's first just import this. Let's bring in the snippets and change it to projects. And then I'm going to go back and import the projects component. And then in this component, we can go ahead and make all the changes. Now, the cool thing is this project, like I showed in the demo, also has a bunch of really cool animations, okay? So we're going to show you how to create simple and easy animations using Framer Motion to make this a much more seamless experience for your users, okay? So first thing I'm going to do in here is this is going to need the projects, of course, so let's grab that. And this is going to be of type project, like this, and an array of them, okay? And now let's go ahead and destructure it from here, okay? And now we're going to return a div, but this is actually for Framer Motion, it's a motion.div, okay? That's how Framer Motion works. And now first thing is we're going to need to install that. So let's go ahead and grab Framer Motion. So open up the terminal. I'm going to quit everything. I'm going to say bun, add Framer Motion, at, and I'm going to put a specific version that I want, okay? And then go ahead and hit enter. Awesome. And now you have Framer Motion installed. Now you can import this component called motion from here, okay? So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say motion.div, like this. And inside this, we're going to pass in the following style. So I'm going to say class name is going to be as follows. So it's a grid, okay? And then I'm going to say variance, and this is a constant that we have to create. So for now, just say variance like this and just leave it empty for now. And then we're going to say initial, hidden, and then animate. The type of animation is visible, okay? Now, where do we get this constant? Well, we're going to go into our constants file inside libs. And down here, we're going to say export constant container variance. And this is going to have hidden opacity 0, visible, set opacity 1 to transition, staggered children 0.1. So this is the animation that we want. So when we start, it should be hidden with opacity 0. And then when it is visible, we want opacity 1, but the transition should stagger for each children. So over time, each child element is going to render in. Now we can go ahead and import the container variance like this. And that's pretty much it, okay? Now down here, I'm going to render out a component called project card. Now, since we don't have cards already, also let me spin up the server, so bun run dev. Okay, so because we don't have some project cards, I'm going to need to force and render this out. So how can I do that? Well, this is how I'm going to do it. So first is I'm going to create a component called project card like this. And actually, I'm going to do it in here. But I'm also going to need the project ID. Okay, so I'm going to need all the projects right in here. Okay, so let's go in here first. And for now, I'm going to first loop. Let's first just loop over this, and then we'll get to that, okay? So we're going to map over all of this. And then in here, we're going to return a component called project card. Okay, this is a custom component. So we'll create that in just a second. So copy the name, and you want to open up your folder structure, and you're going to scroll into global right here. You're going to create something called project-card, and inside that an index.tsx, and you can return a component and rename it. Okay, now let's quickly go back and let's import this component. Awesome, good to go. And then the next thing is in here, we're going to say key equal I, and this I is basically, actually, I don't want to put index, guys. Sorry about that. So I'm going to say project, and this is also going to give me index. Okay. Actually, I think they did make a fix for this, if I'm not wrong. Probably need to research that, but I think you can use the index from now, if I'm not wrong. Well, it's fine. For now, I'm just going to keep it in here. And after this is going to need a bunch of props. So we're going to pass in the project ID, the title, then we need the created at. We're just pulling it out of this. That's literally it. Okay. The source, which we'll get to in a second, is deleted. Slide data, just like this. Now, if the user does not have a source for the image already set, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say source project.thumbnail, or I'm going to go to Unsplash and just copy paste an image in here. You can pick whatever you want, and this is what it looks like. Just a basic image. Okay, so let's just put that in here. Now let's go into project card and let's import the types and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in those types. So please pause and type. Okay, project ID, title, created at, source is deleted, and slide data. Now this is going to be JSON value. So let's go ahead and bring that in from Prisma client. Okay, just like that. And then the next thing is down here. We can now destructure all of these values. Okay, awesome. And do we need anything else? I think that's pretty much it. And then down here, all we're going to do is we're going to pretty much render that out and also have a link so users can click on it, have the title, when it was created, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so it's going to be slightly complicated for me to go back and forth and show you because I need to create the data and all that kind of stuff. So for now, just understand what the project card is going to look like. This is what we're building. We have the thumbnail, we have the title, we have created at, and if the user clicks on it, what happens? And also, are we showing a modal? Things like that. Okay, so that's what we're going to be building right now. Okay, I just realized the reason why we can't use the button to just create a component is first because we don't have a subscription. Second, because we are not just using a server action. We have a bunch of really cool flows that are happening when the user tries to create new projects, okay? Because we're storing stuff locally and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna need to go in a linear fashion, so please just bear with me. So here's what we're gonna do right here. So go ahead and remove this, and we're gonna import motion. Okay, it looks like I have to import it from scratch. So I'm gonna go up top, and I'm gonna hit enter here. And I'm going to say import motion from Framer motion. And I'm going to also change this to use client components. Okay. And now let's go down here. And down here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have I'm going to actually change this down here first. So I'm going to say motion.div like this. And as you know, we also have to put the styles, the type of animation we want. So I'm going to say variance is equal to, and this is a new variant we have to create, which is called item variance. Okay, so let's copy this and let's go into our libs folder, into constants, and down here I'm going to say export const item variance equal to an object. And now to save time, I'm going to copy paste this from my file. This is all you have to do. So please pause the screen and type this animation out. Okay, awesome. Now let's go back here and let's import the item variance. Okay, nice. And now inside this, we also want to pass in some class names. So I'm going to say the following. So down here, I'm going to say if it's not deleted, right? So if this is true, then we're going to also show this one right here, okay, which is background muted to 50. But this is the other default style, so please go ahead, pause, and type. Then after this, down here, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have the following class names right here. And then after that, we're going to have an on-click handler, and this handler is going to allow the user to navigate to that specific project. Okay, so Let's go ahead, scroll up top, and I'm going to say const handle navigation is going to be an arrow function. And in here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to first say set slides. And since we need set slides, we're going to need to get that from our slide store, right? So you see how helpful this is now. So all I have to do is say const equal to use slide store. I'm going to invoke this. And now in here, I'm going to say set slides, okay? Now down here, I'm going to say if, actually we don't have to check. We can just say set slides like this. So set, I don't know why I did that. So set slides, we're going to invoke that and we're going to say json.parse, invoke it and say json.stringify, invoke it. And we want to pass in slide data. Okay, there we go. Next, we're going to need to push the user to that project ID. So I'm going to say router.push to /presentation and the project ID. Now, if we need router, you guys know the drill. We have to say router equal to use router, and let's import that. And now we can pass that in there. Okay, nice. Now, let's go down here, and inside this div, we're going to do the following. So this is a component called the thumbnail preview. So thumbnail preview component, okay? And this component is basically the image. That's basically it. But we're gonna need to pass in some, we would like to put in a different component so it's easier. So open up your folder structure, and inside the project card, you're gonna create thumbnail preview.tsx, like this, okay? And then I'm gonna return this component, okay, awesome. And then now this one is going to have slide. So I'm gonna say slide here, and this is gonna be slide like this from our lib types, okay? And then down here, I'm also going to destructure this. Awesome. Now, inside this component, also let's just quickly go ahead and import this so we don't see any errors. And let's refresh. Why did I not see any error? That's awesome. Cool. All right, so this is imported successfully. Now let's go into this component. And now let's render out the image. So now we're not going to be able to see it, but I want you to see it. So just give me a second. Let me do some tweaks and then we can see what's going on. All right, guys. So for now, what I did is I went into the dashboard page.tsx and I just rendered out the project card in here. And down here, we also need to pass in those projects, right? So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to say projects equal to all projects.data. Okay, just like this. And now let's go into the project card and now we can continue from here. So the first thing we need to do was a thumbnail preview, right? So let's go into the thumbnail preview component. And inside this, right up here, we're going to get also the theme, okay? And the theme is going to be of type theme, which we need to create in just a second. So I'm going to go into my types folder right here. And I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to say export interface theme like this. And this is going to have the following theme. So please pause and type this with me. So we're going to have name, font family, font color, and all of these props. Okay, so please just pause and type it. Or you can also copy paste it from the code base. Okay, now let's go back and I'm going to import the theme. Okay, there we go. And now the next thing I'm going to do down here is also import destructure and get theme from here. Now the next thing I want to do down here is I'm going to have a div. And so as you can see, it's already showing, right? If you are looking at it on desktop, it's going to look massive because it's not inside the projects folder. That's why it looks like this, okay? So what I'm going to do is in here, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say class name, and this is going to be equal to cn function. We're going to invoke that, and I'm going to pass in a couple styles, okay? It's going to be div, just like this. And please go ahead and type this as well. And then after that, I'm going to have a custom style, okay? And this style tag is going to have the following style. So please go ahead and paste this as well. Okay, it's saying font family cannot read font family of undefined. Okay, let me see what's the issue. Okay, and the problem is because we're not passing in the theme. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to say theme equal to theme. And this one comes from the props actually. Actually, sorry guys, this does not come from the props. This comes from our libs constants. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say themes like this. And of course, we're going to need to create this. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom. And now I will post this inside the Discord as well. These are all the themes for our application. There's so much, so we cannot, you physically cannot type it. And I don't want you to type it as well. Okay, so just show up in the Discord and I will post this file in there. Okay, it's all of the themes that we can potentially have in our application. Now you can go in here and create any kind of theme that you want. and you should be all set. Okay. Now, the other thing here is this theme has to be of type the theme that we created. So import that one, and there you go. Okay, nice. Now let's go back, and I'm going to bring in the themes right here, and we're going to pass it down here. There we go. What's the problem here? It says theme is missing. Something is wrong, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, so we just can't directly pass this in here, guys. Let's go back up top, right in here, and I'm going to say const theme equal to themes.find. Okay, find like this. We're going to invoke this, and we're going to say for the theme, we want to return theme where the theme.name is equal to the theme name. Okay, so theme name like this. And now where do we get this theme name from? Well, that's going to come from in here. Okay, so I'm going to add it as a prop. I'm going to say theme name, and I'm also going to destructure it right here. And now we can say theme name like this, or I'm going to say themes at 0. Okay, now we can pass this one down here, and let's see if that fixes everything. Okay, something is still off. Okay, everything looks good. We just need the slide as well, so we can pass that, and that should hopefully fix the problem. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is in here, I'm going to say slide is equal json.parse json stringify slide data if it exists .1 at 0. Sorry. Okay. And now, of course, it's going to say undefined. That's fine. Don't worry about it. And so for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a work in progress flag, and I'm going to say add the slide data, and I'm just going to comment this out. And now let's go back into the thumbnail preview component. And then down here, after this, inside the div, I'm going to say if slide exists, then I'm going to create a div like this. And this div is going to have the following class names. Okay, what seems to be the issue? All right, like that. And then in here, I'm going to create the class name like I mentioned. And then inside this, I'm going to have a component called master recursive component. Okay, now this is going to go into a whole bunch of stuff like the content renderer and every single thing where we don't really need that for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show something like this is the slide. Okay, and I'm going to go up top, and I'm going to create a work in progress flag, and I'm going to say add a preview of the slides. Okay, so the first slide is essentially going to be rendered out here, kind of like a preview into what's inside it. Okay, and that's actually the real slide itself. So that's why we're going to need to pretty much build that entire system before we can build this part right here. Okay, now after this div, what you're going to do is you're going to go to this if block here. You're going to create another div, and inside this, sorry, I cannot type. Okay, and inside this, I'm going to create a class name, and I'm going to give it the following styles. Okay, just like that. And then down here, I'm going to have an image component. Okay, and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say image like this, and this image is going to come from Lucid React, just like this. There you go. Okay, just to show something for now. Okay, now once this is done, you are good to go. Let's close this component and let's go one step behind. So I'm going to go into my project card index.tsx. You can also look at this if you need any help. It'll show you the breadcrumbs, right? And so now I'm going to hit enter after this, and I'm going to create a div with class name set to width full like this. And then down in here, another div with class name set to space -y-1. And then inside this, I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say h3, which is a title, basically this stuff. Okay, so let me go ahead and copy the h3. So please put these styles for the title. And then after that, I'm going to have the time. So for this, let's create another div. And this div is going to have the following styles. And inside this, we're going to have a paragraph. Okay, so I'm going to say paragraph. And this is going to need a suppress hydration warning. Okay, so please put that as well. And now I'm going to need to create a helper function. Now this helper function is going to help us pretty much convert the time into something that we can show in real time right here. Okay, so time ago, like how long time ago was this created, basically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the folder structure, and I'm going to go down here into, let's see, where is this? Libs right here. And I'm going to create a new file. Actually, we don't need to create a new file. We already have utils. So I'm going to use the utils file. And down here, I'm going to say export const time ago equal to an arrow function. And this arrow function takes the timestamp. And inside this, also this timestamp is going to be a string. Okay. And now let's go back and quickly import the time ago function. Awesome. And now let's go back here so we can update this. So first thing we're going to do is create a new date. So I'm going to say new date like this. Then I'm going to find the difference in seconds between when it was created. Okay. So I'm going to say difference in seconds equal math.floor now.getTime minus new date, pass in the timestamp, dot getTime divided by 1000. Okay. So now we know the difference in terms of seconds. And then we're going to need to create time intervals. Okay. So this is a constant. And guys, I use ChatGPT for this. So I'm going to give full credit to ChatGPT. But basically, you're going to say const intervals like this. And you're going to put all the intervals we need. So year, month, days, hours, minutes, and seconds like this. Okay. And then after that, down here, we're going to have a for loop. Okay. So you're going to say for. Let I equal 0, I less than intervals dot length, I plus plus, and then you're going to say const intervals equal intervals at I, and then you're going to say const count is math.floor difference in seconds divided by the interval value. Okay? Awesome. Then if it's greater than 1, if the count is greater than 1, then I'm going to return this, basically the count, so 1 day or 1 month, whatever, and the label as well. So if it's year, months, days, hours, or seconds, and then I'm going to say a go. Okay, awesome. If not, if it was just created right now, I'm going to return and say just now. Okay, awesome. Now let's go back here, and there you go. Now you can see it's going to show just now because it's just created. Okay. Now after that, down here, if this project was actually deleted, or then we want to show like an alert dialog box where they can create a click on a button called recover, and they can recover that. Okay. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say is delete like this. If this is true, do something here. If not, do something here. Okay. So for this section, we're going to use the alert dialog box. Why is it not showing? Dialog box. Okay, so I'm going to create a custom component called alert dialog box. Okay, so go into globals and I'm going to call it alert dash dialog. Okay, and we also want an index.tsx to do that as well. And then I'm going to use our snippet and then change the title. Now, this dialog box is going to need things like, open, the states, like the class name, description, all that kind of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some props. So let's go ahead and grab those props from here. Okay, nice. And then afterwards, I'm also going to destructure it from here. So go ahead, destructure, and bring in all of those. Okay, nice. Now, down here, I'm going to remove this. And if you want, you can go to ChatScene and copy paste this, but I've already done that. So this is exactly what we need. It's very straightforward. I'm going to explain everything in detail. Okay, first we need the alert dialog. So let's go ahead and import that component. Then the next thing is we're going to set the open state to whatever we get from here. So open equal to open. And then onChange is equal to handle open. It's a function that we are giving the user complete freedom over. Okay. Then after that, we're going to have the alert dialog trigger and the alert dialog content. So let's go ahead and grab these as well. And this one, we're going to say as child, and we're going to pass in the children items. So whatever the button is, like for example, recover, delete, add, we can use those buttons and pass it in here as well. So if you click on that, that's going to show the alert dialog. Okay. Okay, cool. Now inside the dialog content, we're going to have header and footer. Very straightforward. So let's go ahead and import this one as well. Awesome. Just like that. And now inside the header first, we're going to have title and description. So I'm going to say title and description. And we're going to say, are you absolutely sure? And just put the description the user wants in here. Done. That's pretty much it. Let's go to footer now. For footer, I'm going to use the alert dialog cancel button. And I'm going to say cancel in here. And inside this, I'm going to have a button to submit. Okay. So I'm going to import the button component. And this button component is going to have the following. So I'm going to say variant destructive class name onClick is the onClick. Okay. And this function onClick is what the user wants to do. Now in here, if it's loading, we're going to return the loader to icon with the animation spinner. Okay. The spinner animation. If it's loading, if it's not loading, show continue. That's literally it. Nothing else. Okay. And this loading state is coming from what the user passes in. Now let's go back and let's import the alert dialog box. Okay, just like that. And this should be an open component. And now let's go ahead and pass in the description. So the description I want is going to look like this. So I'm going to say this will recover your project and restore your data. And I'm also going to just comment this out for now so we can see it in action. Okay, where is that? Okay, it's not yet here. That's fine. So after that, we're going to need to pass in a class name. Oh, it's not here because I don't have any children items. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. So now I need to pass in the class name. So please pause and type these styles. Then we're going to have an on-click, loading, open, and handle open, right? So first, let's go ahead and do the loading. So to get the loading state, we're going to need to go up here and create a state called loading. So I'm going to scroll up here first and put the states up top. So const loading and set loading equal to use state, okay? And you want to say false. Now, you want to go down here and you want to set loading equal to loading like this. Okay, nice. And now once this is done, we can also add the other stuff. So after loading, we have open, and open, like you guessed, is another state. So let's go ahead and create the open state. So I'm going to scroll up top. I'm going to duplicate this, change this to open, and I'm going to change this to set open like this and set that to false as well. Okay. And now let's scroll all the way down here. And inside this, the next one we're going to need to have is the on-click and handle open. So I'm going to say on-click is handle recover, and handle open is just going to set open to opposite of what open is. Okay, that's pretty much it. So let's change this. Okay, nice. And now, of course, we don't see anything in here. So let's go ahead and return something. Okay, so down here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a button component. So I'm going to say button like this and import button. We're going to have size, variant, ghost, class name as follows, and disabled set to loading. Okay, there you go. Now, down here, we have something called recover. So if you click on this, we're going to recover this, and the user can then pull this out of the trash, basically. That's the whole feature. Okay, so let's go up here. Okay, the reason why I'm not seeing this title is because fake title like that. There we go. Much better. Do we have a description? Okay, we don't have description, so let me increase this to see. This is the title that I want to see. Hey, there we go. Looks amazing. Okay, so let's go down to this recover, and if you click on this, there you go. It shows the modal, and you can click on cancel, continue, whatever you want. Okay, awesome. And I don't know why let's go back into alert dialog. Where's the cancel button? Okay, cancel. We have something here called continue, and that does not look like destructive. Why? Variant destructive. Very odd. Okay, maybe that's just a theme that I added, so I guess you might want to change that. Completely up to you. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. Why do I have this open? All right, let's go back, and now I'm gonna work on the on-click handler. So the on-click handler is called handle recover. So let's scroll up top here, and after this, I'm gonna say const handle recover is equal to an arrow function, and this is gonna be an async function. Okay. And in here, I'm going to say set loading first to true. And then after that, I'm going to say if no project ID, then we're going to set loading back to false. Okay. So I made a mistake here. Sorry about that. So set is loading to false. Then we're going to return a toast message. Okay. We're going to show a toast. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say toast like this. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to say error project not found. Okay, something like this. And then in here, I'm gonna add the variant, or I think we have style. I think we had, let me search for where we use toast again. Toast, nope, not toast options, sonar toast. Okay, I don't want that one. I want toast, and I want something like, I thought we did use it somewhere, didn't we? Okay, anyway, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to error, and I'm going to place this inside a description. So put an object as a second parameter, and you're going to put a description set to project not found like this. Okay. And so this should work. Let's see down here. Okay. So if I click right now, we're not going to find that because we don't have a project, and that's what we expect to see. Great job. Now, after this down here, I'm going to return if we had to fire this toast. And then after that, I'm going to have a try catch. And inside this block, we're going to essentially have a server action that can recover the project. But I think you guys understand the point right now. This is the way to code when we don't have any data, okay? Right now, we don't have the real project ID, so nothing's going to work if we try to delete it, but we can definitely create it right now because we're going to need to come to this anyway, okay? So go ahead and say const response equal await, and then this is async, so awesome. Await recover project like this, and then in here, we're going to need to create the server action. So just go ahead, copy this title, go into actions folder and go into project. And at the bottom, I'm going to say export const, which is a server action. Okay. And this is going to need the project ID, which is a string. And in here, I'm going to create another try catch. And first, I'm going to say const check user. I think you guys already know. So I'm just going to copy this section. You can just go up here and copy it from here. Okay. And so I'm going to paste it down here. And first, we're going to await authentication. And then if that's successful, and if it's not successful, return error of 4 or 3. Okay. Now, we need to update the project and mark it as deleted if the user tried to, change it from as deleted to false if the user tried to reverse this. So how do we do this? I want you to take this up as a challenge. Pause this video and try to create this action right here that will basically go into the database, go into the project, and update it by changing the data and setting is deleted to false. Okay? If you don't know how to do it, I'll show you exactly how to do it. Okay, cool. Welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. So we're going to say const updated project equal to await client.project.update. And in here, we're going to say where, and we're going to update it for ID and set project ID like this. But what data do we want to update? Well, we're going to change is deleted to false. That's literally it. Coding is so easy, guys. Literally anybody can code. All right. So down here, I'm going to say if this is not true, so something went wrong or we didn't get this, then we're going to say fail to recover the project. Okay, we're going to send that error status of 500 as well. Now, if this was successful, then we're going to say 200 and we're going to send the updated project. Now I'm going to copy this catch error and paste it in here. And now we're good to go. So let's go back here and let's import my server action. And then now after this, if the response.status was not equal to 200, then what are we going to do here? Well, we're going to throw a new error. So I'm just going to say throw new error, failed to recover project, okay? Because in the catch block, you can show the toast and show the message, okay? So up here, after this, I'm going to say set open, and I'm going to set this to false. And then we also need router, okay? So I'm going to say router.refresh because the user just deleted it. So it's going to refresh everything, keep all the states as is, and it's going to continue from here. And then down here, I'm going to say toast, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it in here. I don't know if they have a success toast. Oh, they do. Nice. So I'm going to say success project recovered successfully. Okay. And let's copy this and just paste it here so we can try it out and see what that looks like. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to undo this real quick. Okay, nice. Now, if there was an error, what do we do? I'm going to copy this toast and show that toast down here. So I'm going to say toast.error, or oops sounds better, okay? And then down here, we're going to show the message. So for the description, I think what we could do is we can say error like this, or what are we getting back here? Let me see. Okay, that comes through the response. Well, yeah, we can pretty much put the error in here. I think that should be fine. Let's see. Okay, so this is unknown. We don't know what this is. So what I'll do, guys, is because we don't know this error, I'll console.log the error. Okay, and for the user, we don't want to show the real error message. Okay, we're going to say something went wrong. Please contact support because it's something bigger than a regular error. And what I'm going to do in here is instead of showing this and saying, hey, something went wrong, right? And then just throwing it to this error, well, guess what? We're going to have the error status in here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to remove this and paste it in here. That means if the status is not 200, show this. We don't really need to refresh. So what we can do is we can exit out of this. We can return. So I'm just going to say return right here. I'm going to say toast.error, oops. And instead of saying something went wrong, now we can change this to res.error. Okay, there we go. Nice. And if nothing exists in here, for some reason, we'll just say something went wrong. Okay, awesome. Now let's scroll down here and let's make sure everything's good to go. All right, I think everything is good to go. So let's just quickly refresh everything and we can continue building. So let's scroll down here and now I'm going to uncomment this stuff. So remove this and remove this as well. Okay, and now down here, if everything is good to go, then we can show another alert dialog box. That means the element is not deleted. And this way the user can actually delete this, okay? So let's go ahead and copy the same thing up here. So copy this. And actually, I'm going to copy it from here because I think I might have slightly different styling. So I'm going to paste it down here. I think it might be just a little bit different, okay? So for a description, this will delete your project and send it to trash. Class name is going to be the following, so please add the same class names. And then down here, okay guys, I get it. So down here, we passed in the green styling for the button. That's why, okay? So maybe it makes sense to keep it green, I guess. So that's fine, okay? But up to you, all right? So here, I'm gonna say red like this. And then here, we're gonna have handle delete. Of course, we'll get to that. We have loading, open, and set open, okay? For the button, we're gonna say ghost, this color right here. And then we're gonna have disabled set to loading, and we're gonna say delete in here, okay? Now let's scroll up top. And I'm gonna say const handle delete is gonna be a server action. And this is going to be an async, sorry guys, not a server action, it's going to be an arrow function. And this is going to be an async function. And first, we're going to set loading to true. And I actually want to see if you can take this up as a challenge as well. We just did a full example of how to recover the project. How about deleting the project? So go ahead and pause this video and try to give this a shot. Try to delete this project by setting the isDelete property to false. Maybe you can create another server action as well called delete project, and then you can change it from there. Okay, go ahead, do it. If you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you exactly how to get the answer. Okay, so great job. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly what you need to do. I'm going to copy everything inside handle recover. Okay, and I'm going to just paste it in here. And now the next thing I want to do is I just want to change up the names, okay? So if there's no project ID, set loading to false and say project not found, okay? No problem. And we want to return, and I'm going to change this to an error. And then down here, actually we can do that here as well. So toast.error. Okay, nice. And then here we're going to say return after this. And then finally, we're going to say const res equal await. This is called delete project, which we'll get to in just a second. And then if it's going to be pretty much the same thing, right? So maybe we can do that first. So I'm going to scroll up top, click on this, so it takes me directly into that file. This is how you speed up your workflow, okay? And then I'm going to say const export const delete project. And this is going to need the project ID to delete, which is a string. And then I'm going to scroll up here. I'm going to first need a try catch. So I'm going to say try catch like this. What's next? I need authenticated user. So let's put that in here as well. And this has to be async as well. And then the next thing is I'm going to need to check if it's not 200 and return 403 if it's not authenticated. So I'm going to do that. And then later, after this, I'm going to need to update the project. So hopefully you got the right answer. It's literally the same thing. So you can go up here, grab this, and paste this down here. Okay? And all we're going to do is change this from true to false. That's literally, I'm sorry, from false to true, because now we're deleting the project. Okay? Then, next thing is, if this was not successful, return 500. But if everything was good right after this, I'm going to return 200. And I'm also going to show the updated project. I'm going to return the updated project in here. So I'm just copy pasting that from up there as well. Now, if it's a 500, if it's a server error, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in here. Okay, great job. Now let's go back And let's scroll down to delete project, and let's import the delete project server action. Now, if res is not equal to 200, same exact thing, but instead of this, I might want to say something like failed to delete the project, okay? And of course, we're going to have the error in here. You see, we have it saying failed to delete project, right? That's great. Now, after this, we're going to return, then we're going to set open to false, then we're going to send router.refresh, then we're going to do toast.success, and we're going to say project deleted successfully. Then in catch, we're going to have console log error and toast.error saying, oops, something went wrong. Please contact support. Okay. Now, if you click on delete, now you see it's showing that you can delete it and it's red color. Awesome. All right, guys, so we need to make one more change here. So these props are actually wrong. We don't need these props in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove source. We don't need that. Okay, so let's go in here, remove this as well. And just to make sure we have the same thing, make sure you have project, title, created at, theme name. So I'm going to bring this up here, is deleted, optional, and slide data. Okay, and this is all we need. What about the source? Okay, we have thumbnail preview. That's fine. All right, guys, so one quick fix. We're going to go into the project card index.tsx. And then down here, since we're already using this thumbnail preview component, we actually don't need to pass in the source, okay? So I'll show you where we can do that. So let's go to the projects index.tsx, and you're going to find a source in here, right? And the reason why we don't need the source is because we're going to be using this for, we don't need the thumbnail here because this is the, the user's projects, okay? And so because of that, we just want to show the preview of the slides itself. So we'll be using our canvas and all the crazy stuff to render it out in here, and we don't need the thumbnail. So just go ahead and remove this. And we also want to go into the project card, and you should find, let's make sure we've removed everything in here. What seems to be the other problem? Let's just take a quick look. Theme name. Okay, so there's something called theme name, and that's something we got to pass in instead. So I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to say theme name equal project.themename, and that should solve your bug. All right, so now we have completed the dashboard page to, I guess, probably 90%, right? The only other thing left is this one right here, which is to create the project. So let's go back into our code, and we're going to open up our folder structure, and we're going to scroll down. First, let me just shrink everything. I'm going to open this up, go into components, global, and I'm also going to remove this project card here because we no longer need it. So let me go ahead and remove that. Okay. And then inside this, I have one more error. So let me just solve this. What's the issue? Okay, thumbnail preview. And this is just an image for now. Okay, we'll get back to this, guys. What I'm going to do here is I have add a preview. Okay, this is fine. I just want to make sure I sort of comment this out. Just give me 1 second. Let me comment this first. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this out, all right, because we can catch it in the work in progress flag. I don't want, annoying red color stuff to show up on my code base, okay? So I'm just going to comment that out, all right? Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go into my components, like I said, in here, and I'm going to search for upper info bar, and I'm going to click on new project button, okay? And now what we need to do in here is when the user clicks this button, we want to send the user to a different page. And that page is the /create page route, okay? So first thing is we already have use router. That's great. So let me just bring this up here. And now I'm going to uncomment this, okay? And this in here is just going to have router.push, and we're going to push the user to create-page just like this. Now, just for simplicity's sake, because we don't have subscriptions and payments set up yet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up Prisma Studio. So if you don't know how to do this, it's Bunnex Prisma Studio, and then that's going to open up just like this for you. And then go ahead and scroll till you find the ID, the subscription, and just change this to false. Change this to true and hit save. And once that's done, let's go ahead and refresh this. Okay, and once you refresh it, you should see this as a valid button to click on. So if you click on it, it should take you to the page that we need. Great job. And I just want to point out one more error. If you try to open this, it shows this error here. This is something that is out of our control, okay? because it says dialog content requires a dialog title, which is technically correct, right? You do need to have this for screen readers. And so what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to go into your UI folder, and you're going to need to find where we're using this dialog content, and accordingly, you're going to need to change it for the sidebar. Now, this does not matter because it's not going to show up as an error. It's more like, I mean, in production, this will just be hidden. You're not going to see that anymore, okay? So it doesn't obstruct your code. It's just that that's how Shatsian is set up. I'm not sure why I'm getting that. I probably shouldn't, but as you can see, now I'm not. So it's probably just because of that. You need to have a dialogue content and needs to have a dialogue title, okay? So next thing I'm going to do in here is once we push this user, now we have to accept this user, accept this page. Sorry, not push this user. Once we push the user to this page, now we have to accept that and do a bunch of things, maybe create some page locally, whatever. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. So go ahead, open up your folder structure, and inside dashboard pages, you want to create another route called create-page. And inside this, a page.tsx, okay? And this is also going to have another folder that is called components. And this folder is not going to become a route because we're using this right here. Okay, it's going to ignore it. Nextjs will ignore this route and it will just consider it as a folder. And inside this, we can put all local components that are local to this page only. Now, this is crucial in a production grade development process, and the reason is because you don't want other developers on the project to get confused, okay? Because sometimes your components should only be used on your pages that you're working on. And the reason is because if you have multiple teams, you don't want to confuse each other saying, hey, this one is going to reflect on my page because we made a change, and as a result, it's going to reflect in their work. So we don't want that. And so for that reason, you can create this folder and you can kind of group all the components into this route only, so nobody can reuse these components, okay? You can call this anything you want. I'm just calling it components for now because it makes more sense, okay? Nice. Now, inside page.tsx, I'm going to return a component. I'm just going to call it page like this. And now I'm just going to remove this and return a main page. And I'm going to say width full, height full, and padding top of 6 like this. And inside this, I'm going to create a suspense component. And this suspense component comes from React, okay? And we're going to have a fallback for this. And this fallback is going to be a skeleton page, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my create. Actually, let's go into this component right here. And I'm going to say create page, okay? And inside this, I'm going to say create page skeleton.tsx. And now in here, I'm going to return and just rename this component. Now let's go back and let's import this component in here. So create page skeleton like this, and that should solve that error. Okay, awesome. So every time this page loads, in case there's some sort of a API call or it's taking some time to paint these images, or there's some sort of an animation happening, we can essentially show this create page skeleton, okay? Now, if you don't want to waste time, I highly recommend you skip this page, okay? Skip this page so you save yourself a bunch of time. But if you want to have a nice onboarding experience for your users, you can do the following. So if you grab the code base, you can just go to the code base, and you should find this file in there, okay? Copy it from there and paste it in here. It's just a loading skeleton that we're leveraging with Shatsian UI, okay? So you don't have to do this. Just say the word loading so you understand how it works. Or you can also take a screenshot, or maybe if you have the designs, or just take a picture of this, right? Take a screenshot of this, and you can copy this and put it into V0 and say, hey, give me a loading skeleton for this. And you can copy that code and paste it in here, okay? We just spent a lot of time doing this. That's why I don't want you to waste time on all these useless things. It doesn't matter for your MVP, okay? So, awesome. So now after this, down here, we're going to render out a component called render page. So go ahead and create a component called render page, like I said, and this component is going to essentially show the user different options that they can use to create a slide or to create a presentation. So they have create from scratch, create the page with AI, and those are the options that we're going to give them, right? And so anything else you want to pass in, you can pass into those options. So copy this, and go into your components folder. And I'm just going to create a page in here. And this one is called render page.tsx. And let's go ahead and render out a component like this. And now let's finally go back to page.tsx, right here. So create page.tsx, and let's import this component. And now if I click on new project, I should see the render page in here. Great job. So now what we're going to do is, I also see this really weird thing here, and I don't actually like this. Let me see what I can do, guys. Just give me a second. All right, guys. So what I did was I went into my layout.tsx right here, and I created a div here, and I moved the children into this div, and I gave it a class name of padding4. That way I can have some space here. And this way it applies to all components, okay? If I need to remove this, I need to change this, I will change it. But for now, I think this should be fine, okay? We'll get back to this if we need to later. And there's one more problem here, which is inside upper info bar. We're going to go in here and remove the children node right here because we no longer need it, okay? All right, now go back into your render page component that's inside your components folder. And I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say use client, okay? Now, this is going to be a client-side component because the user is going to have a bunch of options to choose from. Okay, so that's why I'm changing this to a client component, because there's a lot of client-side operations like clicking and changing options and all that kind of stuff, like drag and drop and stuff. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is I need some standard stuff. So I'm just going to get router equal use router like this, and then after this we can scroll all the way down here and we can change this component. So I'm going to remove this component. And I'm going to return an animate presence component from framer motion and the motion component. Okay, so scroll up top and we're going to say import motion and animate presence from framer motion. And then down here, we can render out the animate presence component. So I'm going to say animate presence like this. Okay, and set the mode to wait. And then in here, we're going to have the motion.div, not dialog, sorry, div. And then inside this, we're going to need to pass in the key first. And I'm going to say key is page. Now, what is this page? Well, this page here is basically what the user wants to do. Okay, so what we're going to do here is in order to create a state to know what the user wants to do, whether it is create with AI or create from scratch, we're going to need to store that in a state, right? And so that state is going to need a store. So go ahead and open up your folder structure. We're going to scroll down to store. And in here, we're going to create another store called use prompt store.tsx. And then the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const use prompt store equal to create. And this create is going to come from Zustand. So I'm going to import that as well. Let's go up top and import. And then in here, I'm going to invoke this, and I'm going to need to pass in some types for the store. So I'm going to create a type here called prompt store equal to like this. And this one is going to have the page, and we also need set pages. Okay, those are the two states that we need for now. So page, which is going to be of type page. And now what is this type page? Right here, I'm going to say type page equal, we have create, or we have creative dash AI, or we have create dash scratch. Okay, awesome. So make sure you don't make any spelling errors here. And then after this, we're going to need the setter function. So I'm going to say set page is an arrow function that returns void. Now, remember we learned something called persist, right? And the reason why I wanted to show you this was because, remember, it says middleware here. What is middleware? So if you have used Redux, you know that we also have middleware in Redux as well. For example, you can use stuff like DevTools to keep track of how data reacts inside the browser. Okay, so you can see the data inside your application. You can see what it's doing, what actions were fired, and stuff like that. Now, Zustand also has something called DevTools. And so that's why this is called middleware. You can wrap middleware within each other. So a middleware can be wrapped within another middleware and within another middleware again, and that's how you can combine all of your middleware functions. Now, if we were doing something like Redux, there would be way more boilerplate, and that's why I like Zustand even more, okay? So first thing we're going to do in here is we're going to use our type that we just created. So I'm going to say prompt store, and then in here, we're going to invoke it like this, and then we're going to create another invocation, and inside this, we're going to pass in DevTools, okay, like this, and we're going to need to invoke this as well. And now DevTools is going to need the persist inside, so I'm going to say persist, and we're going to invoke this as well, okay? So this is known as an IFI. If you don't know what this is, then you have to do a lot of research in JavaScript, okay? But that's totally fine. You don't need to know how to code to build SaaS applications because we are coding it for you, okay? So what do you put inside persist? So this is going to be an arrow function, okay? And in this arrow function, we're going to essentially have all of these values. So we're going to return another object like this, and this object is going to need to have page and set page, okay? So now let's set the types for this. So for page, what I'm going to do is I might just set it to some sort of a default value maybe. We'll just set it to create, okay? And for set page, we're going to set it to an arrow function. I see some errors here, guys. Just give me a second. Okay, so I think I know why this is doing that. So first thing is go ahead and grab set from here, okay? And then after that, we're going to just create our set page, which is going to be an arrow function, okay? And this arrow function is going to say set. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to pass in the page, all right? Now, the reason why we're getting this error here, oh, sorry, guys, this page comes from here. So I'm going to say page is of type page, okay? And the reason why we're getting this error is there's one more value, one more argument we need to pass in, which is called name prompts. Let's see if I have to move it down here, okay? I'm still seeing this error. What seems to be the problem? Let me see. Give me 1 second. All right. I think it was just TypeScript bugging, nothing else. So after this bracket, put comma, hit enter, and after that, just say an object with name set to prompts. Okay? That's pretty much it. Now, what is this? Well, this is a storage key that we can use to persist all of the store data and to invalidate it or do whatever. It's kind of like a key that helps Zustand understand what to do with that data. Okay? Now I'm going to export this. I'm going to say export default, use prompt store. I made a spelling error here. Okay, awesome. And now as we go, we can add to this. All right, great job. So let's go back. And now we can import that use prompt store. And we can also destructure to grab those values. So it looks like I went to the wrong page. Okay, right here. So I'm going to destructure from use prompt store. So I'm going to first invoke this. So use prompt store. And I'm going to get page and set page from that. Okay, nice. Now, down here, after this, we're going to need to pass in some animations. So first, I'm going to say initially, I want this to have opacity 0 and x of 20. Then I want you to animate it by setting opacity to 1 and x to 0. So it's kind of like it's moving, right? Then once that's done, when it's exiting, I want you to set opacity to 0 and make x negative 20. And the transition between all of these animations should be 0.3 seconds. That's it, okay? So it's basically like reading English, very straightforward, okay? Now, inside this, what do we render? Well, we render based on what the user is trying to do, whether they want to create with creative AI or create from scratch. And this is what it looks like. So let me show you an example. Okay, there you go. So we have 3 different options. So these are different components that we're going to render based on what the user wants, okay? So if they're trying to create using creative AI, we'll show this component here. If they want something from scratch, then we'll show this here, okay? So to do this, we're going to need a switch statement. So let's go back here. Let's scroll up here. And I'm going to say const render step equal to an arrow function. And inside this, I'm going to create a switch statement like this. And the key is basically page. And the value down here is what's inside this. So we have first create, and you don't need a break because we're going to be returning. And then I'm going to create 3 more cases. And if it's create, then we're going to return a component like this. And I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, paste it down here as well. And for default, I'm going to return null. Awesome. Now, let's go ahead and change these as well. So create from scratch and creative AI. Okay, nice. So once this is done, now we can assign the components accordingly. So let's go ahead and do that. So by default, we know that page is equal to create. So always we will basically select, I think this one or this one, I'm not sure. Let's see which one we're going to select. I think I'm just going to keep it as the creative page, the create page from scratch. Okay. So what I'm going to do now here is hit enter inside this component, and I'm going to say render. Why is it not giving me this function? I made a spelling error, that's why. And that's why I hate typing. Render step, and let's paste it in here, and let's invoke that. Okay. And now it's going to decide what to show. So if I return this, there we go. Okay. Awesome. So now go ahead and open up your folder structure so we can create the component right here. And this component is called creative, or actually create page. Okay. So inside this component, we have create page skeleton, but we also need the create page.tsx. Now I'm going to return a component and I'm going to rename that. And now let's go back and let's quickly import this component into that file, which is our render page. Okay, like this. And then after that, we have to pass in a prop. And this prop is a handler, but we don't have that right now. But I'm just saying we need to have a handler in here so that when the user clicks on it, we can activate that. Okay, so I'm going to go back into this page and let's quickly do some setup in here. So first, we're going to have some types. So I'm going to change this type to on select option. Okay, and this is going to be an arrow function that returns void, but we also need the option in here. And the option is a string. Okay, and I can also go ahead and destructure this. Okay, just like that. And that's pretty much it. Now, this is also going to need to be a client component. So I'm going to change it to use client. Okay. And then down here, first, we're going to need to get the store. So I'm going to say const prompts. Okay, because we need prompts as well, because this is the create page. And I'm going to say prompts. Why am I making spelling errors? Okay, we actually don't have that right now, so we'll just get to that in a second. All right. So down here, I'm going to return the motion dot div element, which for some reason will never import for me. So I'm going to need to do that from scratch. So let's go up top and I'm going to say import motion from framer motion. And now we can say motion dot div. And now inside this, I'm going to have first initial, it's got to be hidden like this. And then animate, I'm going to say visible. And then after that, we're going to put some class names on this as well. So I'm going to say class name space y of 8. And then we're going to have the container variants. So let's go ahead and import these container variants, and we can pass it in there. And there you go. We can also see the loading screen. It's really nice, right? And then down in here, we're going to need to return another motion.div like this. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to say variance equal to, and this is going to be, this is called item variance. And this is another constant we need. So let me grab that. So I'm going to go into my constants file. I'm going to scroll right here. And okay, we already have the item variance. So let's import that. So I'm going to say item variance like this. Awesome. And now I have that in here. And then I'm also going to need to pass in a class name in here. So I'm going to say class name. And I'm going to pass in the following styles. And then inside this, I'm going to hit enter. And I'm going to create an H1 tag. And this is going to have, again, some more styles. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to say, how would you like to get started? There you go. All right. How would you like to get started? And then inside this one, after this, sorry, I'm going to have a paragraph tag. And this paragraph is going to have class name text of secondary. Okay. And then what seems to be the issue here, secondary like that. And then inside this, I'm going to say, choose your preferred method to begin. All right. Just put some text. And after this motion.div, I'm going to create another motion.div right here. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to have the same container variants. All right. And then I'm going to have some class names. Great. And then inside this, we're going to have to loop over a component called create page card. Now, this is basically all of this just put into a constant variable. So we just have to render it out. That's pretty much it. Okay. So like I said, I will put the constants file inside the Discord. So don't forget to join because there's no other way for me to give you, no other way for me to give you that file. Okay. So open this up and go into libs down here. And then I'm going to go into constants and let's scroll to the bottom. Okay. And I'm going to say create page card. You can also pause the screen and type this if you'd like, but it's going to take you a lot of time. But this is all you need. It's just some text. Okay. Now let's go back. And now we can import this create page card right here. So I'm going to say create page card like this. Import this .map. And for each of them, we're going to loop over it. And we're going to get an option, right? And for this option, we're going to return another motion.div. Okay, it looks like it wants to give me a hard time. No problem. Pretty used to that by now. Okay, there we go. Let's do this once more. So why is it not letting me paste this? Something seems to be wrong. I think I'm making some sort of a bracket error here. All right, so I'm not sure what my error was, but I think it was something to do with the bracket. So what I did here, guys, is I did this once more. So I said create page.map, invoked it. We have an error function. Awesome. And then in here, we're going to have motion.div. Forget about all the stuff. Okay, don't get confused. But we just have motion.div and motion.div. Okay. So don't forget to close this bracket as well, of course. So like this. Now, sorry I had to paste all of this. I know you guys don't like that. So I'm going to do it bit by bit. So first thing is we're going to have the key, which is option.type. Okay. And then after this, we're going to need to have the variance. So I'm going to say variance like this. And after the variance, we're going to have while hover. So when you hover over this, what design do we want? What animation? Well, I want it to scale and rotate. Okay. And it should do that across 1.5 milliseconds, 1.5 seconds. And then after that, I'm going to have a class name with the following style. So please pause and type this out. And then once that's done, this also states which option we want to highlight. Okay, so if this is as highlight, if we are telling it to be highlighted, then it's going to have some gradient on it. Okay, and then inside this, we're going to essentially have all of these elements. So let's go ahead and open this up and let's read this one by one so it's easier. Let's shrink all of this. Okay, so we're going to have motion.div. It's going to have a class name, this class right here. And when you hover, we want the transition to say transition to be 0.1 second. Okay. Then inside that, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have another div inside that and a paragraph after that. Okay. So don't forget to add these styles as well. And make sure you have the div and the paragraph one below each other. All right. Now this paragraph is just going to say option dot description. So we're going to put the description in here. Okay. And inside this div, we're going to have this title in here. Okay. So in this div, we're going to have a paragraph and another paragraph after that. This one is going to have the following class names with option.title. This is going to have the following class names with option.highlighted text. This one right here. Okay, awesome. Next, after this is done, we're going to have a motion.div after this div down here. Okay, so after this one is done, after this container right here, have motion.div again. And this is going to have class name set to self-end. While hover, set to scale 1.05, while tap 0.95, and then we're going to have a button inside this, and that button is going to have a variant set to option.highlight, default or outline, and then class name with fit, rounded XL, font bold, size is going to be small, and on click, we're going to essentially have the user, we're going to set that in our state, okay? And then inside the button, we're going to say if this is highlighted, then we're going to show generate. If not, we'll show continue. Okay. So we want to kind of emphasize, hey, use our AI generated stuff. It's really cool. And so that's why we have this option highlighted and it says generate. And look at the animations, guys. Super, super cool. And if you refresh the page, it has this insane fading animation with looks really nice, right? Yeah. Spent a lot of time on it. So thank you. So please drop a like. If you like this stuff, we'll hopefully build more products that use design plus animation, okay? All right, so now we're done with all of these cards. The next thing we want to do is at the bottom right here, okay? We're going to render something similar to this, okay? This is, guys, by the way, when I created all these designs, I didn't make this as the source of all truth because we work in a very fast-paced environment, okay? That means everything was done in 2 days. That's it, okay? All the designs, figuring out the themes, the mood boards, the components, everything was done in 2 days. And so all I need is just an idea of what it can look like, and then we'll basically change things as we go. Okay, so it's going to look somewhat similar to this, and all we're going to do is show all of the prompts down here. So these prompts are basically the recent prompts. And the reason why we want to do this is in case the user had already searched for the prompt and got some results, we don't want them to waste credits, okay? And the reason is because this is a month-to-month subscription platform, not a credit-based platform, okay? Maybe I might do that somewhere down this line in this video. I'm not sure, but at the moment, I want this to be a simple subscription like a LemonSqueezy payment, and boom, you're done. Now they have a SaaS subscription. That's what I want, right? And so for that reason, we want to limit their credit usage as much as possible. So if they have already used some prompts and they want to just use the same thing, they can just pick it from here. Okay, that's the idea. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to render out a component called recent prompts like this, and let's copy this, and I'm going to open up my folder structure. I'm going to go down into components, and I'm going to create generate AI like this. It's a folder, and inside this I'm going to create recent prompts, okay? ompts.tsx like this, and let's return a component, and let's rename this file, okay? And this can also become a use client component. And then, or actually for now, we don't need, I mean, we don't really need to because I think this is already a use client component, so that's fine. But yeah, usually I would suggest you do that so you know exactly what you're doing, and you know how to change components to client components and vice versa. So first thing is we need the prompt store. So I'm going to say const, and this is equal to use prompt store. Okay, this is very wrong. Okay, there we go. And there's one more thing I need to do in here, which is import. So I'm going to say use prompt store. So const something right here is equal to use prompt store, and we need to invoke this. And I'm going to get the prompt. If it will give it to me. Nope, it will not. Okay, that's because we did not create that. That's what I wanted to do. So let's go into this prompt store. And inside this, we're now going to create that store where we can basically kind of like store all of the data that the user had already looked for. Okay, and to do that, first we need to go up here and we're going to say prompts. Okay, and this is going to be of type prompt. PT prompt like this. Okay, we need to create a custom type for this. So let's scroll up top. I'm going to say type prompt equal to, and this is going to have ID string created at title and outlines like this. So ID created at title outlines, and this outline is a type called outline card. Okay, it's a special type. So let's go down to our types, and in here I'm going to say interface, export interface outline card, title ID, and order. Okay, it's basically this right here. It has an order, right? So it's just title, the ID for it, and the order. That's pretty much it. So now let's go back and let's import this. And so we're just telling it that it has to be an array of these. That's pretty much it. Okay. Now, after we have the prompt, so here we have prompt. Okay, so this has to be an array, or it's going to be an empty array. All right. And then after this, we want to also have the add prompts. So how can you add a prompt? Well, we have a function here that we can use to essentially set that. Okay, it's a setter. So down here, I'm going to bring in the next one, which is add prompt. Or first, let's bring in the prompts itself. And for this, I'm going to set it to an empty array in the beginning. And then down here, I'm going to say add prompt. And this is going to be an arrow function. And in here, we're going to set, and this is going to give us the prompt, and this is of type prompt as well. And we're going to set, and we're going to get the previous state, and we're going to set it to an object like this. And this one is prompts like this. All right, something seems to be wrong here. Let me fix this, guys. Give me a second. So I'm going to say prompts like this, and this is going to be whatever is the prompt itself, okay? And everything else that's inside the state.prompts, okay? So everything that already exists in there. So we're just appending it to the start right here. That's pretty much it. Now, we can do more things in here, like remove prompt as well. And so I want you to try to take this up as a challenge and try to create the remove prompt reducer, okay? So first thing you need to do, of course, is put that in here, then go down here, and you want to have remove prompt. And then based on that, you have to basically recalculate the state and return a new state that filters out that prompt. That's how you do it. I basically gave you the answer. So go ahead, pause this, give it a shot. If you don't know how to do it, I'll show you exactly how to do it. Okay, welcome back. So if you don't know how to do it, this is the answer. So first, I'm going to go up top here, and I'm just going to say remove prompt, which is another helper function. And we need the ID, of course, right? And then down here, I'm going to say remove prompt, which is going to be an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to do the following. So inside this, I'm going to say set, and this is also going to need, well, this is going to give us the ID, so we need ID in here. And in here, I'm going to get an arrow function, and this will give us the previous state. And all we're going to do is return a new state. That's what we're doing in here, okay? And the new state is going to be for prompts. So prompts like this, okay? And this prompt is going to have state dot prompts dot filter dot filter, invoke that. And we want to say prompt like this. And this is going to be of type prompt. And this is going to return only if the prompt ID, so we're going to filter it out for where the prompt.id is not equal to the ID. Okay? All right, again, something looks wrong here. Let me just quickly fix this as well. I'm actually not sure what the hell was going on. I think it was just TypeScript. It seems to be really slow for some reason, but I just removed it and just did undo, and then that fixed the problem. So, wow, great. Okay, so that's it, okay? That's how you do the remove prompt. So if you want to add more functions, you can do exactly what we just did. So now we can go in here and we can bring in the prompts itself and set page as well, okay? So now let's scroll down here and let's verify that we have a button, okay? And this button is going to essentially allow us to, let's see, okay. So we need this prompt. And the other thing is down in here, we want to also click into this component, and now we can use this in here, okay? So use prompt store, you want to invoke it, and in here, we're going to get prompts, and for now, I think that's all we need. We'll see, actually, we might need the set page as well. So set page, okay? So let's grab those two right now. Then, next thing we need is, I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to remove this, okay? And I'm going to return a beautiful motion.dev, which I have to manually import for some reason. So I'm going to go up top, and I'm going to import motion like this from framework motion and motion.div. And inside this, we have to pass in the container variants. So I'm going to say container variants, and we're going to import that. And this is going to have some class names. So go ahead and import that one as well. And then after that, inside here, we're going to have motion.h2, okay? And this is going to have item variants. So I'm going to say item variants, I'm going to import this one as well. And in here, I'm going to also pass in the class name. Okay, so go ahead and please type that out. And then in here, we're going to say your recent prompts like this. And so at the bottom here, now you can see the recent prompts. Let's just keep it open. It's going to be too close, so we might have to do this. Okay, this is fine. So your recent prompts. Awesome. Now after this, we're going to say motion.div. And inside this, we're going to have the container variants like this. And then after that, we're going to have a class name. like this. Okay, there we go. And this one is going to hold all of the prompts that we have inside our store. So I'm going to copy this, and in here, I'm going to say prompts.map. And for each of those, we're going to get the prompt. Okay, and in here, I'm going to return a component. I'm also going to get index. And inside this, we're going to say motion.div. And again, motion.div, like this. And this is going to have the key. And the key is going to be an index. Okay, something looks wrong again. Why? Okay. I know what stupid error I was making. I didn't put the closing tag. Really, really sorry about that, guys. I must have confused you. I thought it would automatically do it for me. So, okay. So now in here, we're going to have the variance, and I'm going to say item variance in here. So let's hit enter here. Okay, there we go. Item variance. And in here, we're going to have a card component. So I'm going to say card like this. Okay, I think I imported it from Radix UI. Okay, there we go. We have a card down here. And inside this card, we're going to have first some class names for this card. So I'm going to put some class names right here. And then inside this, I'm going to hit enter. And I'm going to create a div. Okay, and this div is going to have the following class names. And then inside that, I'm going to have a header. And then after that, a paragraph. So H3 saying prompt title. And then I'm going to have a paragraph down here. And this paragraph is time ago that we had, that we created with the prompt created at. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to just hide these, hide the key, hide the title, hide the created at. I'm going to say this is a title, and we'll just say something like 2 days ago, for example. Okay, there we go. Now, after this paragraph, after this div, create another div like this with the following class names. And inside this, we're going to have a span tag. And this span is going to say creative AI. Okay, and then after that, I mean, of course, it's creative AI, right? Because we created these with creative AI. You will not have prompts for standard stuff. Okay, so that's exactly why we created this, just to have an idea of what things should look like. Okay, so now inside this, we're going to have a button that says edit. So I'm going to say edit like this, and I'm going to import a button, and I'm going to say variant default, size small, class, which is the following, and then I'm going to have this one right here, which is the class names, and then on click, which is going to be handle edit, and I'm going to pass in the specific prompt ID, and then I'm going to say edit down in here. Okay, so if I have multiple of these, I think you know exactly what that would look like. It'll just be one below each other. It'll look kind of like this. Okay, and maybe you can put this inside a container, or you can reduce. I mean, yeah, you can mess around with the designs as well. I'm just going to keep it like this for now. And let's go ahead and fix that handle edit. So let's scroll up top. I'm going to say const handle edit is equal to an arrow function. And this is going to give us the ID, right? So I'm going to get the ID string in here. And inside this, I'm going to say const prompt equal to prompts dot find. And in here, I'm going to say prompt. And for this, I'm going to return where the prompt, whoa, what is that? It should give me this. Prompt.id is equal to ID, okay? Once we find that prompt, we're going to say if the prompt exists, then we're going to set the page to creative AI because we want to render out the creative AI page, which is, I think it is this one, I believe, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to first set this to that page. So I'm going to say if prompt exists, then set the page to creative AI, okay? Then we're going to need to basically add multiple outlines and set the current AI prompt as well. So what is this? Well, you remember inside our prompt store, we had something, we had a type called outline cards or outline state, I think one of them. So basically it was title, ID, and order, right? That's pretty much it. So this one is going to help us add it to that. And so now we have a stack of all of the outlines, okay? So that's what that is. And then this is the current AI prompt. So what are they trying to use? to edit. So if they clicked on, hey, I want to edit this one, boom, it is going to refresh with the same states and keep the same values, and the prompt will be set right here, along with all of the multiple outlines that we just spoke about. Okay, so outline with the orders. Okay, so let's go back here. And the first thing we need to do is we need to create that state. We need to create that store. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So open up your folder structure, scroll down to store, all the way at the bottom. And in here, I'm going to say use creative AI store.tsx. And then inside this, I'm going to say const use creative AI store equal to create, which again, I think I might need to import again. Okay, so let's scroll up top, and I'm going to copy these imports. We need Zustand, and we also need the persist middleware. Okay, and now in here, I can invoke this, and I need to create an IFI. And inside this, I'm going to pass in a state, right? A type, sorry. So let's go ahead and pass in that type, and this type is called type creative AI store. And this type is going to need to be in here as well. And now this one is going to have the outlines, right? So that's all we need. So I'm going to say outlines, and this is the outline card. Remember, if you don't know what this is, it's title, ID, order. And then we also need a way to set that. So I'm going to say add multiple outlines, and this is another action, another function. And then we can also have add outlines as well. So I'm going to bring that in as well. Okay, awesome. Now let's bring this down here, or oh, we already did. Okay, so what's the error? I need to pass it. That's pretty much it, right? Okay, I think that's pretty much it. So now in here, I'm going to say persist. And I think, okay, this should be fine. You can also pass this with the way we did it inside the slide store. You see, you can say create, persist, and then pass it in here. That's another way. Okay, I just noticed that. All right. So what we're going to do in here now is I'm going to say persist. And inside this, I'm going to pass in an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to give us access to set. So we're going to grab that. And in here, first, the outlines are going to be empty. And then we have to also do, what else do we have? Let's see. It's not giving me everything. So we have add outlines. I'm going to remove this. It's going to be an arrow function. And then we also need one more, which is add outline, which is another arrow function. So let's remove this. Okay. And then after this, we're going to need to pass in a third parameter, third argument. And this argument is going to be called name creative AI. Okay, just like this. Nice. Now we need to solve this error. So let's go ahead and first fix this as well. Okay, so it looks like a bracket problem. So right here, I'm going to put one bracket. And it looks like there's another bracket problem. Where's that one coming from? Okay, so I'm going to do this one more time. So I'm going to say arrow function, hit enter, and this is going to give us access to set. Okay. All right. And now what's the issue here? So option was not provided. Okay. Now let's try to pass it one by one. So let's put the final parameter, which is not here. That's going to be here. Okay. And this one is name creative AI. Awesome. What seems to be the problem here? Okay, there we go. The problem is, yes, this looks like an object, but it's not an actual object. Okay, so this has to be another bracket that kind of encapsulates this. Okay, only then does it become an object. So just for clarity's sake, let's do this once more. So we're going to remove this, or we can still keep this. Let's bring this onto one line. Okay, like this. Guys, this happens all the time, trust me. Sometimes you're like, what the hell is even going on? Okay, so this bracket is for this one. Clear. Awesome. Now here, we need to return an object. Awesome. And now this is going to need to be name set to creative AI. So I'm going to paste this in here. Okay, done. And now this needs the following. So we need outlines. And this one is going to be an empty array. And then after that, we're going to have the add outlines. And this is going to be a function, right? So add outlines is going to be an arrow function that does the following. So it's going to say set the state, okay, have an arrow function inside that. And in here, we're going to say outlines, and we're going to add the outline to it and have everything else that was inside the state as part of it afterwards. Now, the other one is the add multiple outlines. So let's grab that as well. So add multiple outlines is going to be an arrow function like this. And it looks like there's another error somewhere here. Okay, so this should be equal to this. There we go. Now, let's fix this one. So for add multiple outlines, the exact same thing. Just one small difference. So let me go ahead and say the following. So it's going to be an arrow function, right? And inside that, we're going to set, and we're going to return a new state here. And we're going to say outlines is going to be everything inside outlines. Okay? All right. That was really annoying. So export, default, use creative AI store. And now let's go back and let's import this. Okay? So I'm going to say use creative AI store just like how we did in here. And I'm going to import that. And I'm just going to destructure and grab the add multiple outlines. Okay, so now we have this. We'll pass in the prompt and the outlines. Now, the other thing we need is a way to set the current prompt. So I want you to take this up as a challenge. And I'm not going to give you any hints this time. But inside this one, I want you to create a state, okay, called, I'll give you the exact spelling as well. So set current AI prompt is going to be the setter. And for the prompt itself, for the state itself, we're going to call it current AI prompt, like this with the spelling. Okay. So inside this, go ahead and create the state, and then create the function, and that's pretty much it. Okay. So go ahead, take this up as a challenge, and if you don't know how to do it, I'll show you exactly how to do it. All right, guys. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, this is exactly how to do it. So first thing is I'm going to have create AI prompt, which is a string. Then I'm going to set it to an empty string. Very straightforward. Now I need a setter. That's going to be an arrow function. I'm going to say set current AI prompts, an arrow function with void. Now we need to set that. In order to set it, I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to say set current AI prompt, which is an arrow function. We're going to set the current AI prompt, which is this one, to the prompt that was passed in. That's it. Now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in here. And now we can use that to attach the prompt title to it. Okay, great job. Now we still have some more to do inside this page. So let's go ahead and complete that. So once this is done, so if the prompt exists, once we set it all locally, then what we're going to do is if this is not true, that means there is no prompt available, then we need to show a toast. So I'm going to say else, and in here, I'm going to say toast like this. And that comes from Sonar. I'm going to say toast.error. And inside here, I'm going to say prompt, or first let me say error. And then in here, we can have an object. What seems to be the problem here, this should be correct. I think I made a spelling error. And in here, I'm going to say description. And we're going to set this to prompt not found. Okay, awesome. That's pretty much it. And then let's scroll down here to make sure everything else is set. I see something in here. Okay, that's because we do not have any prompts right now, so I just wanted to show you what to do, right? So what I'll do now is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this as well. And let's uncomment. Okay, and there we go. Now you will not see any more prompts down here. And the reason is because, well, we don't have any prompts. Okay, that's pretty much it. So now let's move back one stage. And down here, instead of rendering this out, because we don't have any more prompts, we're going to copy this, and we're going to say prompts.length, okay? And if this is greater than 0, only then return the recent prompts. So now you're not going to see that, and it's not going to look annoying. All right, great job. Okay, so now when you click this, unfortunately, it's going to throw an error saying it's not a function. And the reason is because we haven't passed that in to our component right here. So I'm going to say on select option is going to be a handle select option function. I'm just going to pass this in here. And then I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say const this equal to an arrow function, just like this. Now in here, we're going to get the option, which is going to be a string. And based on which one is clicked, we're going to send them to that specific page. That's it. Okay. So if option is equal to template, then down here, we're going to say router.push, and we're going to send them to the templates page. Okay. Else if down here, we're going to say option is equal to create dash scratch. Then down here, we're going to say set page to the create scratch. Okay. And final option is else set page to create AI like this. So now if I click on this, it's going to take me to another page, and you see how insane the animations feel, right? Take a look at this. So go to new project. Let's refresh everything. Okay. So we need to go to which page is this? So create page or create one. Just give me a second, guys. All right, guys. This took me forever, which was very stupid. And I thought it was something to do inside the component, but it's actually not. Oh, sort of. And I'll tell you the reason why we're not able to see this. So remember when we first get this screen, when we click on generate, it takes us to the next page, right? And that kind of looks like, I think, this right here. So what's the problem? Well, when you click on generate, what we're doing is we're setting the state inside Zustand. Now, the cool thing is we set up Zustand using this thing called persist, okay? And persist will allow you to persist the values in the local storage as well. And so Zustand is very advanced with this, where it does everything for you under the hood, and it uses the same data that's already in the local storage. And so what ended up happening is this name prompts right here had this page create in the beginning. And then once we clicked on generate, it became creative AI. And so what it did was it reset that to creative AI. And then as a result, we were seeing the creative AI page, and nothing is there for that component, right? And that was the issue. So how do you fix this problem? One thing you can do is you can simply remove that feature. Now, I don't recommend you do that because this application is built on Zustand, and we need the power of local storage because we are using blazing fast updates on the client. Okay, you're going to see how powerful this application is. So I'm not going to use that option, and that's probably not the best option for us right now. Instead, what we can do is just create a simple use effect like this. Okay, and right in here, we're going to use the set page, and we're going to set the page to create. Okay, so now let's refresh, and there you go. That solved our problem. Okay, that's all you need to do. So anytime you click on it, you can essentially hide this. Okay, now once we move on to the next page, we'll have a back button that will help us basically reset the page to create automatically, and so it'll be easier for us to access this page. Okay, great job. All right. Now let's go ahead and create the creative AI page, okay? And so how this works is once we click on this, remember we're resetting at all the way at the bottom. We're setting this to creative AI right here, right? And we're putting the option in here. And this option, of course, right here is creative AI because that's what we're clicking here, right? So when that option is passed in, it sets the state, right? And that's what changes our page. That creates the transition. And so that's what we should build right now. Now, if the user clicks on create scratch, then it's going to take them to a page where they can pretty much, it looks just like this, but you know, everything's got to be basically from scratch, and they have to create all of these outlines. Okay, so let's go in here and now let's create the creative AI page. So just for simplicity, so it's easier to understand, I'm going to move this up here. Okay, it shouldn't matter, but I'm just going to move it up here because we know after create comes creative AI. And after create here, if they select something else, we'll send them here. Okay, so now in here, I'm going to say creative AI like this. Okay, and I'm going to open up my folder structure and I'm going to create this under generative AI. I'm going to say creative AI.tsx. Okay, and then let's go ahead and return a component just like this. Awesome. And this is going to need to become a client component. So say use client up top. All right, there we go. And inside this, we're going to need one arrow function as a prop called onBack. Okay, so when the user clicks on onBack, well, what are we going to do? It's a function that essentially changes the page to this page. So we're going to reset it to create. Sorry, what is this called? Let's see, this one, create. Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and import this component now. Awesome. And now we need to first give that handle, right? That handler. So I'm going to go back here, go into render page. I'm going to scroll a little bit up top and I'm going to say const handle back is going to set the page to create. Okay, that's pretty much it. So now if I click on this, it's going to change it to something else. But if we have a back button, we can come back to this page. All right, so now let's go back in here and I'm going to scroll up top here. And first I'm going to get router because we're going to need this. So use router like this and let's invoke that. Okay, from next navigation. Please don't make this error and then show up in the Discord and say, I don't know what's going on. You need to at least know how to debug. Guys, my applications are very complex, and so we really can't spend a lot of time and explain all of these small things, okay? I'd expect you to know all of this if you want to build projects like us, all right? So first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove this div, and we're going to start returning this stuff right here, okay? Which is this component. So go ahead and we need our motion component from Framer. So again, I'm going to need to import that from scratch. So let me copy this and paste it here. And I'm going to copy this and say motion.div. And inside this motion.div, I'm going to have the following class name. Next, I'm going to have our container variants, just like usual. Okay, and let's import that. And then after this, I'm going to have initial set to hidden, and then animate set to visible. That's the animation we want. And now inside this, I'm going to have the back button that I just spoke about. So I'm going to say button like this. Okay, and it's going to have on click, which is going to have a handler called handle back. And the variant is outline, class is margin bottom of 4. And I'm going to use this chevron icon, okay? And I'm going to say back. All right, so let's copy this. And let's go up top and say const handle back like this. And all we're going to do in here is we're going to invoke what's passed in here. So let's go ahead and destructure this and grab it here. And we're just going to invoke this like this. That's pretty much it. All right. So now if we click on this button, there we go. Now if I go back, okay, I see an error and the error says on back is not a function. That's because I haven't passed it in here. So let's pass handle back. We're going to say on back if it will give me the option. Thank you. There we go. Now if you click it, there we go. This is so seamless, guys. Look at the animations. I spent so much time to make this look so flawless. Look at that. So you refresh the page. We have this really nice fade in and that little lift up animation. And then you click on this. Boom. Check that out. Super cool. You can use these for any of your projects to make it stand out. Even if you have a SaaS application, you don't have to go above and beyond and do all of this, but at least do something to make it feel premium. And animations like this that are very subtle. Now, don't do something crazy and send a card from left to right of the screen. I've seen some crazy stuff. Don't do that. Just make it subtle. Like this is subtle. This is good. Okay. Maybe a little bit more towards the extra end, and that's fine. That's okay. It just adds some character to it. All right. But don't go above and beyond and make it look all crazy and fly from the sky and all that kind of crazy stuff. Make it simple. Okay. So now let's go back in here. And after the back button, I'm going to copy this because we need this. And I'm going to hit enter right here. And I'm going to create another beautiful motion div like this. Okay. And now inside this, we're going to have variants, and this is item variants. Let's go ahead and import this. And then next, we're going to need to pass in a class name. So I'm going to say class name, just like this. And then after that, we're going to have an H1. So I'm going to say H1, and this H1 is going to have the following class name. Okay. And then inside this, we're going to say generate with creative AI, pretty much this right here. Okay. So remember this, engrave this into your mind. That's what we're building. Okay. So I'm going to say generate with, create a span, use a text vivid, and say creative AI. And now after this H1, I'm going to create a paragraph with the class name and say, what would you like to create today? Just like this. Okay. Then next, we're going to have another motion div. So after this, hit enter and create another motion div like this. Give it the following class names and say variants is item variants. And then inside this, we're going to have a div. Okay, so create a div. And then this is the following class name as well. And inside that, we're going to have an input field. So we're basically building this section right here. Okay, so I'm going to say input like this, and this can be a closed component. And now in here, I'm going to have the placeholder first, placeholder like this. And I'm going to give it some class name. So I'm just going to say class name. Okay, there we go. And then after that, I'm going to make this required. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay, awesome. Looks great. And then the other thing I want to do is now we need to control this component, right? And so one way to do that is by creating a state. So let's go ahead and create a state. Okay. Now to create this state, I think what would be better is to use one of the stores that we have and put that state into it. Okay, you see this one. So I'm going to go into the use creative AI store. Okay. And then up here, I'm going to create another variable that's going to help us keep track of that. So this is the current, oh, we already have that. Totally forgot. So we already have current AI prompt. So we just need to get that state and we're going to pass that in there. Okay. So let's go ahead and say use create like this. So const use creative AI store, and we're going to invoke this. And from that, we're going to need to get the current AI prompt. Okay, this one. And now let's go all the way down here. And I'm going to say value is equal to this component. I'm sorry, this value. Okay, why am I seeing this error? Let's refresh. All right, something seems to be wrong. Value prop. Okay, so it just needs the on change. So nothing is wrong with that. It just needs the on change. And of course, we're going to add that as well. And this on change is basically going to be an arrow function. This gives us E, which is the event. And we're going to use one of the methods that we have in here, which is set current AI prompt. And we're going to pass that in here. And we're going to say e.target.value. Okay, like this, if it will give me a chance. There we go. And so now you should not see that error. Great. So now if you type something, it's going to update the state in Zustand. And keep in mind, our local storage is also updating as well. So if I add this and refresh the state, moment of truth, this is the beauty of having Zustand. Take a look at that. It persists all of the state, and you don't have to do any of the complexities like going into the local storage and then updating it based on a key and all the kind of useless stuff. It does it for you. How nice is that, right? Okay, so let's shrink this real quick. And now after this input field, we're going to have sort of like this drop down so we can select how many cards we would like, right? And so down here, I'm going to say div, and we're going to give it a class name of flex items center, and gap of 3. And inside this, we're going to have the select component. So go ahead and import select like this. And first, we need to pass in the value, right? So the value here is going to be another variable that we're going to need to store. So I'm going to go up top here, and this one, I'm just going to store it in here for now. It doesn't need to be in any sort of provider. So I'm just going to say const number of cards and set number of cards. Okay, use state, and let's set the default to 0. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go all the way down here, and I'm going to paste that into this. Now, the next thing is this needs to be a string, if I'm not wrong. There we go. So I have to say .toString and invoke this, and that should convert that. Next, we also need an onValue change. So this onValue change is essentially going to set the we're going to set the number of cards. So this is going to give us the value, and in here we're going to set the number of cards. So set number of cards like this. We're going to invoke this and pass in that value that was being set. Okay. Now, this is wrong for some reason because we need to parse it. There we go. So I'm going to say parse int, and we're going to pass this inside that. Okay. Now, inside this, we're going to need to have the trigger. So we're going to say the select trigger. Okay. And let's import select trigger. It's going to have the following styles. And then select value like this, which will have select number of cards inside that. Okay. And then down in here, we can have the all the content. So inside that, so whatever we need to show can be inside this. Okay. So after trigger, you want to hit enter, and you want to say select content like this, and we're going to give it a class name of width of fit if I know how to type. Okay. So with fit like this, and then inside this class name, inside this select content, we're going to say outlines, which we also need to get from the store, I believe. So let's go ahead and grab that first. So I'm going to scroll all the way up top here, and I'm going to say outlines. And now let's go back down here, and I'm going to say outlines. Where do I say that actually? Okay. I'm going to need to do it in here. So outlines dot length. So if we have anything, if this is equal to 0 though, then we'll do something here. If not, we'll do something else in here. Okay. So if this is true, we'll return a select item and we'll just say, hey, no cards, like this. Okay. So let's bring this in. Okay. And then down here, we're going to essentially say array dot from, and we're going to create an object in here, and we're going to say length, and this is going to be outlines dot length. Okay. And then we're going to put a comma here, and then we're going to create an arrow function. And in here, this is just going to be underscore because we don't need that first value. And we're going to get the index, and I'm going to say index plus 1. Okay. And then after this, so down here, we're going to say dot map. We're going to invoke this. And then in here, we're going to have another arrow function. And we need the number right here. So I'm going to grab that. And then if this is, inside this, once this gets fired, we're going to basically return a component. So I'm going to return the select item like this. And this is going to need a key first. So I'm going to say number. And this also needs the value. And the value here is going to be number.toString. We're going to invoke that. And then a class name of font-semibold. Now inside this select, we're going to say num, and then number equal to 1. If true, say card. If not, say cards, like this. Okay, so no cards right now. And then there we go. Now the reason why we have it set up this way is, let's say when a user uses a prompt to generate an outline, we're going to get a bunch of stuff, right? We're going to get something like this. Think about it this way. Now we get to select how many cards from what's shown down here should we use. Okay, so you can change the logic. Again, you can use these 8 cards and you can send it into ChatGPT and say, use only these 8 cards, right? And you can also do the other way, which is, hey, only use these from down here and render them out. You can do that as well. So I'm going to keep this here for you so you can add. So right now, because we don't have anything, it's going to say no cards, which is, the cards are basically the outlines. Okay. All right. So now down here, after the select content, we have select here. We're going to hit enter, and then I'm going to create a button, and this button is going to have the following props. So I'm going to say variant destructive. On click is going to have something called reset cards. Size icon, area label is reset cards. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this reset cards. I'm going to go all the way up top, and I'm going to say const reset cards equal to an arrow function, and this is going to do the following. So first, we're going to need to have some states in here. Okay, so first state we need is editing card to keep track if we're editing the card or not. So I'm going to say const editing card and set editing card like this equal to use state. Okay, and for now I'm just going to set this to false. The next one is generating. So once the prompt is firing and we're generating something, then we're going to need to show that as well. So I'm going to say is generating and set is generating and set it to false. Then right here, I also want to make a quick change. Instead of setting this to false, guys, I'm just going to set this to null, and we'll give it string or null. Okay. All right. Awesome. Now, after is generating, selected card. So which one is being selected? So if we're selecting this, then what should we show? Something like that, right? So I'm going to have a state for that as well, called selected card, set selected card, which is use state, string, null, and the default value is null. Okay. And that should be good for now. And let's move on. Okay, let's move this state up here as well. This one should be good. All right, awesome. Now let's go down. Let's go back down. And inside the button, now we can render out that. We can render out this one. Where did that button go? This right here. Or actually, maybe not this one, guys. Just give me a second. I didn't mean this one. I meant this refresh right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is inside this, I'm going to say rotate CWC. Okay. Class name age 4 with 4. Okay. So you can see it. There you go. All right. And now let's go ahead and complete this function. So inside this function, first thing I'm going to do is set editing card to null. Then I'm going to set the selected card to null. I'm going to set the editing text to null as well. And this again is another state. Totally forgot to mention that one. So we're going to have which text we clicked on to edit it. So if we clicked on something here, double click, we know if we can edit that text based on this state right here. Okay. And then the other one we're going to need to have is Zustand related stuff. Okay. So first we're going to set the current AI prompt to nothing. And we can also have something called reset outlines, which if I'm not wrong, I think we already did. Let me take a look. So reset. Okay, we did not do that. So let's go back into the store real quick. And I'm just going to create something called reset outlines, which is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And down here, we're going to see all these crazy errors. So I'm just going to say reset outlines is an arrow function. And inside that, we're going to set it to the following outline. Okay, outline set to nothing. That's pretty much it. So now we can go back and we can call this function. So I'm going to say reset outlines like this. And let's also bring it in from this store. Okay, there we go. So you can reset it like that. All right, guys, now after this button, we're going to hit enter down here. I think everything else is pretty much set up and good to go. So let's hit enter down here, and we're going to create a div like this with the following class names. And let's shrink this so you guys can see. And inside this, I'm going to have another button. So I'm going to say button like this. And this has got to have another class name, and we're going to need to have an on click. And this one's going to basically help us generate an outline. And so it's going to, send the prompt and all that kind of stuff. And so for now, obviously, because we're not doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the on click actually. And then let me see. So I'm just going to put the on click in here. Okay. And now I'm going to just copy this. I'm going to scroll up top here. I'm going to say const like this. And then I'm going to basically comment this out and put a work in progress flag. Okay, like that. Now, here we can just comment this out again. And then we can have an is disabled. And we can set this to the state is generating. Okay. Next, based on if it is generating or not, I'm just going to return a component, a loading state. So I'm going to say if it is generating like this, if it is generating, then return this loader. If not, say generate outline. So let's import this icon, and then I'm also going to put the animate spin and say generating on it. Okay. So now if you click, well, nothing's going to happen. But when you do click and when we have the API call, we're essentially going to have that loading state. Okay. Great job. Now, after these after this div down here, we're going to create all the lists of the cards. So all these cards are going to show up down here. Okay. So for that, I'm going to basically create a component called card list. Okay. And this is going to be a closing component actually, like that. Now let's copy this, and I'm going to open up my folder structure, and I'm going to go into components right in here. And what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm actually going to create another folder. I'm going to call this, what is this? The settings, my bad. So in here, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call this common. And then inside that, I'm going to create a card list.tsx. Okay, let's go ahead and return this component as well. And now this is going to have a bunch of code in here. So please just bear with me, type with me, should be good. Okay. Pause the screen and go back to stuff and read it if you really want to understand, or if you got stuck for some reason, go and watch it so you understand what's going on, okay? So this is going to have a bunch of props. Please pause and type this, okay? So I'm going to say the following. So we need outlines, editing the card, which is a state. We have the selected card, and we have the edit text, okay? So first, let's import this type as well. So outline card, which is the title, ID, and order. Okay. So this is for each, this is the card list basically for all this is all the outlines. So that's going to be an array of these. Okay. All right. And then these are some setters. So add outline, on, edit, change. Just go ahead, pause and type. These are just setters, nothing else crazy. Okay. And we have the same thing done in the other page as well. Okay. So now down here, we're going to need to basically destructure and grab all of these values. So let's go ahead and grab everything. Okay, and I think that's pretty much, oh, no, there's more. Okay, just like that. Okay, and now I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to change this to use client. You don't have to do this because the previous component is already a client component, but this is a habit you need to generate because we're going to need states in here. And so I know because I'm using either use state or I'm using some sort of hook, this has to be a client component. Okay, so make that a habit. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a state called dragged item. Actually, we'll get to this when we do need it, so we don't get too confused, right? So let's just go back and import this card list in the meantime. Okay, sweet. And now we can see our card list component. So first thing I'm going to do down here is I'm going to remove this and I'm going to return the famous motion div like this, which again needs to be imported, right? So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to import two things, motion and animate presence. Okay, we need these two. So go ahead and import that. And then down here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first put a class name. So like this, and then I'm going to say layout. Okay. And then after layout, I'm going to say on drag over. And this is going to give us a handler. Okay. So first we get event from here. So I'm going to grab that as well. And I'm just going to say event.prevent default. Now inside this handler, which is the on drag over, what we're doing is we're creating this drag and drop functionality. So users can move these outlines above each other and kind of reorder all of them. Okay, so that's the functionality we're going to create in here. And once they drop it, we're going to use another event called the event handler called the on drop, sorry, not on drag, on drop to essentially, move those elements. Okay, so first inside here, I'm going to say if outlines dot length is equal to 0 or e dot, okay, this is an error, or e dot client y is greater than e dot current target dot get bounding client rectangle, like this. And then we're going to invoke it and we're going to say dot bottom and minus 20. Okay. And if this is true, then we're going to essentially create a function, a handler function up here. And I'm going to call this on drag over. So I'm going to say const on drag over is equal to this arrow function. And now inside this, we're going to get first the event. So I'm going to put that in here. Event, which is going to be react.drag event. And then we also need the index number because we need to know what we're dragging it over or which element we're dragging, right? And now I can take this and down here, I can basically invoke it. So I'm going to say on drag over, pass an E and the outline. Why is that not showing? The outlines, this one. Oh, spelling error, dot length. Okay, nice. That's it. Now let's go back to this function and let's complete it. So first thing I'm going to do inside here is I'm going to say e dot prevent default. Okay, and then after that, we're going to say if not dragged item, which is a state. Okay, so we want to know if the element is being dragged in the first place, right? So I'm going to go up top here and I'm going to say dragged item and set dragged item equal to use state. And let's bring this in from React. And this is going to have the outline card, which is this thing itself, or null. Okay. So if we're not dragging, so if not drag item, then we're going to return. So only if we are dragging, only if that state is as a dragged item, only then are we going to fire everything below this. Okay. So first I'm going to say const rect equal to e dot current target dot get bounding client rect like this. We're going to invoke that. And then we're going to say y is equal to e dot client y minus rect dot top. Okay. And this is going to need to be const y. Next, we're going to say const threshold is equal to, and in here, we're going to say rect dot height divided by 2. Okay. Now, if y is less than the threshold right here, then inside this, we're going to essentially have another state. And this state is called drag over index. So I'm going to say const drag over index and set drag over index. This is going to be a number. Okay. And now I can go down here. And if this is true, I'm going to set it to that index. Okay. And if this is not true, then I'm going to set it to the following. So I'm going to say else like this, and I'm going to set it to +1. All right. That's it for on drag over. And now we also have the on drop function. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get event. I'm going to say e.prevent default. I'm going to invoke that. And then we're going to say on drop, which is another function we're going to create. So first, let me just go up here and I'm going to say export. Sorry, not export. Const on drop equal to an arrow function. This is going to be react.drag event, or yeah, it should be a drag event. So let's just quickly grab that so I don't make any spelling errors. And inside this, we can do whatever we need to do for on drop. So right here, I'm going to invoke on drop. Okay, on drop. If it will allow me to, we're going to invoke that and pass in the event. Okay, awesome. And now inside this, we're going to do the following. So first, again, I'm going to say prevent default. Okay. And then after that, we want to make sure the element is being dragged, because if it's not, we have to return. So I'm going to say if it's not dragged, and if we don't have the drag over index, just return. All right. So first thing is we're going to say update cards, const update cards, updated cards, and we're going to put all of the outlines inside that. Okay. So I'm going to say const updated cards equal to an array with everything inside outlines. All right. And then after that, I'm going to say the dragged index. So const dragged index equal to updated cards dot find index. And we're going to put an arrow function in here. And we're going to say card for where card dot id equal to dragged item dot id. Okay, nice. All right, then down here, we're going to say if the drag index is -1, that means there's no index. And if this is equal to the same thing that we're moving over, then just return. Don't do anything, okay? But if it is, then what we're going to do is we're going to say const removed card equal to updated cards dot splice. And we're going to say dragged index like this, comma 1, okay? And then we're going to say updated cards. Sorry about that. And then we're going to say updated cards dot splice. And then in here, we're going to say drag over index. And we're going to say if this. Oh, Siri, shut up. Okay. Never mind. Don't know why Siri wants to wake up now, but okay. So drag over index. If it's greater than the dragged index, if this is true, do something here. If not, do something here. So in here, we're going to say drag over index. We're going to return that -1. And then in here, we're going to return the drag over index itself. So let's copy this and let's paste this in here. Okay. Next, after this, we're going to pass in the next argument, which is 0 and then removed card. All right. Something seems to be wrong here. This is negative. What's the problem here? This should be 0. Okay, there we go. Then down here, we're going to get the add multiple outlines that comes from our props, okay? And I'm going to invoke it, okay? So I'm going to say add multiple outlines at the bottom here, like this. And then I'm going to invoke it. And then inside that, I'm going to pass in the updated cards, okay? So I'm going to say updated cards dot map. And we're going to return something here, but we're going to get the index like this. And we're going to return a new object with everything inside card, but we want the order to be set to the new index +1, okay? And then after that, we're going to set the dragged item to null, and then also the dragged over index to null. Let's just reset everything. That's pretty much it for that one, okay? Awesome. Now inside this div right here, we're going to create a component called animate presence. We already imported it from Framer Motion, so just render that out. And then inside this, we're going to say outlines.map. So we're rendering all of them right now, okay? And for each of them, we're going to return a type of a card, okay? Special type of card. So first, let's get card and index from here. And then in here, we're going to return first a React fragment, okay? So I'm going to say react.fragment, or you can just do this if you want as well. The only reason, actually, if you want to pass in a key, then you're going to need to say React fragment, okay? So I'm going to say React.fragment like this, and now you can pass in the key, okay? So I'm going to say key is card.id like this, and then inside the fragment, we're going to have a card component. Now, this is a special card component, so let's go ahead and create that. Okay, so open up your folder structure, And I'm going to stretch this out a little bit more. Okay, so let's shrink this. Great. So now inside common, we're going to create another element called card.tsx. And now let's return another element here and just change that to card. Now, for the props here, we're going to first need the card itself, right? And this card is going to need these props, which is the outline card. So let's use that type. So card is going to be outline card, okay? And then if we are editing that card, we're going to need to put some states on that as well. So I need that. And then I also need is selected. So if it's selected, and basically a bunch of stuff, all right? So just go ahead, pause and type with me. And then next I'm going to have on edit change, just some handler, on edit blur. So when you click outside, what happens then? And then on edit key down, we have on card. So a bunch of values. I'm just going to save myself a bunch of time here, and I'm just going to paste this in here. Please pause and type, okay? These are just handlers and just states. That's pretty much it. So now, down here, I'm going to destructure everything, okay? So something seems to be wrong. There we go, nice. And now we can use that in here. So this is going to need to become a client component. So I'm going to say use client like this. And then down here, we're going to first create an input ref, okay? So I'm going to say input ref, and we're going to use ref here, which is an HTML input element. And the reason why we need this is because this is going to swap to an input field when the user clicks on this. Okay, that's why. So now the other thing I want to do here is also go back and just quickly import this so it doesn't scream at me. Okay, there we go. Nice. Awesome. So cannot read properties of map. Which one? Outlines. And the reason is because back here in our card list component, we're actually not passing anything in, right? So let's go ahead and pass all the props. So first we need outlines. So I'm going to say outlines like this. Okay, nice. That automatically solved all the problems. Then we need add outlines, which is going to be another function. So let's go ahead and bring that in from our use creative AI store. Where is this? Okay, add outlines. Awesome. And then we're going to need a couple more things from here. So let me just bring these in. All right, there we go. We need the add multiple outlines as well. So let's bring that in. And now let's scroll all the way down here. And the next thing we need is the multiple outlines. So I'm going to pass that function. We need editing card state. We need selected card state. We need the edit text. We need on edit change, card select. Then we need on double click. We'll get to that in a second. But after that, we also need the other setters. So set editing text, set editing card, and set selected card. Okay. And now for the on double click, I'm going to say set editing card. Do we have this or no? Okay, we do have this as a state. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is when you double click this, so on card double click, right? This is the action that's firing. I'm going to say ID and title. And in here, I'm going to set the editing card to ID. Okay, so now we can use this inside because we're passing that state, right? We can use this component in there, and then we can show some sort of class names and stuff like that, some styling basically. Now set edit text is going to be the title that the user is trying to edit and change. All right, and there we go. Now we're passing all the values. Okay, so now let's go back in here. All right, and I see my card component. Let me also get this on my side as well. Now I'm going to go back in here, and now we can continue. Okay, so now that we have the input ref, down here, we're going to say motion.div like this. And this motion is going to need to come from Framer Motion. So let's scroll up top, import that from Framer Motion. Okay, and I made a bracket error here, so I'm going to import that one as well. Okay, so inside this, first I'm going to say layout like this, and this is going to have initially it's going to be set to opacity 0 and Y of 20, and then animate and exit is going to be as follows. And then after that, for transition, I'm going to say please set it to spring, stiffness, and damping, and put a mass of 1. And then for the class name, I'm going to put relative like this. Okay. What was the error here? This is class name relative. There we go. Now inside this, I'm going to have another div, okay, with a class name set to, actually no class name for now. We'll just say style equal to drag over styles. that's coming in from our props, okay? And then we're going to say this is draggable. So we're creating that element right now, that card element, right? So this can now be draggable. And then at the bottom here, I'm going to say everything inside drag handlers. Let's pass everything in here. And then I also want the on drag over function. So I'm going to say on drag over just like this. Okay, nice. Okay, okay, I'll just keep this at the bottom. Now inside this div, I'm going to create another component called, actually, I'm just going to import our Shatsian UI component, okay? But I'm going to call it UI card, okay, like this. And this is basically our card. So I'm going to change this to card and import it from our folder, okay, like this. And now I'm going to change this to card. Scroll up top and let's say card component. Okay, so this is also named as card, and so that's why it's causing this problem, right? And so we have to change this to a different name. So I'm going to say card as UI card, like this. Okay, nice. So now down here, for this card, I'm going to change this to UI card, and I'm going to pass in a class name. So if this is being edited, we want to set it to is editing, and if it is editing, then we're going to show this. If not, we'll show something else, okay? And then after that, on click is going to be whatever we get through the props, and for double click, whatever we get through the props as well. Okay. Next, inside here, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have the following class names, like this. And then inside this, we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have the following class names as well. And we're just going to say card order. Okay. It's just styling stuff, guys. Just pause and type. Eventually, everything is going to make sense. Because we're also going to need to, having some sort of a test data would work, but I think it's better if we just go with the flow and then incorporate, OpenAI into it and then see how we can create all of these outlines, right? So once this is done, down here, we're going to say span. And then for class name, I'm going to set it to the following, and this is going to have the card title, okay? So let's go ahead and do that as well. And now after this div, let's see right here. Okay. So I made a small error, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so no error. Just copy all of this and just hit Command X. Just cut it, okay? Because we want to first check if the user is editing in order to render that component, okay? So, because if they are editing, then we have to return an input component, remember? So first I'm going to say div, class name flex, justify between, item center, okay? And then inside this, if is editing is true, we'll do something here. If not, we'll do something here. And now whatever you copied, you just want to paste that in here in the else block. And now for the if block, we're going to return an input component from components UI, okay? And this is going to have the value and ref set to the following. So ref is input ref, value is edit text, on change is going to be on edit, and then we're going to pass in the e.target.value. And then on blur, we're going to say on edit blur. If you don't know what this is, it's basically when you click and focus on something on an input field, and then when you click outside, it fires an on blur. Okay? So when something goes out of focus, think about it. I guess that's the best way to think about it. Next, we're going to have on key down. And then finally, we're going to have the class name. So I'm going to pass these in as well. Okay? Now, down here, after this bracket, we're going to create a button component. And inside this button component, I'm going to give it a size and variant and set it to the following. So ghost and size of icon. And then I also need an on-click handler. So I'm going to say on-click, e.stop propagation, and on-delete click. And the reason's because if you click on that button, right, it's also going to kind of bubble up all the way up top. And so you'll end up triggering the edit, or you'll end up moving the component on the draggable stuff, right? And so we don't want that. So that's why we have to stop propagation here. I don't think I have to explain all that. I'm sure you guys know how to code, but I'm just saying in case some of you are absolutely confused, that's why you need to stop propagation here, okay? All right, next is area label. So I'm just going to say area label like this. Sorry, guys, I made a small error here, area label. And now inside this, I'm just going to have a trash icon. So I'm going to say trash2, and let's import that, and class name height 4 width 4. Okay, that's it. We're done with this component. I'm going to go one step behind, and I'm rendering out a card right here. So if I just bring that up here, let's see what happens. Okay, because we don't have anything being provided into it, right? So let's go ahead and pass some stuff. All right, so just bear with me. We're almost there. Just a few more things we need to pass into this, okay? So first one is on drag over prop. I'm just gonna say on drag over is equal to the on drag over we have. And this is the index from here. So I'm gonna say index like this, okay? Then after this, we're gonna need to pass in a couple more props. So please pause the screen and type. Okay, we need card is editing is selected, the text that we edited, and on edit change. Next, we're going to have the on edit blur function, which is going to have another handler here called on card update. So let's copy this. I'm going to go up top. I'm going to say const on card update, which is going to be an arrow function. And in here, I'm going to have an ID set to string, new title set to string. Okay. And now inside this, we're going to say add multiple lines. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to say outlines.map, and we're going to return something in here. But first, let's grab the card. And then in here, we're going to return card if card.id is equal to ID, then we'll do something here, else we'll do something else in here. Okay. So for this if block, I'm going to say everything that's inside card like this, but I want to add title and set it to the new title. Okay. Now we're going to get this new title here. New title. Okay. So we need to create this new title. Sorry guys, what am I saying? The title comes from here. My bad. I was confused because of the error. I thought I didn't have that for a second. And then in here, we're going to return the card. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now after this down here, I'm going to set all our states and reset them. So editing card null, select null, and edit null. Okay. Edit empty text. Sorry, don't put null in there. Now let's go down here. And now after this on blur, we're going to have the key down. So for key down, I'm going to say the following. If it is enter key, then on card update, put the card ID and edit text. All right. Next, if for on card click, I'm going to say the following. So on card select. And by the way, these are coming in from our props. Okay. And we're also passing it in here. You see on card select, on card double, on card select, all this stuff. And again, this is coming from our states. Let's go back in there. Okay. So on card select, on card click is done. Now on double click is going to do the following. And then for on click, we're going to do the following, which is on card, on delete. Click is the following here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to scroll up top. I'm going to say const on card delete. And in here, we need the ID, which is going to be a string. And inside this, I'm going to say add multiple outlines. And this is going to have outlines dot filter because we're deleting it, right? So we're just going to remove it. That's it. So filter. And this is going to give us the card. And we're going to filter for where card.id is not equal to ID. Okay? Like this. And then once this is done, I'm going to do dot map. So let's hit enter on this. Okay? Enter on this. So after this, dot map. Okay? And for this, I'm going to say card and index. And in here, I'm going to return a new object with everything inside card. But I'm going to set the order to index plus 1. Okay, there we go. That's pretty much it. Now I'll scroll down here, and our last one was on delete click. All right. Next, we're going to have the drag handlers. So for drag handlers, I'm going to say on drag start is going to be this function here called on drag start. And now we have to build that, of course, and then on drag end. Okay, so copy this, and let's scroll up top, and I'm going to say const on drag start. And this is going to need the event, which is react.drag event. And then we're going to need card, which is outline card. Okay. Now inside this, I'm going to say set dragged item like this. We're going to invoke it, and I'm going to pass in card in here. And then after that, I'm going to say e.data transfer event dot effect allowed. And we're going to say move. Okay. Now this data transfer is super helpful because you can pass information and data into this. Okay. So that's why you can use this to send info across different things. So if you guys remember, one of My Projects Plura, we use this data transfer event to move things between the sidebar onto the website builder, right? So that's why this data transfer event is important. Next, I'm going to say const rect equal to, we're going to say, this is e.current event, current target as HTML element, okay? And then dot get bounding client rect like this and invoke that. Next, I'm going to say data offset dot current equal to, and this is actually another state we need to create, which is a ref actually. So let's go up top here, and I'm going to say data offset y equal use ref, which is a number, okay? And then down here, I'm going to say const dragged element equal to e.current target.clone node, okay? And we're going to invoke this and say true as HTML element. What's going on? Okay, I'm making spelling errors, so I give up. I'm just going to copy this and say as HTML element, all right? Next, we're going to change some of the styles of the dragged element. So first, I'm going to change its position and say, hey, this now has to become absolute. And then we want to say negative 100 for top. Opacity is 0.8. And then the width is going to be the following, which is e.current target as HTML.offset with pixels, okay? And then we're going to say document.body.append child dragged element, okay? Finally, we're going to say e.dataTransfer.set drag image, and we're going to pass the dragged element, say 0, drag offset. Okay, this is just syntax stuff. You don't have to worry about too much. Okay, and then after that, we're going to essentially create a set timeout. All right, and this set timeout is going to do the following. So we're going to say set drag over index to outlines.find the index for where it's the same card. Okay, and then I'm going to say document.body.remove child, and we're going to put this in here. So this is how we can move those elements. Okay, so we're pretty much doing this from scratch. There's no library being used to show this drag and drop functionality. Okay, so this is how they natively do it under the hood. Now, they go above and beyond and do a bunch of cool fancy stuff to make it look prettier, but that's pretty much it. Okay. All right, so let's scroll down here. And now we need to create this beautiful on drag end. So this is very straightforward. So I'm going to go up top and I'm going to say const on drag end, set this dragged item to null and drag over index to null. Okay. That was probably the easiest thing we did today. And now after the handlers are done, finally, we need the drag over styles. And the drag over styles are going to be another function that we need. That's going to be a helper function that's going to help determine the styles based on the card index. Okay. So what's being dragged over and what's being clicked, all that kind of stuff. So const get drag over styles equal to an arrow function. And this is going to get card index, and we're going to set this to number. And then in here, I'm going to say if drag over index is equal to null, or drag item, is equal to null, then we're going to return an empty object like this. Okay. Finally, we're going to say if card index equal to drag over index, then in here, we're going to return an object with all of the styles. So I'm going to say return border top 2 pixel solid, margin top and transition. Please pause and type that, okay? All right. Then down here, I'm going to say else if, this is if, okay? And if the card index is equal to drag over index, like this, drag over index -1, then in here, I'm going to return some more styles, okay? So I'm going to say the following, return border bottom, margin, and transition, okay? Finally, if all of this fails, at the bottom, I'm just going to return an empty object. Great job. We are so close. Let's go back down. And yeah, so now we have this, right? This is done. After that, we're going to create another button called add card button, okay? And this is another custom component. So open up your folder structure, and inside common, I'm going to say add card button.tsx, and let's return a fragment, return a component here and change the name. Now this is going to need on add card, which is going to be an arrow function that returns void. And now I can go in here and I can also destructure this. And let's go back, and now we can return this component and we can import it. Okay. And now finally, we need to pass in that on add card. So I'm going to say on add card equal to an arrow function that says on add card like this, and we're going to pass in the index. Okay. Now this on add card function is a little complicated, so we'll get to that in a second. All right. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit enter. Going to hit enter here, and we're just going to comment this out. Okay. So let's go back into this component, and first thing I want to do is change this to a client component. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to create a state called show gap and set show gap. And the reason is because you see this section right here, right? When the user hovers between this, we want to push them apart and show this plus icon. Okay. So just picture this in your mind, all right? That's pretty much it. I just want to help you know what we're building, because right now we can't see anything because we don't have data, right? But that's pretty much it. So when you hover here, it's going to move this down, move this slightly up, and it's going to show this plus thing here. Same thing here as well, and same thing here. That's how we can add a card in between these things, right? So that's why we need to decide whether to show the gap or not, and to do that, we can use a state. Now, next thing is I need stuff from Framer Motion, so let's go ahead and import that. And then down here, I'm going to say motion card motion.div like this. And this is going to need class name and initial set to the following. So initial, we want its height to be this much. And then after that, we need to use animate. So I'm going to say animate and do this specific design. This specific animation. Next, we're going to say on hover start, and we're going to set this to set show gap, and we're setting it to true. And when you stop hovering, set it to false. That's literally it, okay? Now I'm going to use the animate presence component inside here. And inside this, I'm going to decide to render a component based on whether we're showing the gap or not. That's it, very straightforward, okay? So in here, I'm going to say motion gap, motion div like this. And this is going to have the following prop. So please pause and type this, okay? Like this. Wait, why is there an error? Okay, there seems to be some sort of an error. Okay, that's because I'm putting it in the wrong one. It's right in here. Okay, so initial, animate, exit, transition, and class name. And then inside this, we're going to need to have a div. I'm just going to create a div with this class name right here. And then we need a button. Okay, and this button is going to do the following. We have variant, size, class name, on click, and area label. And this on click is going to come from our props, right? This on add card. And that's what we're passing in here. And then after that, we have the area label set to add new card. And then next inside this, we're going to have a plus icon. So let's get that as well. And then I'm going to have a div after this. Okay, awesome, guys. That's pretty much it. And now let's move on to the next stage. All right, guys, now go ahead and go back to the Creative AI page, which is right here. Okay, and then you want to scroll to the bottom. And after this, down here, we're going to say if outlines.length, if this is greater than 0, then we're going to do the following. And in here, we're actually going to render out, sorry guys, this is wrong, if it's greater than 0. And in here, we're going to return a button like this. And this button is going to have the following class name. So I'm just going to say with full. And then after that, it's going to have an on-click handler. Now, this on-click handler is something we need to create called handle generate. So let's go ahead and scroll all the way up top. And then I'm going to create const handle generate is equal to an arrow function. Do we have this here? Okay, we also have one more thing we need to activate. We'll do that in just a second, but let's go up here. And so what happens here? Well, in this place, we're essentially adding prompts. We're basically creating the project inside the database. And I mean, that's pretty much it, right? And we're also, I'm not sure if we're going to be doing it right now, but we're going to need to send the prompt into the AI and we have to get all the outlines. So that's another step as well. But first, let me just quickly complete this button. And then the other one is disabled. And for this, I'm just going to say disabled is generating. Okay, so if we're generating all of the outlines or if we're generating the PowerPoint presentation, then we're going to show this. Then down here, I'm going to say is generating. If this is true, then do something here, and then we'll do something in here if not, okay? And then in here, I'm going to return a React fragment, and inside this, I'm going to say loader2, and this is going to have the following class name. And after that, I'm just going to say the word generating like this, okay? Then down here, I'm going to say generate PPT, okay, or generate, this is fine as well. And then let's refresh. Okay, there we go. And so if there are any outlines, only then can we generate the PowerPoint, right? And so that's why we need this right here. Then at the bottom, after the button actually, right here, I'm going to say prompts, where is this? Okay, so let's go ahead and get prompts. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say const prompts equal add prompts, which comes from use prompt store. And let's invoke that so we can get it, okay? Then I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. And now I'm going to say if the prompts exist, so if prompts.length is greater than 0, then I want to return something called recent prompts. Okay, this component right here. Awesome. All right, so the first thing I want to create is the generate outline. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to search for it right here. Okay. And then in this, I'm going to first remove the work in progress flag. Okay. And then inside this, I'm going to first change this to an async arrow function. And then I'm going to say if the current AI prompt, okay, if this is nothing, then we're going to show a toast. Okay. So I'm going to say toast.error or toast like this. Why is it not showing? Toast from Sonar. You can also use the other one. That's totally fine. I'm just going to use toast from Sonar. Okay. And toast.error, and I'm going to say error like this, and description is going to be set to please enter a prompt like this. So please enter a prompt to generate an outline, okay? And then that should be good to go, all right? It's enough if I click on generate, it's saying please enter a prompt. That's what we want to see, okay? Awesome. Now, after this, I'm going to say return down here. Also, we need to put this inside a bracket, so I'm going to copy all of this, okay? And then in here, I'm going to say return, so inside the if statement, okay? All right. Now, after this down here, first we're going to set is generating to true. Then we're going to make a server, we're going to fire a server action, okay? This is called generate creative prompt. Okay, first let's create it, and then we'll go and grab any API keys or whatever we need, okay? So first thing I'm going to do in here is I'm going to say const res equal await generate creative prompt. We're going to invoke this. And then in here, I'm going to essentially pass the current AI prompt. And now let's quickly go ahead and copy this, open up our actions folder, go into OpenAI.TypeScript, okay? And in here, I'm going to say, or actually, I'm just going to call this ChatGPT because that's basically what it is. So in here, I'm going to say export const, and also let's change this to use server and generate creative prompt. And this is going to be an arrow function like this, which is going to be an async arrow function, which needs the user prompt, which is going to be a string. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go back into that component, which is the creative AI component, and let's just import this prompt. Okay. So I just thought about it, guys. We can go ahead and, build this. That's totally fine. But all that's left right now is we need to make the API call. We need to get the prompts and we need to store it in here. That's pretty much it. Right. So I think a better way to approach this would be to put a work in progress flag and say use OpenAI and complete this stuff, okay? Complete this function. This should help me better understand. Okay, and then we'll get to that in a second. Instead, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna shrink everything, go into source, app, protected, pages, dashboard, create page, page.tsx, click on the render page, and then in here, we have another one called scratch page, right? So we need to create that one as well. So let's go ahead and build that. So right here, I'm going to say return scratch page like this, which is a custom component. And in here, we're also going to need to pass an on back. So I might as well just do it right now. And this is the handle on a handle back like this. Okay. And so let's copy this name. And then you're going to open up your folder structure. You're going to go into the components right here. Going to create another folder called Scratch. And in here, you're going to say scratch page.tsx. And we're just going to return a component like this. Okay, awesome. And then here we're going to need onBack, which is just a function that returns void. Okay. And then here I'm going to destructure and grab that. So the first thing is we need router. So I'm just going to grab that right now. And let's change this to use client component. Okay. And then after router, I think we're also going to need set projects. So I'm going to grab that from our use slide store. Then we're also going to need another state called edit text. And I'm going to bring that in as well. And so I think, oh, well, let's just go piece by piece, right? We'll figure it out as we need stuff. We'll keep creating that. I think that's going to make more sense. So now we're going to need the motion component from Framer Motion. So I'm going to bring that in. And in here, I'm going to say motion.div like this. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to have the following prop. So please pause and type this. And we're also going to need to pass in the container variants for this. Okay. Next, inside this, I'm going to have a chevron back button. All right. So I'm going to say button like this. And then I'm going to bring in the chevron icon. So left like this. Awesome. And then this is going to have a handle back component. I think it's just called a handler. Sorry, kind of stumbled there. So we're going to have a handler here called handle back. And then we're going to need to have something called reset outline so we can reset everything. And this one comes from another store called use scratch store. Okay, so here we can say on back so we can fire this one, but we also want to reset all of this, right? So what do? Open up the folder structure and you want to scroll down here and we're going to create a new store inside this called use scratch store.tsx. And then inside this, we're going to create those states. Okay. So I'd like for you to take this up as a challenge. All right. We're going to need to create this reset outlines as the state and, the reset outlines is not a state. It's an arrow function. Okay. That's basically a setter. And then we're going to have the outlines itself, which is going to be outline cards. Okay. So I'm going to say outlines like this. And then we also need the reset outline. So just give it a shot. You might need to scrap everything and that's totally fine, but this is how you learn, okay? So pause this video and give it a shot and try to build that store, okay? Try to build the store and then we'll go from there, okay? Awesome, welcome back. Well, I hope you got the right answer. If not, this is what you're supposed to do. So first I'm gonna say outline store equal to like this. And then first I need the outlines. So I'm gonna grab this. This is actually, I'm going to change the name, guys. So instead of use scratch store, use start scratch store. Okay, this is what I have as well. So I want to keep the same naming convention. So the premium code base does not have any errors, right? So same thing, basically. So now we're going to say outlines. Next, we're going to have a setter called add outlines. Okay, and it's an arrow function that needs the outline to add. And then we're going to have add multiple outlines, which is like this. And then after that, we're going to have reset outlines. And this is what you had to do. Okay, so these two are extra. So please make sure to add these two. Now, down here, we're going to say const use scratch store equal to create. And this create comes from Zustand. Okay, and then we also need persist. So I'm going to bring that in as well. And I'm also wiring up DevTools in here. We don't need it, but you can use it if you'd like to see all the data, right? So I'm going to invoke this now and create an iffy like this. And in here, we're going to pass in this type, online store, okay? Now inside this, the first one is, sorry guys, not this one, inside here, DevTools. We're going to invoke that, and we're going to say persist, okay? And invoke that as well. And now inside persist, first, we're going to get an arrow function. And in here, we're going to need to return an object, Okay, so I'm going to put this bracket and curly bracket inside that, and then another bracket saying name, and this name is going to be scratch. Okay, so scratch like this. Inside persist, we're going to need to create all of these values. So first, outlines is going to be an empty array. Okay, and then we need the reset outlines. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that as well. So for reset outlines, all we're going to do is we're going to set outlines to an empty array. Okay, so after this, right down here, reset outlines, set, and the set comes from here. So let's grab that. We're going to set outlines to an empty array. Okay. Then next, we're going to have add outlines. So to add an outline, you have to have everything that's already inside the outline plus the extra outline that we created, correct? So that's why we're going to do this. So add outline is an arrow function that gives us that outline that we just want to add. And then set, this is previous state, we're going to say outlines is now going to be everything that's inside the state.outlines, and we're going to add our new one, okay? And then finally, to add multiple. So here I'm going to say add multiple, and we're going to get all the outlines from here. We're going to grab those and we're going to say set outlines is now going to be everything inside the outlines. Okay, that's pretty much it. Awesome. Now at the bottom, you can say export default use scratch store like this. I think I made a spelling error. User, okay, this is user by mistake. Sorry guys. It's use scratch store. Okay, now let's copy this. And now we can use that in here. So first, I'm going to say import the following. So import the use scratch store. And then we need outlines, reset, add, and just basically destructure everything. Okay? Awesome. So here I'm going to first, when the user clicks back, we're going to reset the outlines. And then we're also invoking on back. All right, now let's scroll down. And after this back, we're going to need to show the prompt, right? So I'm going to say, hey, H1, there's the prompt. So just a title. So now if we try to click on this, what happens? Let's take a look. All right, so scratch page is not defined. So let's go back and let's import the scratch page. Okay, and now we should see the prompt. So if you go back, awesome, and you click on this, it shows. All right, great. So I'm going to add this, and now we can be on this page. So now if you refresh, it'll always keep you on this page. Okay, nice. So after this, I'm going to copy this motion.div. And after h1, I'm going to say motion.div. And in here, I'm going to give it a class name and variance. So I'm going to say class name like this. And variance is going to be set to item variance. Okay? Then after that, inside this, I'm going to have another div. So I'm going to say div, just like this, with the following class names. And then this div is going to have a select component. Okay? So go ahead and say select like this and import select from components UI. All right. And then the value is going to be outlines.length. If it's greater than 0, then we're going to convert it to a string and return that. If not, we'll just return 0. Okay. And this is actually an open component, so let's change that. Next, we need the trigger. So I'm going to say trigger like this, select value like this, and I'm going to add the following class names and the placeholder. Select number of cards. Okay. Now, down here, I'm going to have the select content. Okay, so select content like this. And this is going to come from components UI. And then this is going to have the following class name of with fit. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to say if outlines.length equal to 0, then we want to render something here, and we'll render something else. So we're going to show a select item. So I'm just going to say select item like this. And value is 0, no cards. All right, just like that. And then if not, we're going to show an array. So right here, we're going to say array.from like this. And then the first one is going to be an object, length, outlines.length. Okay. And then next, we're going to pass in an arrow function. Something's wrong here. Okay, it's the second argument. It's an arrow function like this. And this arrow function is going to have two values. We need the index only. So I'm going to get idx. And in here, we're going to return idx plus 1. Awesome. Now, after this dot map, we're going to grab this. We're going to say num And in here, we're going to return the select item. So all I'm going to do here is say select item like this. Okay. We're going to pass in num, the value, which is num2 string, class name font semi-bold, num, number, if it's equal to 1, will show card, or then cards. Okay. Awesome. Now, down here, after this, we're going to hit enter. We're going to create a button. And this button is going to have the same styles that we've always been using, which is variant destructive, on click, which is going to be reset cards. And we're going to create this in just a second, but size is going to be icon and the area label is reset cards. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say const reset cards equal to, first we need this set edit text, and we already have this. Actually, we're going to create a state in here. So we're going to say const edit text set edit text equal to use state, and now we can invoke that, and when they reset it, we'll show reset outlines like this. Okay, awesome. Let's go down here, and inside the button something seems to, okay, it was just the indent, I guess. So in here I'm going to create this button, and inside this button I'm going to have a rotate icon. So I'm going to say rotate like this, and we're going to import this with the following class name. Awesome. Now down here, guys, it's basically the exact same thing. All right, there's nothing different. It's basically the same thing. Okay, so next thing we're gonna do. Also, I missed something, guys. I forgot to put the input field. So let's go up here after the div where we have this select item. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna shrink this select component, and we're going to need to put that entire component inside another div. Okay, so including this. So copy all the way till the button right here. You're going to create another div like this with the class name of flex items dash center and gap of 3. And inside this, just paste whatever we just created. Okay, and then let's go up top. Okay, right up here above the select and above this div. And then we're going to create an input field. So I'm going to bring in input, and this input field is going to have the value. We're going to set this to edit text, and then the on change, we're going to have on change is set edit text. We're going to have a placeholder and some styles as well, of course. So placeholder and some styles just like this. Okay, awesome. There we go. Great job. So it's basically the same prompt, the same thing that we had on the other page. Okay. Awesome. Now, why is it so zoomed in? For some reason, just, okay, I think that's just because of the font sizes. Yeah, there we go. So now let's scroll all the way down here till we find button, and you see this motion div, hit enter. And after this, we're going to need our beautiful card list component. So I'm going to copy this. It's the same thing from the other file, and I'm going to paste it in here, and then we'll import everything as we need. Okay, outlines, good to go. Add outline, good to go as well. This is good. Now, editing card is the next thing we need. So I'm going to go ahead and create a state. So scroll up top, and I'm going to create a state like this. And then the next one we need is select card. So select card is going to be another state. So I'm going to say select card and set selected card, which is the use state. I think this should be straightforward, right? Yes, it should, because it's just a string. All right, I thought it was going to be a whole object. Okay, and that's it. That's how you create the card list. So we're reusing that component here. Okay, then we need a button down here that says add card. So I'm going to say button, and this one is going to have on click set to this, variant secondary, and a class name. And we're going to say add card inside it. Now, for the handler, I'm going to scroll up top, and up here, I'm going to say const handle card. And this is const new card is going to be of type outline card. Let's bring that in. And now we're going to use a library called UUID. So let's go ahead and install UUID. So open up your terminal. Let's quit this. We're going to say bun add. And I think UUID should be the same version. It doesn't matter. So I'm just going to install that. And then here, I'm going to import v4. So instead of just, instead of importing, or actually, let me just do this. So scroll up here. You're going to say v4 as UUID. So v4 here for creating an ID. Then title is what we're set, right? What we are editing. or we're just going to call it a new section by default. And then here I'm going to say order outlines.length plus 1. Okay, so it keeps adding it to the next list. Then down here, I'm going to say set edit text. Okay, we're going to set this to empty and then add outline, and we're going to pass in the new card. That's pretty much it. So let's scroll down here all the way to the bottom, and there you go. So it says add card right now. Now we need one more thing, which is to render out all the outlines. So as we keep creating them, we have to add them, right? So I'm going to hit enter here, and I'm going to say outlines.length. So if anything exists in here, then render out a button, okay, that allows us to generate the PowerPoint. Okay, sorry guys, this is not the card list. I got confused. This was just rendering out the button to generate the PowerPoint if everything exists. And now for handle generate in here, we're going to need the same create project. Not sure if we already created this. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, we haven't done that, so awesome. Let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to copy handle generate, and I know we have to do handle generate for the other one, creative AI as well. But I'm going to copy this. I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to say const handle generate. Okay, like this. And inside this, first I'm going to say if outlines.length is 0, then just show a toast. So toast.error. Like this, and this toast comes from Sonar, okay? And I'm going to say error like this, and we're going to pass in a description like that, saying please add at least one card to generate the PowerPoint, okay? To generate slides. This is better. You don't want to call it PowerPoint. Okay, and then return. Now, after this, we're going to need to say create project. So create an API request, which is basically our server action, not an API request. And then I'm going to create this server action called create project. So open up your folder structure. We're going to go up to actions, project, and I'm going to say, at the bottom, I'm going to say export const create project, just like this. Now we can reuse this for the other function as well. Okay. So first thing I need here is I'm going to change this to async. Title is going to be a string. Outlines is going to be outline card, but it's going to be an array. And then in here, I'm going to use a try catch. Okay. And then inside try, I'm going to say if there's no title, or if there's no outlines, or if length is 0, then we're going to return a 400 error status, and we're going to say titles and outline are required. Okay. Now, guys, in our premium code base, if you grab the code base from the description, there's so many code comments, so you will know every single line, okay? You'll have no problems understanding anything, okay? So, for example, I'll just show you what this looks like so you can see. There you go. You see we put code comments everywhere so you can understand each and every line, all right? But don't worry, I'm not going to copy that whole thing. I want to just do this line by line. Then after that, after all outlines, so we're going to say outlines.map, and we're going to return the outline title. Okay. Next, we're going to say check if the user exists. So we're going to say on authenticate user. And if the user exists, that means, if the user does not. So if it's not 200 response and there's no response from the user, then we're going to say 403 unauthorized. Okay. Next, now we need to create it in the database. So I'm going to say const project equal await client dot project dot create. And in here, we're going to say data. And now we're going to need to pass in all of those values. So title, outlines, created at, updated, and user ID. Now, down here, if this failed for some reason, I'll return a 500. Okay. And then if everything was successful, we'll return a 200 response. Okay. Now, finally, in the catch block, I'm just going to show a 500 internal server error, just like this. Okay. Awesome. Now we can go back and we can import this create project server action. And that's it. Awesome. Now, if the response was not 200, then we're going to say toast.error. Okay. And in here, I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to put this bracket and let's save that and remove this. So we're going to say the res.error or fail to create project. And then let's return if there was an error. But if there was no error, then I'm going to create an if statement. So if condition is if res.data exists, in here, we're going to say set project. And this is another, this is something that comes from useSlideStore. So I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to say use slide store and I'm going to make sure I import that. And in here, we're going to need to create that one. Okay. So let's go in here to slide state. And first one I'm going to create is the project. So project is like this, which is of type project from Prisma client. And the setter for it is going to be as follows. Okay. Now let's go down here. And now we can create project is going to be the following. So just give me 1 second. So I'm going to set it to null by default. And then the set projects is going to do this. So set projects, it's an arrow function. We're going to use set from here, and we're going to pass in the project that we want. Okay. Now let's go back. And now we have this. So down here, now we can say if res.data set project to the response.data. Okay. And then down here, I'm going to say reset outlines, and I'm going to just invoke that. And then I'm going to show a toast message saying success. So toast.success, and we're going to pass in success message, and we're going to have a description saying project created successfully. All right. Awesome. Finally, we have to push the user to that page. So I'm going to say router.push presentation / res data ID / select theme. Now this is going to be not exactly like this, but I'm just giving you an example, but it's going to look somewhat like this where we can pick some themes, okay? But I promise you our page is going to look so much cooler because we have animations and we're going to like put this on top of each other and make it look very similar to Gamma, okay? Just a little bit like Gamma. So let's go back here and awesome. So now we push the user to the select theme page. After this, if this did not work out, then we're going to show a toast. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, error, error like this. And I'm going to change this to failed to create project. Awesome. That's pretty much it. Okay. All right. So now if I click this button, technically it is going to create a project for us, and it's also going to create the outlines. Okay. I think the first outline, let me just take a look. Okay, it's not the outline, it's generating. So it's not really the outline. Sorry about that, guys. We only generate the project once we click on generate here. And if there's no outlines, we will not see the generate button, okay? This part right here that will add a card is basically going to create the outline. So, let's just try. Okay, so I see a beautiful error. UUID v4 is not defined. What seems to be the issue? Let's take a look. Okay, not sure. Oh, we didn't spin up the server. So run dev, and let's refresh. Okay, so now if I click on this, hey, there we go. And see that we can also move it. And this is done completely from scratch. No library, so you learn how to build it under the hood and you know how everything works, okay? Now for the presentation, which is extremely complicated, we are not going to be doing this from scratch, okay? You will go crazy. It's going to take us years and years to build that functionality. So that's why we're not going to do it. I only wanted to do this to show you here that it is possible to build it from scratch. You don't need a third-party library. But again, the process here is not to become a web developer. It is to build SaaS projects, right? And so if you want to build a SaaS project, you have to think about speed. And if there's a free open source tool, just use it. You can learn about coding later, okay? The main part is pushing your MVP in front of other people. And that's why we're doing this. But I just wanted you to also learn, and that's why I did this, okay? So let's see if delete works. Hey, there we go. So add, delete. Looks nice, right? And there you go. You see that animation as well. So you can move here and add something. Okay. Now I think I need to add the functionality for this. So just give me a second. Let me take a quick look. Okay. So the reason why that's not working, it looks like I made a quick error. Sorry. The reason why that wasn't working is because in here, I did not pass it. So inside the components, common card was called, it's not showing it to me. I think we can read it from here. So card list component right here. Which component is this? Okay, card list component all the way at the bottom right here. We're going to need to uncomment this, and then we need to add this on add card. So let's grab that as well. So inside our card list component, I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to say on add card. So const on add card. Not sure what just happened. On add card like this. And this is going to need the index. Okay. So first I'm going to create the new card. And this is an object which has three values, three properties: ID, title, and order. So I'm going to say new card is type of outline card. And we're going to pass in a random number. Okay. And then down here, the title and the order. All right. Then after this, down here, we're going to say const updated cards is going to be, if index is not equal to undefined, if this is true, then everything that's inside outlines dot slice 0 to index plus 1. We're going to add our new card and then everything after that. So outlines dot slice index plus 1. So basically everything above, right, we're going to split it, and then in between we're going to add this, and then everything below we're just going to append after that. That's literally it. And then if it's on top, then we're going to basically send this. Okay. Then after that, we're going to say add multiple outlines, and we're going to pass in all of these updated cards. And then we're going to say set edit text and set it to empty. Okay. So let's quickly also test everything to make sure it's working. So right here, we have this. If I delete this, this one should change to number, well, let's do that once more. So right here, if I delete this, okay, the number changes. Awesome. So let's create more. Delete this. Awesome. The index changes. That's great. And if I hover here, I can see this plus icon. Now, if I click on this, it's going to add it perfectly in between that. Okay. And then one more right here. And then one more right here. It does that. It does that thing because of the animation. That's fine. It's not too bad. All right. And what does it look like here? It looks like this. All right. We're super zoomed in. It's my computer is massive, and that's why you see it like this. But on yours, it might be something like this. Okay. So I'm going to zoom in so we can see clearly. Now you can also change it from here. So section 1, like that. You can also change it from here, section 2. And if you click outside this, only then does it save, I think. So that's maybe section 2. That's maybe a bug that you guys would need to fix. Section 3. If I hit enter, okay, it works. Awesome. Yeah, I think it's just populating right here. That's not too big of a deal. I don't really care too much about that. You guys should be able to fix this. And you can also remove this and detach this variable right here from this one. Okay. All right, now let's delete everything. Okay, so everything's working. Great job so far. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into Creative AI component, and I see an error here. What's the error? Okay, we have something called handle generate. Well, for this, we're not going to be able to create this because we're going to need all the API, OpenAI stuff. But there's one more thing we have to add here, so let's go ahead and do that first. I think we are good to go, guys. I don't see anything else here that's blocking us because we already created this. And for Creative AI, yeah, I think we are good to go for now. And we'll come back to this in just a second. But yeah, that's it for now. I'm going to take a short break and then we'll continue. Great job so far. All right, guys, here's a challenge for you. The no card feature, the drop down right here, actually has a different purpose than what I initially planned. Okay, so the way I initially wanted it was to create cards like this. So let's say I create from scratch, and if I create a couple cards here, I can essentially choose how many cards I want to push to generate the PowerPoint for. Okay, now I don't think there's a purpose for that. It's not a really nice feature. And so I want you to take this up as a challenge to change this feature to have a better purpose. So right now, it would be nicer if, let's say for Creative AI, right, when the user types whatever they want, they can essentially have a stepper component where they can increase the number of slides they would like or outlines they would like for the presentation. Okay, that's a better use case of this dropdown. So sorry about that, guys. I was just trying my best to build this project. It was really, really massive. And some of the, I mean, I've been building this for about 2.5 months or 3 months, right? And so sometimes I do forget about what I even built. That's how big it is. So just keep in mind that I think it would make more sense to have a stepper so they can select the number of outlines they would like. And then when they hit generate outlines, it's going to use how much you want in here. And you can also tweak the AI response to give you that many slides. Okay, that's a better use case. Now, one thing to keep in mind is you don't want to just remove this completely and give the user unlimited infinity number of slides, okay? Because that's not going to be ideal for the credits that you're, using with OpenAI. So always make sure you have a limit on the number of cards. So just something to keep in mind when you're building your MVP, okay? Awesome. All right, guys, now open up your folder structure and click on creativeai.tsx and scroll to the bottom right here. First, we're going to create a use effect. All right. And then once we're done with this, we can also do the handle generate so we can create our outlines. Okay. So down here, I want to say set number of cards and I want to set it to outlines.length. Okay. Like this. And you want to copy this and put it in here as well. All right. Now this might throw, let me just refresh. I don't know why I saw that error. Okay. There we go. Now, this is good to go. So let's now complete the handle generate. Okay, so this is going to need OpenAI, and when we need it, we'll get to that eventually. But for now, let's go ahead and uncomment this, and let's remove this as well. And I want to go into my actions and see generate creative prompt. Okay, so this is what I have here, which is right here to generate the outlines. So what I'll do is I'll still comment this out, and let's create this one first. So work in progress, okay? And we'll do this one. Now first, let's complete the AI prompts. So let's go into this server action. And in here, first, here's what we're gonna do, okay? So I'm gonna say const final prompt equal to a string like this. And now please go to the Discord and copy this, okay? This is a prompt that we created and we pretty much tested as much as possible to make sure it gives us, consistent, at least as somewhat consistent data, okay? So go ahead and copy the entire thing. It'll be there in the Discord and you can paste it in here. Now, if you first enter the Discord, you're not going to magically find it, right? Just go into one of the channels and just ask people in there and they'll share it with you, okay? So this is the prompt. So we're going to tell it to create relevant outlines for this specific prompt. And the outline should consist of 6 points, right? That's the default, with each point written as a single sentence. Now ensure that it's well structured, directly related to the topic, and return everything in this format. So we're telling it the JSON format we want, which is outline, point 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. Okay? Then we're saying ensure that the JSON is valid and properly formatted, etc. That's pretty much it. Now, after this, we're going to create a try catch, and inside the try block, we're going to need OpenAI because we need to make a request and get all of these outlines. So let's go ahead and do that next. All right, guys, now go ahead and open up platform.openai.com and then sign in, use your email, all that stuff, get into the application and then click on settings, then click on billing, click on overview, and then attach your payment method. This is really important because there's no other way for you to consume AI stuff for free, okay? But if this is a brand new account, here's a little hack, okay? If you have your relatives or your friend's mobile number, you can create a new account with their mobile number and you can get $5 in free credits, okay? So you can still do this even if you absolutely don't want to spend a single dollar on AI credits, but that's not going to happen. Just do it, guys. You're going to need it. It's all for your future career. It's fine, okay? So add your credit card in here. And then once that's done, go down to limits, scroll down here, and then set the budget. So set the budget here as $5, okay? And then down here, you want to set this as $5 as well. This is the enable budget limit and set an alert and it will send you this. So worst case scenario, you are still safe, okay? It will always only charge you $5 worst case scenario. So you're still safe. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen crazy, okay? Make sure you take a look at everything else and follow their terms and service. Now, things can change. Right now, this is what we have, okay? Then, this is good to go. You are all set. Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to click into the API keys down here and then go ahead and create a key, okay? I'm not going to show you this. So from now, you're no longer going to see the .environment file, okay? You gotta use your common sense and know where to paste these API keys, okay? I'll guide you, I'll give you all the instructions, but you're not gonna see the env. So just make sure you just use your brains and know, okay, this is an API key. It has to go inside the .environment file. All right. So go ahead and do that. And then once you're done, let's continue from there. Now go ahead and open up your terminal. Let's quit everything in here. And I'm also going to clear it. And then you want to say bun add OpenAI at 4.76.3. Okay. And go ahead and hit enter. And that should install OpenAI for us. Great job. Now let's go back to our chatgpt.typescript action file. And now we can continue from here. First, scroll up top, hit enter, and you're going to say const OpenAI equal new OpenAI. And this comes from OpenAI, of course. So I'm also going to import that up top here. So I'm going to say import OpenAI from OpenAI. And then in here, I'm going to need to pass in some keys. So I'm going to say API key is going to be process.environment.openai key. Okay, so hopefully you got your key and you pasted it inside your .environment file under this exact key. Okay, so once that's done, also make sure that you say bun run dev and refresh the browser, of course. Okay, awesome. And so now we have this client, this instance created. So let's go down here. And inside the try block, we're going to hit enter. We're going to say const completion equal to await OpenAI dot chat dot completions dot create. We're going to invoke this. And inside this, we're going to say model. And we're going to pass in ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, just like this. And then next, we're going to need messages. So for messages, you're going to need to do the following. So messages, it's an array with two objects. The first one is role system and content. We're going to say you are a helpful AI that generates outlines for presentations. Okay. And then the next one is role user. And we're going to pass in our prompt right in here. Okay, nice. Now, after this down here, after the array, you're going to pass in the max tokens. And this is 1000. And then after that, temperature is going to be set to 0.0. Okay. Now hit enter here. Next, we're going to basically say get our response content. So I'm going to say const response content equal to completion dot choices at 0, like this. Dot, where is there an error here? Okay. Dot message dot content. Okay. And this also disappears. So I'm going to bring that back. And now if the response content exists, then in here, I'm going to create a try catch. Okay, and inside the try catch, I'm going to say const JSON response equal to JSON.parse, and we're going to pass in our response content. Next, I'm going to say return status 200, and data is the JSON response. Okay, JSON response. There we go. Now, down here, if there was an error, well, I'm also going to console that in the description. I'm sorry, console it in the terminal. And this is error like this. And then down here, I'm also going to return a status of 500 and say invalid JSON format. Okay. Next, after this, right here, after the purple bracket, I'm going to say return status and set this to 400. And then after this, I'm going to say error and say no content generated. Okay. There we go. Finally, we're going to need to return some errors in here. So I'm just going to say console log error, print the error, and say internal server error. Nice. Now let's go back. And now we can continue from here. So I'm going to say if, like this, the status is 200, right? And we have the outlines, then we're going to do the following. So first, we're going to set a variable called cards outline. And this is an empty array for now. And then what we're going to do in here is we're going to say res.data.outline. Okay, something's wrong. All right, guys, just give me 1 second. So this here has to be .outlines.map like this. And for each of these, we're going to do the following. So this is going to give us the outline itself, which is a string. And we need the index, which is going to be a number. And in here, we're going to return we're going to do something in here. So we're going to say const new card is equal to an object with ID set to v4. We're going to invoke that. And okay, doesn't let me import that. So I'll just say UUID Nope, that doesn't work as well. Okay, so I'm gonna need to say import v4 as UUID from UUID. Okay, they really need to change this. I don't know why we still have this problem. And down here, we're gonna say UUID. Okay, nice. Now after this, title should be set to outline. And then we have the order, which is going to be the next one. So order is index plus 1. And then finally, we're going to push it to this variable. So we're going to say cards data dot push, and we're going to pass in the new card. Sorry, guys, we have to move this up here. Okay. Now, after this, hit enter. We're going to say add multiple outlines, and we're going to pass in the cards data. And then after that, we're going to set the number of cards to what we have inside it. So dot length. And then later, we're going to show a toast. We're going to say toast.success. And I'm going to say success like this with description set to outline generated successfully. Okay? Nice. Then, if this failed, so else, we're going to do the following. I'm just going to say toast. So copy this, paste here, error, and then change this to error as well. So the error is going to say fail to generate outline. Please try again. Okay. And finally, at the bottom, we have to set this to false. Great job. Now let's go back. And now we need to pass that into the button. So just give me a second. I have to find that now. Oh, it's in the same file. So under generate AI creative AI.tsx, all the way at the bottom, we're going to find that function. So where is that? There we go, right here. Awesome. Okay, so now is the moment of truth. I'm just going to create a prompt here called start a SaaS company, okay? Or starting a SaaS company or software. I don't know if they, I think it should know what SaaS is. SaaS company from scratch, or is easy. This sounds nicer, okay? Let's go ahead and click on generate outlines. It's going to take a moment, so let's just give this a second. And there we go. All our outlines are created for us. And how amazing is this, guys? Now you can click on these, you can edit them, you can save them. You can also drag and drop them. So our drag and drop is working. So look at highlight now. Move it down here. Boom. The IDs change, the order changes, and we're also able to create our custom elements in between this as well. Now I don't want to disturb this because I like this layout. So I'm going to keep this. But great job so far. This is an amazing upgrade to your web development skills, okay? All right, guys. So now we're going to go to our generate AI creative AI.tsx. And then down here, I'm going to uncomment this handler, okay? And then we need to complete this because now that we have our outlines ready, now we can create the slides, okay? So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to scroll up top. And then down here, I'm going to, oh, I already have it. So let's just uncomment that. And then in here, I'm first going to change this to an async function. And then first we want to set this, so is generating to true. And then we want to verify and check if outlines.length is 0. And if it is true, then we're going to return a toast error message. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy this toast and I'm going to say the following. So I'm going to say if outlines is 0, then return toast, and then return finally. That's literally it, okay? So for this test, for the description, I'm going to set something else and say, please add at least one card to generate slides, okay? And then after this, if this is true, we're going to return a try catch. Sorry. And then down here, first, we're going to try to create the project in the database. Because now we have all of the outlines, we can create the slide itself, we can create the project itself, and then we can store that kind of like a placeholder, okay? Once the placeholder is saved, we can then add the themes to it. That's what we're doing, all right? So in here, I'm going to say const res equal await create project, okay? We're going to invoke this, and this is going to be a server action. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to open up my project.typescript. And then in here, okay, I already have it. Why couldn't I import it? So let me just take a quick look. All right, everything is done. It didn't let me import that. Okay, never mind. So that's it. All right. So once you import that one, we can pass in our current AI prompt. So I'm going to say this is the AI prompt. And then we also want to pass in all of the outlines. So I'm going to say outlines.slice 0 to number of cards. Okay. And the reason, remember, I told you the reason why we're doing this is because the way I have this set up is I can limit how many cards I want to push into the slide generation. So right now I have 6. I can click on this and say I only want 2. And then when I hit generate, it's only going to do 2 in here. Okay. So like I said, not a very useful feature, right? I had something else in mind, and I think that version is better. So hopefully you did the challenge. All right. Now, after this, we're going to check if it's not a 200 response. And then if it is, we'll throw an error. Okay. Finally, if everything is good, we're going to push the user to the select theme page. And then we also have to set the project to res.data like this. And this set project will come from use slide store. So let's scroll up top. And then in here, I'm going to say const set project comes from use slide store like this. And then let's go back down here. And so once we're done pushing the user to that page, we can set that here saying res.data. And then after that, we're going to use the add prompt helper. Okay. So down here, handler basically. So I'm going to say add prompt like this. And this needs v4. Okay. And then we can invoke that, and we need to pass an ID title, create outlines, and create a dat. Okay. Technically, you don't need this, but because this is inside our local store, we're going to need to do that. All right. But in the database, it will automatically populate. So, okay. And then down here, I'm going to show a success toast. So let's go ahead and say toast dot success, invoke it, and say success, and then pass in a description. Okay. And for description, I'm just going to say project successfully created like this. Nice. Then after this, we have to set our current AI prompt to empty, right? Reset it. And then also the outlines. Go ahead and reset that one as well. All right. Now, if an error took place, first I'm going to console everything. So console log, and I'm going to post the error in here. And then I'm going to show this as toast.error. And then for description, let's remove this. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to say error like this. Okay, there we go. That's pretty much it. Then after this down here, I'm going to say finally, and in the finally block, I'm going to set is generating to false. All right, nice. Awesome, guys. Now, if you try to click on this, it should generate it should generate slides, and it should send that user to that page. So go ahead and open up your folder structure, and I'm going to shrink everything. Go into source, app, protected, pages, dashboard pages. And then in here, I'm going to create another page called, maybe we should create that somewhere else. All right, so here's what we're going to do, guys. Instead of putting it inside this one, okay, we're going to shrink these pages, shrink the dashboard pages, and then inside this protected route, actually, let's just put it in here. So inside protected route, create a folder and call it presentation. Okay, presentation like this. And inside the presentation, we can have our page.tsx, and we can have our layout.tsx. Okay. Now, first, inside the layout.tsx, I'm going to do the following. So return a component. This is the wrong one. This is the page, sorry. So I'm going to say page. And then inside layout, I'm going to return layout like this. Now, inside the layout, first, we're going to remove this here. Actually, we can keep it, no problem. Class name is going to be height full, width full, overflow, x hidden. Okay. And then let's remove this and say props dot children. Okay. And of course, this does not exist. So go up here and say react dot react node like this. And now that's pretty much it. Okay. So let's close this and let's go to our presentation page.tsx. And then in here, if the user tries to access this, I'm just going to redirect the user to the dashboard route, okay? And here, you pretty much don't even need this. We can remove this. Now, why do I have this route? The reason why I have this route is it's easier to read inside from the URL. Okay, you can see create page makes a lot of sense, right? And so if we just say ID and then ID and then ID, nothing's going to make sense. And so that's why sometimes you want to have these routes here. So it just makes it's easier to read from. Okay. So open up your folder structure under presentation and create another one called another folder like this, okay, called presentation ID. I made a spelling error, so I'm just going to copy from here. It's presentation ID, okay? And inside that, we want to create a page.tsx, okay? And in that page.tsx, we're going to do the following. So let's return a page like this, okay? And then let's close this, okay? So the first thing is I'm going to scroll up top and I'm going to change this to use client. All right. And then down here, I'm going to essentially create a use effect that's going to fetch the project by a specific ID, okay? And that ID is going to be in the params, obviously, right? And so this way, when that page first loads, we grab that, presentation ID, and if anything exists, then we'll return. Well, if it doesn't exist, then we'll just send them to dashboard and show an error, okay? That's pretty much it. So just bear with me, please type with me. There's a bunch of code in here. So first thing we're going to do is I'm just going to make some imports real quick. All right, so I'm going to say const, and this is equal to use slide store. And then from this, I'm going to import first. We need the current theme. Oh, actually, we did not set these. So let's go back to our slide store, guys. We need to add and kind of improve on this, okay? So the first thing we're going to need is in here, we need the slides. Okay, that's awesome. And then we also have let's set slides. Then we also need current slide number. Or actually, sorry guys, let's just go step by step. So we need current theme and set current theme. That's the only thing we need for now. Okay, because there's a lot in the store and it's just not going to make sense if we do too much too fast. Okay, so first thing is current theme. So I'm going to say current theme and the type is of type theme. Okay, so I'm going to import this from types. And if you don't know what this looks like, it's going to look just like this. All right. So create an interface inside your types called theme, and you have to have all of these. Okay. So please pause and type. And guys, of course, inside the Discord, I'll paste all of this so you don't have to. You don't even need to get the the repository. Okay. It'll be there for you, so you can copy the constants. You can copy the utils. Constants, types, and CSS stuff, as well as the Tailwind config file, okay? Anything that is just too much, constant stuff, I don't want you to type all of that. So now we have the current theme. We also need to have the set current theme as well. So that's going to be another arrow function that is going to return void, just like this. And now let's go and first set the current theme down here, okay? So let's scroll down here. And for this, I'm going to say current theme is going to be another variable, a constant, which is default theme. All right. And the default theme is going to be in right up top here. So I'm going to say const default theme like this is of this theme that we have inside our types. And we need this. So it's just the same default settings. Okay. And I'm going to put that down here as well. Awesome. And then the next one we need is to set the current theme. So let me go ahead and grab that. So in here, I'm going to say set current theme, and this is going to be an arrow function. And in here, we're going to get the theme, okay, which is of type theme, like this. And then inside this arrow function, we're going to essentially, let me remove this, guys. We're not returning this. So we're going to say set, and we're going to set this to current theme is the theme, just like this. Okay, nice. Then that's pretty much it for now. Let's go back. And now we can import all of the things that we need in here, okay? And the things we need are slides, set slides, we need set project, we need current theme, and set current theme. And don't forget to invoke use slide store as well. The next thing I need is params. So I'm going to say const params equal use params, okay? Let's bring that in. Awesome. And then we also need set theme, which comes from use theme, okay? And use theme is from Nextjs, so go ahead and import that. Okay, nice. And then we also need is loading and set is loading, which is another state. So I'm going to import this state, use state, and then set these two values. Okay. And just to make this look nicer, I'm going to move this hook to the bottom. All right, that is better. And then I'm going to create the use effect. So this use effect is what's going to help us get the project with the help of the project ID from the URL, okay? And now the reason why I'm not clicking generate yet is because, well, we don't have anything to render. There's some logic that we need to do, right? So let's first go ahead and do that, and then we'll return that stuff. So inside here, first go ahead and create an iffy like this, okay? And inside this, we're going to essentially need to pass an async function like this, okay? Making some errors, all right? And then you want to invoke this function right here. So immediately invoking it. That's why it's called an iffy. Immediately invoked, what is that? Functional expression, I think that's what it stands for. So inside this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a try catch like this. I don't know why I'm seeing this here, guys. This is really odd. Just give me 1 second. Okay, it might just be some syntax-based stuff because of my prettier. But this should be okay. So yeah, it should be. I mean, we're still invoking it, so this should work. So have a try catch in here like this, and inside the try block, we're going to say const res equal await get project by ID, which is going to be a server action, and we need params.presentation ID. So I'm going to bring that in. Okay, and then we're going to say as string. Also, guys, one more thing you can keep in mind is all these components. If all these components also give you access to the params directly from here, so you can access this ID from here itself. Okay, that's another way. But there's just so much stuff you'll have to type, and so this is one way you can do it, which is just get it through the hook use params. Okay. All right. Now let's copy this. Open up your folder structure. And we're going to go into project.typescript right here. And I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom, export const, just like that. And then inside this, we're going to say, first, let's convert this to an async arrow function. And then this is going to need the project ID, which is going to need to be a string. And then in here, I'm going to say try catch, just like usual. And first, I'm going to authenticate the user. So I'm going to say authenticate user like this. And if anything went wrong, then we're going to return 403 unauthorized. Then now we're going to fetch from the database. So go ahead and pause this video and try to create this action, this step right here. All we have to do is go into the database and find the project based on the ID that's passed in. Okay? Awesome. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you got the right answer. If not, no worries. It's a very simple challenge. Okay, so I'm going to say await client.project.find first, and you're going to invoke this. And then you want to say where the ID is set to the project ID. That's pretty much it. Okay, so now you know the solution. Never make this problem if you don't, never make this error if you don't know how to, because you just know the answer to it. Okay. Okay, so if there's no project, then in here, I'm going to return status of 404, an error, and set this to project not found. All right. And then now, if everything is successful, return 200. And if there's an error, you guys know the drill. I'm just going to print a console message, and then I'm just going to show 500 error. Okay. Let's go back one step. And now let's import this project ID. All right. And then we're going to have an if statement. And the condition is if rest.status is not equal to 200, something went wrong, right? And then I'm going to say or res.data like this. And then in here, I'm going to say toast from sonar.error. And let's invoke that. And I'm going to say error in here. And then description is going to have unable to fetch project like this. And after this, we have to redirect the user, which comes from next navigation, and we're going to redirect them to /dashboard route, okay? And down here, after the if statement, we're going to say const find theme equal to themes.find, okay? And we're going to find for the following. Well, we want to find where the themes ID, so themes name, sorry, hello, theme dot name is equal to res dot data dot theme name. All right, just like that. Okay, next we got to set the current theme. So I'm going to set the current theme to whatever we found or the first one from this array, which is this one right here. Okay, then the next thing is we're going to need to set the theme as well. So I'm going to say set theme to this. And then after that, set the project to response.project. So now we have all the project data. And we also want to set the slides to whatever we have from that as well. So we'll set that in here. Okay. Next, in the catch block, same exact thing. I'm going to say toast.error. Okay. And we're going to say error in here. And then inside this section, we're going to create an object and we're going to pass in a description like this and say an error expected. An unexpected error occurred. And then finally, we're going to need to set is loading to false. So I'm going to say finally, set is loading to false. Great job. Now, this also needs a dependency array, and I totally forgot about that. Let me just confirm. Okay, that is in the right bracket, so make sure you pass that in as well, okay? Now, down here, if we are loading, so if we're fetching or we're loading something, and is loading is going to be another state, which I think we already created. So I'm going to say if is loading is true, then we're going to need to return a loading component, right? So I'm going to say div like this, okay, div, and then with the following class names, and then I'm going to return the loader to icon like this, and that's going to show a spinning icon. Now down here, we're actually going to be rendering out sort of, it's like a 2-page layout. Let me show you guys so you can get an example, right? So we have this section, so we're going to have left side and right side. It does not look like this, okay? This is just an example, but we'll have a left side and a right side, okay? Now, eventually, because these are slides, we're going to have a package called DND kit, okay, or React DND, one of them. I don't know which one I'm using. I think it's React DND. And that package is going to help us drag and drop things onto the canvas, okay? Now, in one of my previous courses, which is Plura, which is a full stack project management plus website builder, plus funnel builder, plus, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. There's a bunch of features in that. In that project, I showed you how to do this from scratch, okay? But now it's a little more complex, and the reason's because we are using AI. And so we need something to make our lives easier. And so I'll be using React DND for this, okay? And so in here, again, like I said, there's no drag and drop features right now, but eventually we're going to need to create those because, you know, I mean, eventually we're going to need to create all of these items. And so for that reason, we need React DND, and that's the provider that's going to wrap around the entire app right here, okay? So what you're going to do is down here, you're going to hit enter. And right here, we're going to first return a component called DND provider like this, okay? And this DND provider comes from that package. So let's go ahead and grab that package. So open up your terminal, quit your terminal, and I'm going to say bun add React DND, but we need these versions. So please only use these versions, okay? I physically cannot help you if you use something other than what's put on the screen right here, okay? So at 16.0.1, and then we also need another package. We're not going to use this for now, but we might as well just add it. So bun add React DND HTML5 backend, and we're going to need to put at 16.0.1. Okay, nice. Now let's go back here and let's import DND provider. Let's scroll up top. Okay, there we go. DND provider. Awesome. And looks like there's an error here. Okay, it's because we need to pass in children. Okay, so now with that done, I'm just going to scroll up top right here, and I'm going to say work in progress, create the presentation view. Okay. So what was this page again? Let's just quickly have a quick brush of concepts, all right? So this is going to be like a presentation view for everything, for our entire, all the slides, okay? So if you try to access the presentation, then you will basically see the slides, but they're not going to have the sidebar and the the drag and drop functionality, so you can't drag and drop things around, and that's why we need all of this in here. Okay, so now we can continue with creating our select theme page. All right, so in here, go ahead and open up your just create a folder. We're going to call this select dash theme. And inside that, a page.tsx, okay? And in this theme, this page, I'm just going to return something and call it page in here. All right. And then now I'm going to remove this component, and I'm going to render a special component called theme preview, okay? And let's see, okay, theme preview. So go ahead, open up your folder structure, and inside the same folder, create another folder called components. And inside that, you want to say theme preview.tsx, okay? And then let's return a component like this. All right, great job. And now let's go back to our select theme page, and let's import this component. Okay, nice. And now we can start building this page. So I'm going to scroll up top, and I'm going to say use client. Okay, there we go. And now inside this, I'm going to need to scroll down here first. And first, I'm going to get router and param. So just quickly go ahead and import those because we need them. So router and params. I just realized something, guys. We honestly did not even need to create this page.tsx yet. So presentation ID page.tsx. We really did not even need it, I think. Yeah, because all we're doing in here is we're just fetching the slides, we're fetching the project, and we're getting all the slides, we're getting the project, the theme, all that kind of stuff, and we're just rendering it out down here, right? So sorry for wasting your time, or if I confused you, I'm really, really sorry. This is the massive project, so sorry about that, guys, all right? We just had to create this folder directly. But anyway, it's not going for waste. We still need to come to that, and eventually we will get back to that page, all right? So inside the select theme page, inside theme preview, after this, we can scroll down here, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to set the following class names. Okay, just like that. Awesome. Okay, so I just realized a better way to do this would be to basically split. So imagine this, right? It's going to look like this. So 3 cards. If you guys watched the demo, then this is going to make so much sense. If you didn't, please stop right now. Just stop what you're doing. Go watch the demo, okay? I spent a lot of time. Go watch the demo or nothing's going to make sense. So it's going to look something like this. So we can create 3 components and say left, main, and right, something like that. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, the other thing I want to consider here is when the user tries to land on this page, what if they already have slides? We don't need them to create the theme anymore, right? And so what I can do is say use effect like this, and I'm going to have a dependency with the project inside it. And this project is going to come from use slide store. So I'm going to say use slide store and import that. And we need current theme, set current theme, and project anyway. So I'm just going to import everything. And then in here, if the project slides, so if they exist, then we're going to redirect the user to presentation / that presentation ID. Okay? Okay. Then down here, I'm going to have one more use effect down here. Okay. And for this, we're going to need to actually set, we're going to need to start the animation. So this is animation related. So when the component mounts, we want to start. So we're going to essentially start the entire animation by setting it to visible. Okay. So in order to do this, we need a hook called use animation. So let's go up top here. We're going to say use animation from framer motion. Okay. And then down here, I'm going to scroll down here. And I also need one more, guys. Okay, we need to invoke this. So down here, I'm going to say const control or controls equal to use animation. And let's invoke this. Okay, awesome. There we go. And then after this use effect, I'm going to create the use effect that allows us to start that animation. Okay, so I'm going to say use effect controls.start visible. And then we're also going to need to pass in the selected theme, and the selected theme is going to come from another state. So I'm going to say const useState like this. So const selected theme and set selected theme equal to useState. And we need this type, which is a theme type in here. And I'm going to pass in this current theme in there. Okay, awesome. And then after that, right here, I'm going to pass it as a dependency. Okay, great job. Now, to apply the theme, sorry, not to apply the theme, down here, to apply those 3 cards, we need to create 3 components. So I'm going to say const left card content equal to, like this, okay? And inside this, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to have the following class name. So this is the div that we need to create. And now inside this, another div, and this is going to have rounded XL, okay, like this, and padding set to 6, okay? And then inside this, actually one more prop, guys, right here, want to pass style and say background color is the selected theme's color, okay? And then inside this, we want to have H3, and I'm going to say H3 with the following class names, and again, the selected theme's accent color is going to be passed into the color in here. I'm going to say quick start guide. Okay, and then I'm going to have a list of items down here. This is just to make it look nice. An unordered list, an ordered list with the following props. Okay, and then li like this. Preview, just some words. It doesn't really, just put lorem ipsum if you want. And then after this div, I'm going to create a button. So we're just making it look nice right here. Okay, and then I'm going to have a class name and a button and the style right here, which we are getting from our themes, so background and the color. And then in here, I want to say get started. Okay, this is just designs to show off some, show a preview of what the slide would look like with the theme applied. Okay, so down here, I'm going to create another one. After this, I'm going to say const main content equal to, and this is going to have the following. So I'm going to say div. And inside that, I'm going to have another div, okay? And this div is going to have the following class names. And then after that, inside this, a div with a paragraph inside it, okay? And go ahead, pause, and type this style and the class name. And for the paragraph, I'm just going to say this is a smart layout. It acts as a text box, and I'm going to have some colors in here, okay? And then after this, I'm going to have another div. So after this div, hit enter. And I'm going to duplicate the exact same thing down below. And I'm just going to change this right here, the paragraph text. And I'm going to set it to you can get these by typing smart, okay? Just as an example. Or sorry, /smart. Kind of like a code snippet, right? Like a command. And then after that, I'm going to have another div after 1, 2, hit enter, and then create a div with the following class names. And then we need a button in here. And this button is going to have this class name and this style, the exact same thing that we had up top here. And then I'm going to say primary button inside this, okay? And then a secondary button is going to look like this. So right after that, I'm going to duplicate the same button from up here, but I'm going to change its variant to outline. And I'm going to say class name and set it to this. And then same exact thing in here for border color and the color. And I'm going to say secondary button, okay? Now, after this, I'm going to hit enter, const, right card content, and I'm going to put a div like this. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed part 1 of this course. Now, part 2 is going to come out soon, but if you want access to the entire code base before part 2 comes out, all you have to do is click the link in the description or go to webprodigies.com/shop, and you can use code VIVID at checkout to get 50% off. Now, this is a launch discount, so this will end soon. So go ahead, click the link and grab it right now. Before you go, don't forget to join our Discord. See you there.